In the land of Huaxia, in City Y, an apocalyptic crisis unfolded. The once peaceful city transformed into a perilous landscape, teeming with menacing zombies. Within a dilapidated residential building, Dongsheng could not escape the fate of becoming a zombie himself. Yet, unlike his fellow undead, he possessed a consciousness of his own. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, transformed into a zombie, Dongsheng's mind went blank. Not like this, he thought. I reincarnated into this world, and, having just secured a position at a reputable company through my efforts, how could a zombie apocalypse strike so suddenly? Originally, Dongsheng was not a denizen of this world. He had accidentally traversed here and lived for 2 years, believing it to be an ordinary parallel universe, only to discover that a great upheaval awaited him. Confused and disoriented, he pondered his next steps. He had read numerous apocalyptic novels, but never one where the protagonist was a zombie. Upon his transformation, he lost all desire for regular food, his mind consumed by a singular thought, the craving for flesh, particularly human flesh. Despite his bewildering predicament, Dongsheng realized he could not remain cooped up indoors. The apocalypse resembled a multiplayer online game at the onset. Resources were abundant, but as time progressed, they dwindled. Thus, he resolved to venture out and gather as many supplies as possible. With newfound determination, Dongsheng opened his door. Roar! As the security door swung open, he was startled by a zombie wandering in the corridor. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that he too was a zombie, and the creature before him posed no threat. Ah, we are but fellow zombies, why should we turn on one another? Dongsheng patted the shoulder of the zombie at his door before departing the building, intent on raiding the supermarket downstairs for useful provisions. Although normal food and water held no value for him, he understood that he could still barter with humans for what he required, as long as he kept his identity concealed. Who would suspect a zombie of possessing the same thought processes as a living human? This notion filled him with a sense of excitement as he made his way to the convenience store below. Inside the store, several zombies roamed, yet Dongsheng paid them no mind. They had no inclination to attack him. He began stuffing items from the shelves into his backpack, unaware that a girl, approximately 8 or 9 years old, was hiding in the store's back room. This young girl, Liu Ruoxin, was equally bewildered, realizing she had traversed back to the very onset of the apocalypse. Indeed, she was also a traveler, destined to become one of the most formidable beings in the world 2 decades hence. Liu Ruoxin would emerge as the strongest ability user in Huaxia, leading humanity's fight to reclaim their homeland from the clutches of the undead. However, they could never foresee that among the zombies lurked a supermonster. All powerful ability users in Huaxia were annihilated, plunging the nation into utter despair, leading humanity towards its inevitable extinction. What appeared to be a straightforward zombie crisis was, in fact, merely the prelude to a far greater catastrophe. Liu Ruoxin understood that in a year's time, many zombies would begin to split and spawn new ones, resulting in an overwhelming horde that would blanket Huaxia, culminating in the emergence of 9th-tier zombie kings, and, eventually, entities surpassing even that tier. Recalling the past, a sorrow and helplessness inappropriate for her youth flickered in Liu Ruoxin's eyes. Yet, this emotion quickly dissipated. She possessed many memories and knowledge of how to evolve her abilities. Though her powers were weak at present, she was confident that, given time, she could surpass her previous incarnation strength. More importantly, she had discovered the means to transcend the 9th tier and ascend to a higher realm. As Liu Ruoxin contemplated her future, the door to the storeroom began to rattle. The wooden door was merely a flimsy barrier, easily breached. In her previous life, she had cowered in silence, only to be discovered by a group clearing the store a week later. But was this happening too soon? Had her reincarnation altered the course of events? Her mind raced, unsure of how to react, just as the door creaked open, revealing a zombie before her. The zombie stared at Liu Ruoxin, and she gazed back, the air thick with tension. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as Dongsheng's mind went blank. How can it be a child? He thought, this is it, we're doomed. Despair washed over Liu Ruoxin. Her newly awakened powers were still in their infancy, lacking any offensive capability. This ability allowed her to replicate others' powers for her own use, but therein lay the problem: she had yet to copy any powers. At this moment, she was indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Just as Liu Ruoxin resigned herself to the notion that her rebirth would end in tragedy, a shocking scene unfolded before her. The zombie before her ignored her presence, instead closing the door and beginning to rummage through the storeroom's contents. Confusion enveloped Liu Ruoxin as she regarded the backpack-clad zombie. Why did this ordinary zombie not attack her? The storeroom was filled with supplies, including instant noodles and other necessities. Yet Han Dongsheng lacked the strength to carry everything away in one trip. Slowly, I suppose, he thought, preparing to leave. But as he opened the door, it dawned on him that the convenience store was teeming with other zombies. Leaving the girl alone would surely result in her demise at the hands of the other zombies, especially since he had just damaged the door. Moreover, the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to his sister from his previous life. Damn it, I, Han Dongsheng, am certainly not the kind of person to abandon someone in peril. No, wait, a zombie. Resolute, Han Dongsheng lifted the still-dazed Liu Ruoxin onto his shoulder. In the next moment, he kicked the door open and dashed past the zombies, embodying a scene reminiscent of high-octane action. He assumed that any living presence would draw the attention of the zombies. Yet he overlooked one crucial detail. These zombies were ordinary, like him, and would not seize the spoils from another ordinary zombie. To them, Han Dongsheng appeared as a fisherman flaunting a hefty catch, strutting about with unbridled confidence. Chapter 2. This zombie is quite unusual. Han Dongsheng carried Liu Ruoxin as he rushed forward, shouting, "Stay away. Before I turned into a zombie, I was a murderer. Incredibly ferocious." However, his words transformed into guttural howls due to his zombified state, sounding to the surrounding ordinary zombies like a boastful declaration. Ultimately, Han Dongsheng successfully brought Liu Ruoxin back to his home. Bang! As the security door closed, Han Dongsheng sat on the floor, exhaling in relief. He instinctively wiped his forehead, only to find it dry. Who would have thought that a dignified zombie like him would actually save someone? This is quite contrary to the principles of being a zombie. He mused internally. He then retrieved some bottled water he had scavenged and handed it to Liu Ruoxin. Thank you. Liu Ruoxin took the bottle, somewhat dazed, and was taken aback when she saw the zombie smile and give her a thumbs up. Her mind briefly short-circuited, but she quickly realized with a gasp, this was a zombie that still retained human consciousness. My heavens, how is this even possible? Liu Ruoxin was thoroughly astonished. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. Though zombies originated from humans, they had entirely transformed into a different species and should not retain human consciousness. What on earth is happening? While Liu Ruoxin struggled to comprehend the situation, she understood that this zombie posed no threat to her. Had she stumbled upon a stroke of luck amidst this calamity? As she pondered her current predicament while sipping the bottled water, Han Dongsheng sat on the sofa, contemplating his next steps. As an ordinary zombie, his existence in this apocalypse felt akin to being cannon fodder. How could he alter his fate? He felt somewhat lost when a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Come to me. Come to me. The voice was incredibly enticing. And even with his self-awareness, Han Dongsheng found himself momentarily entranced, rising to his feet. Fortunately, he quickly regained control over his body through sheer willpower. What is calling to me? Han Dongsheng was baffled and deeply shaken when he suddenly sensed a peculiar energy surging within him. Ability. You can replicate all zombie abilities that attack you for your own use. New ability. Control zombies. You can control 10 ordinary zombies with your thoughts. This ability will strengthen as your own rank increases. 3 pieces of information flashed through his mind, leaving Han Dongsheng momentarily stunned. So, I possess abilities. As his new power activated, 2 zombies wandering the corridor outside suddenly converged at his doorstep. Simultaneously, 10 zombies had descended to the flower bed below Han Dongsheng's building, one of which was encircled by 9 others, evidently the original wielder of the control ability. Eliminate the zombie with the core. Devouring it will enhance your rank. Another message flickered through his mind, and at that moment, Han Dongsheng understood how to progress. He also began to wonder how this information had manifested in his consciousness. In his previous life, he had been a biologist, and a possibility suddenly struck him. Many animals, upon reaching a certain age, possess inherited information in their minds, such as knowing when to let their offspring fend for themselves or when to cease nursing. It seemed that zombies also carried similar genetic information, unlocking once a certain strength was attained. The unlocking of his abilities had perhaps released this genetic lock, granting him this knowledge. With this realization, Han Dongsheng's expression shifted to one of clarity, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. Grr. Han Dongsheng pointed at Liu Ruoxin, gesturing for her to stay put and not venture outside. Though she could not comprehend his words, Liu Ruoxin understood his intent through his body language. I will protect myself, she nodded gently, and Han Dongsheng felt a sense of satisfaction as he left. Liu Ruoxin hurried to the window, observing the situation outside. Upon noticing the inexplicable gathering of zombies, she was taken aback. A mental control type of zombie. During the early stages of the last apocalypse, this type of zombie had posed the greatest danger, as they could control hordes of zombies, leading to the collapse of many shelters. How could such a zombie appear here? Liu Ruoxin was astonished. Just then, she spotted the zombie brother who had gone outside, now among the throng of corpses below. This is bad. Her zombie brother had been controlled. Liu Ruoxin had come to regard Han Dongsheng as her elder brother, and seeing him in such a predicament filled her with anxiety. Yet, her worry was futile. Powerless as she was, what could she do? Liu Ruoxin felt helpless, forced to watch her zombie brother disappear into the horde. Inside the apartment building, the two zombies wandering about had been locked inside by Han Dongsheng through his newfound mental control, so he was unconcerned for Liu Ruoxin's safety. His intention for infiltrating the controlled zombie group was to eliminate the one possessing the ability. This zombie, clearly similar to him, had just awakened its power and had not yet reached the first rank. If he could kill it, he would obtain the so-called core and thus transcend into a genuine first-rank zombie. Following the lead of the ability-wielding female zombie, Han Dongsheng, armed with a fruit knife concealed at his waist, prepared to strike at any moment. Together with the 10 zombies, they traveled under her command to a building about 5 blocks away. The female zombie emitted a fierce roar, and suddenly, a window on the 3rd floor shattered, revealing a muscular zombie that had just awakened its abilities. Han Dongsheng's gaze swept over the female zombie, noting she was missing an arm and bore wounds, indicating she had fought with the mutated zombie before, resulting in mutual injury. Now, she appeared to be seeking revenge. Roar! The female zombie howled, prompting the 9 surrounding zombies to charge at the mutated one, while Han Dongsheng remained motionless. Huh? The female zombie was puzzled and turned to look at Han Dongsheng, just as he swiftly drew his fruit knife and struck at her neck. Simultaneously, he seized control of the ordinary zombies that had been rushing toward the mutated one, redirecting them to pounce on the female zombie instead. Chapter 3. Breaking through the first stage. The female zombie was not a combat type. Her frail physique fell victim to the other zombies in mere moments. At this instant, a blood-red crystal of supernatural power was firmly grasped in Han Dongsheng's hand. An insatiable hunger surged within him, and without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the crystal. Simultaneously, the mutated zombie launched an assault on him. A fierce roar erupted from Han Dongsheng's lips as he successfully broke through to the first stage. His body was enhanced, yet unlike ordinary zombies, he did not experience a dramatic increase in muscle mass post-upgrade. Rather, his skin regained a semblance of normalcy, shedding the pallid hue characteristic of the undead. The fissures on his body, which had manifested due to the mutation, were now completely healed. Boom. Supernatural ability. Strength enhancement. Your strength will be augmented with the elevation of your stage. Han Dongsheng successfully replicated the abilities of the mutated zombie before him. He swiftly retreated, dissipating the force of the attack. Although his left arm was twisted and distorted from the blow, he felt no pain. A gentle adjustment restored it to its original state. Zombies possessed remarkable self-healing capabilities, and now that Han Dongsheng had ascended to the first stage, his regenerative abilities were formidable. The mutated zombie, having let out a furious howl, prepared to charge again, but suddenly halted. Supernatural ability. Manipulation. The zombie's manipulative powers had evolved. He could now control ordinary mutated zombies, increasing the number from 10 to 30, with a range extending up to 1 kilometer. A guttural roar escaped Han Dongsheng, and in an instant, the zombies wandering within a mile swiftly converged upon him. Including the mutated zombie, there were a total of 30. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Han Dongsheng as he felt like a commander rallying his troops on the battlefield. However, the survivors in the vicinity were left in a state of utter disbelief upon witnessing such a terrifying zombie. To them, this was akin to a waking nightmare. What could they possibly do? With a single command, this mutated zombie could unearth every hidden survivor and bring about their demise. Despair gripped their hearts, yet to their astonishment, the mutated zombie, accompanied by 30 others, departed from their building, seemingly with no intention of attacking. A collective sigh of relief washed over them. Meanwhile, Liu Ruoxin was taken aback as she saw Han Dongsheng return to their building, surrounded by numerous zombies. What was happening? Did this mean? A bold thought crossed her mind. It was rumored that ordinary zombies, after consuming the cores of mutated zombies, could inherit the abilities of the deceased. Could it be that her zombie brother had slain the controlling mutated zombie to acquire this extraordinary power? A mixture of surprise and concern flickered across her face. She found herself in a quandary. Her savior was a zombie, and now that same zombie was protecting her. If she were to lead humanity in exterminating the undead in the future, how would she reconcile her feelings for her zombie brother? Sighing deeply, Liu Ruoxin felt a tumult of emotions within her. Han Dongsheng instructed the zombies to disperse and gather supplies, while the only mutated zombie, whom he named Dazhuang, followed him into the apartment building to guard his home. As Han Dongsheng entered, he was greeted by an excited Liu Ruoxin. Her initial turmoil melted away when he embraced her. No matter what, she could never harm her zombie brother. Zombies were one thing, but her brother was another entirely. With clarity restored, Liu Ruoxin's spirits lifted, and Han Dongsheng shared in her joy. In his previous life, he too had a sister who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Ruoxin. As a child, he had watched helplessly as she succumbed to illness, burdened by guilt for 2 lifetimes. Now, having saved Liu Ruoxin, he felt a weight lift from his heart, stepping out of the shadows of his past. He gently ruffled Liu Ruoxin's hair, emitting a soft whimper. He had fully embraced her as his little sister, and she, in turn, regarded him as her brother. The majority of the 5 apartment buildings had been cleared by Han Dongsheng, with supplies piling up within. There was so much that he had even taken over the neighboring unit, filling it to the brim. According to the information relayed by the manipulated zombies, another household still resided in their building, located on the 3rd floor, while the occupied unit was on the top floor. The occupants of Unit 601 were familiar to him, an amiable middle-aged couple. He recalled how, during a difficult time, the husband had invited him to share a meal, fostering a strong bond between their families. He could not stand idly by while they faced danger. Glancing at Liu Ruoxin, he knew he was a zombie. Although she appeared normal, there would inevitably be a barrier between them due to their different natures. To alleviate any potential psychological issues for her, he decided it would be best for her to interact more with humans. With this in mind, Liu Ruoxin took out paper and wrote a crooked line of text. Then, donning a mask and a baseball cap to obscure his undead identity, he approached the couple living above for negotiation. Creaking open the door, Han Dongsheng stepped out, greeted by Dazhuang, who stood sentinel. He patted Dazhuang's shoulder before ascending to the door of Unit 601. After ensuring his appearance was satisfactory, he knocked rhythmically on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, the couple sat in silence, their senses heightened. Upon hearing the sound, they exchanged glances, nearly certain that a living person stood outside. After all, zombies were mindless creatures, akin to beasts. How could they produce such a deliberate rhythm? Nonetheless, for safety's sake, Suhu approached the door and peered through the peephole, wary of the unknown. The uncertainty of human nature often proved more daunting than the undead. Through the peephole, Suhu recognized Han Dongsheng, though he was well covered. Their acquaintance had spanned over 5 years, and he could not mistake him. Han Dongsheng raised a cardboard sign, on which was scrawled in shaky letters, "Brother Su. It's Han Dongsheng. I found a lot of supplies. Do you need any? If so, can we live together? I'm rather lonely on my own." It was difficult to fathom that such an atrocious handwriting could be produced by a person. Chapter 4. Strange Concerns. Suhu's voice reached Han Dongsheng's ears, leaving him speechless outside the door. Indeed, Su Guo's words were as candid as ever. Suhu was well aware of Han Dongsheng's character, and given that their supplies were dwindling, they did not hesitate to open the door. Another reason for their promptness was that Han Dongsheng, in Suhu's memory, was a slender young man. While Suhu was a foreman who had once labored physically, he had maintained his fitness over the years and could easily overpower Han Dongsheng. As the security door swung open, Suhu's familiar figure appeared before Han Dongsheng. "Dongsheng, I didn't expect you to be so resilient. You survived the zombie crisis. I thought you had kicked the bucket." Suhu chuckled as he draped an arm around Han Dongsheng's shoulders and ushered him inside, oblivious to the pallor of Han Dongsheng's complexion. However, it was Aunt Zhao, who sat in the living room wearing glasses and exuding an air of intellect, that noticed something was amiss with Han Dongsheng. "Dongsheng, why do you look so unwell? Is it because the recent zombie outbreak has kept you from sleeping?" Han Dongsheng shrugged helplessly at her words and took a seat on the sofa, pulling out a pen to write in a notebook. "Dongsheng, Has something happened to your throat? Why aren't you speaking? Suhu queried, puzzled. At that moment, Han Dongsheng held up his drawing board, inscribed with the words, I have become a zombie. Yet I have not lost my memory. I am now a human trapped in a zombie's body. After revealing this, Han Dongsheng removed his mask, sunglasses, and cap, exposing his transformed zombie visage. Suhu gasped in shock, while Zhao Yuha sighed heavily. Alas, how could you become a zombie? This will make finding a wife rather difficult. Suhu, Han Dongsheng. What a bizarre concern. Wife? Dongsheng has turned into a zombie. What significance does that have? Suhu remarked in confusion, only to be met with a sharp rap on the head from Zhao Yuha. You foolish man. Although Dongsheng has become a zombie, he retains his normal thoughts and memories. The fact that he can write and express his ideas indicates that he is merely different in body. The analogy was akin to that of a wolf and a domesticated dog. Initially, Suhu had wondered how Han Dongsheng, who was financially strapped, could possibly stockpile enough supplies at home, but now everything made sense with his transformation into a zombie. Ah, I see. Suhu exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. While Han Dongsheng couldn't help but give Zhao Yuha a thumbs up. Indeed, she embodied the rare breed of apocalypse survivors with a functioning intellect. Dongsheng, I have noticed that numerous zombies have been appearing in organized groups outside, centering around our building. It seems they are under your control, right? Your uncle and I have both awakened special abilities, and I suspect there are similar beings among the zombies. Your condition is likely a result of mutation, making you an anomaly among the undead. Han Dongsheng nodded vigorously, astonished that Suhu and his wife had awakened the legendary powers. What luck this is, he thought, contemplating the potential of manipulating zombies. Alas, it is unfortunate that you are a zombie, as I currently have no suitable ladies to introduce you to. However, perhaps some of the young women I know might also have turned into zombies. I could arrange an introduction. Zhao Yuha's words left both Han Dongsheng and Suhu speechless. What an obsession she had with matchmaking. Han Dongsheng conveyed his situation through writing, and upon learning the current circumstances, both of them fell into contemplation. Zhao Yuha, with the quickest mind, proposed, Dongsheng, your situation is quite unique. You exist as an anomaly between humans and zombies. You belong to neither side. My suggestion is for you to form your own faction. In fact, your uncle and I have been discussing this for some time. My power is telekinesis, while his enhances strength. We originally planned to gather supplies and seek out survivors to establish a refuge, and then begin to develop. You require mutated crystals for your upgrades. Having many helpers to assist you in gathering will certainly yield better results. While zombies are convenient, their intelligence is severely lacking, and your ability to collect resources is formidable. We must not let it go to waste. Zhao Yuha articulated her thoughts, and Suhu nodded in agreement. Suhu then scribbled a response. How can a zombie manage a refuge? The biases within human hearts are mountains. Those not of my kind will surely see me as different. They would not accept me as their zombie leader. Foolish child, we can assist you in managing it. Just pretend your ability is to control zombies, and claim that your vocal cords are damaged. When in public, cover yourself up thoroughly and retreat into the shadows. Zhao Yuha suggested, gazing at Han Dongsheng as though he were simple-minded. Upon hearing this, Han Dongsheng's eyes lit up. Of course, Zhao Yuha is indeed a brilliant accountant and HR professional. After the three of them reached a consensus, Han Dongsheng took them to his residence. Upon witnessing the mountains of supplies piled within, both Suhu and Zhao Yuha could not help but exclaim in awe. One's fortune is indeed a matter of perspective. Meanwhile, Liu Ruoxin noticed the two newcomers and was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Zhao? Suhu? What are they doing here? In her past life, Liu Ruoxin had been rescued by their survivor group, and later, the couple established the largest refuge in Y City, becoming one of its most powerful ability users. Ultimately, they perished in battle against a terrifying zombie alongside Liu Ruoxin, and their unexpected reunion filled her with excitement. First, there was the zombie brother, and now the couple who treated her like their own daughter. This place was beginning to feel like home. Liu Ruoxin initially froze before rushing to embrace Zhao Yuha and Suhu tightly. Oh, who is this child? Suhu inquired, perplexed. While Han Dongsheng attempted to explain, but found that they could not comprehend his incoherent sounds. When would this wretched zombie body allow him to speak normally? Han Dongsheng felt utterly defeated, but at that moment, Liu Ruoxin spoke up. It was zombie brother who saved me. Zombie brother? The couple stifled their laughter as they turned to Han Dongsheng, who, at that moment, was officially introduced to Liu Ruoxin by Zhao Yuha. learning the true name of his so-called zombie brother. Chapter 5. The Undulating Horde Bang. Dezhuang assaulted the security door with his shoulder, the metallic frame groaning under the duress. Han Dongsheng felt a tightening in his temples as he beheld the dense, swarming mass of corpses advancing towards the city center from the western suburbs. Old Su, Zhao Yuha abruptly drew back the curtains, the glass reflecting her pallid countenance. Look at the rooftop. Suhu's flashlight clattered to the ground. He bent to retrieve it, his calloused hands trembling uncontrollably. There must be nearly 10,000. And those behemoths in the rear, they and Appos, were the size of trucks. Liu Ruoxin, standing on tiptoe at the windowsill, suddenly appended her school bag, scattering textbooks. As she crammed cans into the bag, her Swiss Army knife glinted at her waist. What are you doing, child? Suhu, restraining her shoulder, realized the girl was trembling. Doesn't the replication ability require physical contact? Liu Ruoxin grinned, revealing a gap where her incisor had been. I'll touch those big ones in a bit. Han Dongsheng etched deep lines into a piece of cardboard. Too dangerous. We can't outrun them. Liu Ruoxin tucked a paring knife into her sock. Didn't zombie bro have 30 underlings? They're perfect as cannon fodder. Zhao Yuha suddenly struck Suhu's back. The west suburb chemical plant's drainage ditch. Are you insane? Suhu seized 3 chess pieces, slamming them onto the coffee table. Just look at our frail, aging group. Han Dongsheng kicked the door panel. Dezhuang emitted a guttural growl from outside. 5, Zhao Yuha counted on her fingers, plus 30 expendables. The wind suddenly sharpened to a keen whine. Han Dongsheng noticed Liu Ruoxin surreptitiously securing a second knife to her lower back, while Suhu bound his trembling right hand with a necktie. Back in the military. Suhu abruptly ceased, his Adam's apple bobbing. Girl, stick close to your Aunt Zhao later. Zhao Yua's hand was steady as she filled her thermos with boiling water. Spare me. You stick close to me. Dongsheng, did you bring the writing board? Han Dongsheng brandished the plastic board, marred with tooth marks. The crooked script resembled crawling earthworms. 20 underlings went to the chemical plant to pour gasoline. This is a sin. Suhu cracked his knuckles, beads of sweat trickling down his beard. Zhao Yuha thrust the thermos into his arms, the hot water splashing unnoticed onto his hand. A chorus of howls rose from outside the window. Dezhuang began to batter the door with his head. Han Dongsheng sensed the 30 zombies gathering outside the chemical plant's walls. Liu Ruoxin scribbled furiously in a small notebook, her pencil piercing the paper in several places. Have some water first. Zhao Yuha pressed the thermos into Suhu's hand. You're shaking like a leaf. Liu Ruoxin suddenly seized Zhao Yuha's sleeve, the fabric taut and white. Aunt Zhao. Her voice trembled as she pointed into the distance. Dark figures teemed atop the unfinished building, like a storm cloud descending. A silhouette plunged from the 7th floor, crashing onto a sedan with a resounding clang, then staggeringly righted itself. Han Dongsheng crouched atop a newspaper kiosk, his fingernails scraping the metal with a grating screech. Over 30 signal sources clamored in his mind, and he shook his head in agitation. Dongsheng says to go to the chemical plant's back door, Zhao Yuha said, massaging her temples. Just heard it in my head. Suhu grinned. Well, look at that. Now we've got wireless intercoms. A team of zombies darted through the alleyway, led by a delivery man in a yellow uniform, dragging a leaking motorcycle with sparks flying from its exhaust pipe. Move. Suhu scooped up Liu Ruoxin, hoisting her onto his shoulder. I'll let you touch a big one later. The chemical plant's iron gate groaned under the assault of the horde. Han Dongsheng rolled gasoline drums, the scent of gasoline on his sleeve evoking memories of his days working at a gas station. Back then, a full tank cost just over 200. Zombie bro. A mud-caked figure slid from the ventilation pipe, Liu Ruoxin's sneakers sparking against the metal. Zhao Yuha's thermos hung in midair, chess pieces clattering out. Dongsheng, count to 3. Her molars ached. Han Dongsheng raised 3 fingers. As the first bent, Suhu punched open a fire hydrant, a column of water erupting 3 meters high. As the second bent, Liu Ruoxin launched herself like a projectile at the 3-meter-tall mutated zombie, her Swiss Army knife glinting in the sunlight. Got it. She clung to the zombie's leg, like a human ornament. The mutated zombie shook its leg in confusion, nearly flinging the girl into the drainage ditch. As Han Dongsheng's third finger began to bend, Dezhuang suddenly tumbled over the wall, clutching half a smoking motorcycle exhaust pipe. You son of a Suhu's curse was cut short as the exhaust pipe arced through the air towards the gasoline drums. As the last finger bent halfway, a chess piece spiraled into the oil slick. Boom. Flames surged along the gasoline trail, the heat lifting Han Dongsheng's cap 3 meters into the air. He reached for his hat, but saw Liu Ruoxin clinging to the mutated zombie's ribs like a koala, kicking her legs wildly. Got it. I got it. The girl's voice was shrill amidst the explosion. Suhu, swinging the fire hose, nearly threw out his back. Girl, what are you touching? Zhao Yue's voice, strained. Carried from afar. Han Dongsheng turned to see a zombie with yellowed teeth lunging at her from behind. He immediately twisted open a fire hydrant. The high-pressure water stream sent the zombie flying backwards, its crotch ablaze as it crashed into the fire. Cough, cough. This is a net positive. Liu Ruoxin emerged from the smoke, her face as black as coal. She pulled out her notebook, scribbling furiously. Bone spur type, strength amplification, duration. Before she could finish, the glass windows of the entire street suddenly shuddered in unison. Amidst the rising howls, 3 dark figures over 2 meters tall cleaved through the horde. The foremost, a bone spur zombie, casually overturned a sedan, the roof peeling away like paper. Hell, Suhu's water bottle clattered to the ground, spilling most of its contents. He stared at the glint of metal embedded in the bone spur zombie's knee, the handle of a meat cleaver clearly fused into the flesh. Zhao Yue suddenly tugged Han Dongsheng's sleeve. How many of the 30 underlings are left? Han Dongsheng held up 7 fingers. De Zhuang, meanwhile, clambered through the wall's breach, clutching half a smoking exhaust pipe. You son of a... Suhu's curse was lost in the explosion. Liu Ruoxin, crouching low, charged forward, her Swiss Army knife clenched in her teeth like a feral kitten. The bone spur zombie suddenly turned towards them. The 7 signal sources in Han Dongsheng's mind screamed simultaneously. He kicked over a gasoline drum. The rolling barrel crushing Liu Ruoxin's fallen pencil case. Colored pencils crackled in the flames, casting an eerie rainbow glow in the zombie's pupils. Run! Zhao Yue snatched up her thermos, smashing it against the bone spur zombie and Appo's face, the scalding water causing it to stagger. Suhu seized the opportunity to swing the fire hose, only to ensnare De Zhuang's neck. Han Dongsheng grabbed the burning chessboard, hurling it into the oil slick. The second explosion hurled him 2 meters, landing him amidst 3 boxes of shattered chalk. Colored dust billowed, obscuring the rising howls behind them. Chapter 6. Escape from the zombie's grasp. Old Su Ruoxin is hanging from the tree. Zhao Yue's thermos flew through the air in a parabolic arc, crashing down upon the spiked zombie and splattering a fountain of dark blood. Suhu kicked away the advancing undead. His cloth shoe lodged stubbornly in the ribs of an unfortunate victim. He hopped on 1 foot, turning to see Liu Ruoxin dangling like a koala from the waist of the spiked zombie, her short legs flailing in the air. Success! Liu Ruoxin cheered, only to be tripped by the debris of a flung motorcycle. Han Dongsheng commanded 2 zombies to leap forth as cushions, resulting in a chaotic tumble of 3 bodies. Shattering colorful chalk scattered across the ground. Suddenly, the spiked zombie froze, a hissing sound emanating from the gas pipe beneath it. Zhao Yue's psychic energy lifted a lighter half a meter into the air, and she abruptly turned. Old Su, your water bottle. It was then that Suhu noticed his military canteen rolling perilously close to the gas leak. With a desperate leap, his shoe finally freed itself from the corpse's ribs. But in the process, his pants were torn by the spikes. Damn it! The explosive blast sent him tumbling, frantically covering his backside. Liu Ruoxin emerged from the pile of zombies, only to discover a decayed finger in her pocket, startling her into tossing it into the fire. Did you sneak this in, zombie brother? Suhu, holding up his torn trousers, suddenly seized a section of a fire hydrant. Watch my 3-point shot. The steel pipe pierced through 3 zombies, ultimately plunging into the eye socket of the spiked zombie, splattering pus and blood all over Zhao Yue's face. Su, who? Zhao Yue wiped her face and swung the thermos down upon her husband's head. From afar, a chorus of howls rose as the remaining horde began to scatter. Han Dongsheng counted, realizing only 5 of his 30 little brothers remained, while Da Zhuang crawled towards them, dragging a smoking exhaust pipe. Liu Ruoxin suddenly raised her notepad, recording a new ability. Spiked form lasts 3 minutes, with side effects. Before she could finish, Zhao Yue yanked her by the collar, as a half-meter-long spike erupted from where she had just stood. Survival first, then research. Suhu called out as he caught up. Han Dongsheng commanded the last 5 zombies to guard their rear while he hoisted Liu Ruoxin and ran. Dust swirled from the ruins, choking Liu Ruoxin as she scrutinized the severed finger in her hand. The surface was covered with a layer of hardened keratin, the nail transformed into a sharp spike. The roars of the undead grew chaotic. Han Dongsheng counted the zombies he could still control, 11 in total. He attempted to line them up in 3 rows. But the front zombie stumbled over its own feet and fell spectacularly. Liu Ruoxin tiptoed and tapped his shoulder. Zombie brother, that. She pointed at the metal roof spiraling down from above. As 10 zombies piled into a makeshift cushion, Han Dongsheng felt a sharp pain in his head. Da Zhuang emerged from the rubble, dragging his severed arm, black ichor dripping onto the ground with a corrosive hiss. What is he doing? Liu Ruoxin ducked behind Zhao Yue. Da Zhuang ground a steel bar against the cement, sparks flying, before suddenly turning to thrust the bar into the crack of the spiked zombie's knee. As the spiked zombie fell to its knees, Liu Ruoxin leaped onto its back like a monkey. Zhao Yue's thermos thudded against the zombie's forehead. Got it. Liu Ruoxin's small hand patted the spikes. But no reaction? Suhu rushed over, pants in hand. You silly girl. You're touching its backside. Han Dongsheng commanded the last 2 zombies to restrain the spiked zombie's head. Da Zhuang let out a fierce roar, raising a half of a streetlight pole. Is it rebelling? Suhu grabbed a brick from the ground. As the streetlight pole came crashing down, the spiked zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. Black blood splattered Liu Ruoxin's face. She wiped it off, only to find a shard of crystal core stuck to her palm. I got it. Her voice trembled, and before she could finish, Zhao Yue had already pulled her away, spikes erupting from the ground where she had just stood. Da Zhuang wobbled a moment before collapsing. When Han Dongsheng reached him, he noticed the remaining left hand still giving a thumbs up. The spiked zombie thrashed its head violently, and Liu Ruoxin clung desperately to the spikes, being thrown into the air. Han Dongsheng quickly issued commands, and 3 zombies piled atop one another, their decaying fingers thrusting into the zombies' eye sockets. Da Zhuang seized the opportunity, swinging the steel bar with a whoosh, shattering half of the spiked zombie's skull. Old Su, watch out. Zhao Yue's voice rose in pitch. Suhu was entangled in a massive zombie's legs, being dragged across the cement. The sound of his military boots scraping painfully against the ground. Dongsheng, quickly have the brothers pull on the other end. Suddenly, Han Dongsheng sensed over 30 faint signals flickering in the mental link. Those shattered zombie remnants were writhing and reassembling. With a thought, the broken corpses seized the other end of the hose, pulling with the strength of a tug-of-war team. As Zhao Yue lifted a piece of asphalt with her psychic energy, Liu Ruoxin rolled to the roadside, still clutching a fragment of bone. She watched as Da Zhuang, with his severed arm, approached the giant zombie, raising the car exhaust pipe high. Bang! The exhaust pipe pierced the ear hole, and in that instant, Han Dongsheng's mind exploded with fragments of Da Zhuang's memories, the sunlight at the entrance of the apartment building, the ham sausage Liu Ruoxin had secretly passed him, the sensation of rotting flesh falling away when he first patted its shoulder. Old Su, to your left, Zhao Yue shouted, only then realizing her husband was pinned beneath 3 zombies atop a car roof. Liu Ruoxin's knuckles turned white as she grasped a piece of steel, only to find it bent into a U-shape, the after effect of copying Suhu's abilities. Don't be foolish. Zhao Yue's psychic energy only tugged at her hem. Han Dongsheng's vision turned blood red as he saw Da Zhuang gnawing at the giant zombie's ankle, black blood corroding the ground beneath. The images of 37 zombies dying replayed in his mind. He let out a roar, and the 3 zombies lunging at Liu Ruoxin suddenly skidded to a halt, one of them tumbling over. Seizing the moment, Liu Ruoxin thrust the steel bar into the nearest zombie's nostril. Take that. As she twisted the bar, she felt the zombie trembling. Han Dongsheng sensed his powers surging. The scattered remains suddenly convulsed to their feet, severed hands grasping severed legs. Assembling into a crooked army of the dead, Da Zhuang's remains slowly raised a thumb before collapsing into the rubble. The zombie with only half a head clung desperately to the tail of the spiked zombie, its rotting flesh shedding as it was dragged along. Suhu discarded a half-ear stuck to his boot, his military canteen swinging at his waist. Dongsheng, your zombie brothers are quite loyal. Zhao Yue's thermos arced through the air, leaving more bite marks on its surface. She suddenly grasped Suhu's shoulder. Old Su, the metal roof of the gas station is making a terrible scraping sound. The escaped mutated zombie is moving along the top, less than 3 meters from Liu Ruoxin. A strange smile curled Han Dongsheng's lips, his rotting vocal cords emitting a series of clicks. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Over 20 zombie remnants exploded simultaneously, black blood and shattered bones raining down upon the mutated zombie's head. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Ruoxin lunged forward, her sneakers sliding on the oil tank. Be careful. Chapter 7. The emergence of the corpse king. Suhu's warning lodged in his throat as he watched the young girl, nimble as a monkey, swiftly ascend the back of the mutated zombie, only to be flung away moments later. Han Dongsheng extended his arms, catching the small projectile as it descended from the sky. Liu Ruoxin squirmed in Han Dongsheng's embrace, revealing a half-crystal core resting in her open palm. "Brother Zombie," she said, shaking the crystal, "I think I've upgraded your powers." The core emitted a faint glow in her hand, casting an eerie blue light upon Han Dongsheng's pallid skin. Suhu approached, remarking, "Girl, who taught you this trick of thievery?" Zhao Yuha slapped him on the back of his head, admonishing, "Don't corrupt the youth." She turned to Han Dongsheng, asking, "How much can you control now?" Han Dongsheng pointed a finger to the ground and drew a 50. Suddenly, Liu Ruoxin leaped up, exclaiming, "Look! That mutated zombie covered in rotting flesh is convulsing, and the severed zombie arm hanging from its bone spikes is giving a thumbs up." Suhu tossed aside his water bottle, which Zhao Yue caught, only to discover it was filled with toilet cleaner. "You're using this as a weapon?" She nearly crushed the bottle in disbelief. A metallic snap echoed above, as Liu Ruoxin's shoe got caught in the air conditioning unit, swinging precariously. She held the gum-stained crystal core aloft, shouting to Han Dongsheng, "Dazhuang is hiding." The rotting eyes of the corpse king suddenly turned toward the source of the noise. Han Dongsheng tightened his grip on the fire hose, sparks flying from the metal joint against the corpse king's ankle. The delivery zombie advanced, wielding a leaking battery, leaving dark trails of battery fluid in its wake. "Run to the chemical factory." Zhao Yuha's thermos struck the corpse king behind the ear, the bite marks on the bottom clearly visible. Suhu tore his shirt to bandage his wound, turning pale upon noticing the words XX Feed Factory printed on it. "This rag." Before he could finish, he caught sight of Liu Ruoxin's curious gaze. Han Dongsheng felt a sudden heat at the back of his neck, and the numbers in his vision jumped to 99. Dazhuang's mutilated jaw remained firmly clenched on the back of the corpse king, reminiscent of a stray dog chasing a car last week. As the bone whip swept past, Han Dongsheng felt 3 of his teeth loosen. He recalled Zhao Yue's repeated reminders about his dentist appointment, relieved that he might not have to go after all. Just then, Liu Ruoxin stuffed the crystal core into his mouth. The mingling flavors of strawberry and rust exploded on his tongue, as Han Dongsheng's finger bones elongated. His claws pierced the corpse king's chest, splattering black blood across the vending machine. Cans of soda burst one after another, dousing the corpse king in orange soda. Suhu swung the fire axe, the safety award certificate on the handle clattering noisily. Zhao Yue tugged at Liu Ruoxin's braid, shouting, "Duck." The young girl's bow grazed the bone whip as it flew by, delicately landing in the smoking battery fluid. A bone spike grazed the tips of her hair, piercing through the sign of the lottery station. Han Dongsheng's t-shirt suddenly tore, the newly sprouted bone spikes stretching the fabric into a net. Liu Ruoxin pointed at his back. "Brother Zombie, your shirt." Han Dongsheng looked down to see his exposed ribs and silently zipped his jacket up to his chin. The iron gate of the chemical factory clanged ominously, as over 30 zombie remained staggered toward him, one with half a head still giving him a thumbs up. The gaping wound in the corpse king's chest pulsed grotesquely. As Han Dongsheng grabbed a shared bicycle, the seat snapped. He swung the bike chain around the corpse king's neck, the rusty chain screeching in protest. "Old Su." Zhao Yuha suddenly kicked Suhu. "What did you splash earlier?" Suhu glanced at the empty bottle in his hand, the skull logo glaring at him. "It seems to be pesticide?" Liu Ruoxin suddenly pulled out a lighter from her pocket, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Han Dongsheng snatched the lighter away, gesturing at her bulging pockets. "What else are you hiding?" The young girl mysteriously produced a handful of colorful candies. "I swiped these from the vending machine earlier." The corpse king let out a deafening roar, and Han Dongsheng felt a new voice resonate in his mind. "Hungry." He paused, turning to Liu Ruoxin. "Did you hear that?" Liu Ruoxin stuffed a candy into her mouth, mumbling, "It said it's hungry." Zhao Yue's thermos clattered to the ground. "It can talk?" Suhu picked up the cup, noticing another bite mark on the bottom. Suhu looked at the label on the military water bottle filled with toilet cleaner, his hand trembling as he spilled it half a meter away. "This junk looks too much like insecticide." Liu Ruoxin suddenly lunged for the corpse king's ankle, activating her copied ability, causing the corpse king to stumble and crush a soda box. Orange soda sprayed her face, and as she spat out the foam, she held up a bluish crystal fragment. "I got it. Look, Aunt Zhao." The fleshy tumor on the corpse king's right chest pulsated violently, just as Han Dongsheng threw Liu Ruoxin to Suhu. He heard Zhao Yue shout, "It's hard as, I know." Han Dongsheng punched into the corpse king's left chest, the sound of shattering glass echoing from within the rotting flesh. His arm became trapped by the writhing ribs, and the corpse king's chest emitted a high-pitched wail akin to a pressure cooker releasing steam. Liu Ruoxin clung to his arm, shoving the crystal fragment into his mouth. Swallow it. As the crystal dissolved, Han Dongsheng's shirt tore apart again, the new bone spikes bursting through. When the corpse king exploded into a shower of flesh, a piece of its skull crashed into a pancake vendor's iron pot 300 meters away. Suhu stepped over the shards of glass, discount coupon stuck to the milk tea stains on his military boots swaying. Han Dongsheng attempted to give a thumbs up, but his fractured middle finger stubbornly remained raised. Brother Zombie is cursing. Liu Ruoxin stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. The pieces of the corpse king on the ground began to writhe. Zhao Yuha used telekinesis to part the putrid flesh. The crystal core is reforming. Han Dongsheng stared at the bluish veins on the back of his hand. Old Su, the water bottle. Half a bottle of stinky stuff. Suhu tossed the water bottle over. Are we going to offer this thing incense? The moment the water splashed on the crystal core, the corpse king's severed limbs convulsed. Han Dongsheng smirked slightly. Electrolytic reaction. My thesis. How many spicy strips can these be exchanged for? Liu Ruoxin crouched down, counting the crystal fragments, her pinky finger poking here and there. In the distance, shadows swarmed, and Suhu's Adam's apple bobbed. Another horde is coming. Han Dongsheng flexed his neck, the fractured finger clicking back into place. What? Not enough to eat. Liu Ruoxin tugged at his shirt. Brother Zombie, your nails are long enough to open a pull tab. Zhao Yu's thermos clattered to the ground. Dongsheng, you're back. From the torn seam of his t-shirt, the new bone spikes glimmered ominously. Han Dongsheng felt his back and suddenly noticed Liu Ruoxin tiptoeing to touch his bone spikes, hastily retreating 2 steps. Just one touch. Liu Ruoxin insisted. Suhu suddenly picked up a broken mop handle from the ground. If you want to touch it, wait until we deal with this horde first. The new group of zombies had closed in within 20 meters, the leading one clad in a blood-stained security uniform, wielding a half-broken electric baton. Han Dongsheng flexed his wrists, the new bone spikes scratching against the metal box, leaving a clear mark. This time, I'll handle it, he declared, positioning himself in front of everyone. You all take a break. Liu Ruoxin suddenly pulled something from her pocket. Wait. She held up a pack of spicy strips. I can use this as bait. Suhu and Zhao Yuha exchanged glances, both instinctively facepalming. Chapter 8. The bloodhounds howl. The horde of corpses had encroached within a mere 15 meters. Han Dongsheng's palm pulsed with an increasingly vibrant blue light, a consequence of the crystal fragments he had previously consumed, their energy surging uncontrollably through his limbs. It felt as though currents of electricity coursed through his spine, a maddening itch emerging between his bones, accompanied by ominous creaks as if something within him yearned to break free. A howl erupted from his throat, a sound far removed from human speech. With a sudden, forceful sweep of his arm, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, all the wandering zombies, including those charging toward him, abruptly froze in place. A chaotic amalgamation of 100 consciousnesses swirled in his mind, among which 10 stood out conspicuously, those few mutated zombies flickering like will-o'-the-wisps in the night. This power was even greater than he had anticipated. Goodness, Suhu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he gripped the mop handle, nearly losing his grip. Han Dongsheng shook his hand, and bone spikes protruded from between his fingers, slicing through the air with a faint whoosh. He lazily beckoned the leading security zombie with a curl of his finger. The once menacing horde of zombies, as if a pause button had been pressed, halted in unison 10 meters away, hesitant to advance. The security zombie, wielding a crackling electric baton, tilted its head curiously as it scrutinized Han Dongsheng, its decaying visage revealing a hint of confusion. Dongsheng, be cautious, Zhao Yuha admonished, her telekinetic powers lifting a discarded bicycle wheel nearby, poised to strike. This creature was not right. Liu Ruoxin stood on tiptoe, tugging at Han Dongsheng's tattered clothing. Brother Zombie, how about I try with some spicy strips? Before Han Dongsheng could intervene, the little girl swiftly tore open a packet of spicy strips, the rich aroma bursting forth. She waved a shiny strip in front of the zombie horde, mimicking gestures from the television. Come eat, it's delicious. Silence enveloped the horde. Even the security zombie merely tilted its head again, its hollow eye sockets fixed on the spicy strip, utterly unresponsive. What is going on? Aren't zombies supposed to be gluttons? Liu Ruoxin pouted, reluctantly stuffing the spicy strip back into her mouth, mumbling, is eating brains in vogue now? Foolish girl. Put that away. Suhu yanked her behind him, his expression grave. Something's off. They're about to charge. No sooner had he spoken than the security zombie abruptly raised its arm, pointing the damaged baton forward. The horde surged forward like a deluge unleashed. Han Dongsheng's mind raced, and the 100 zombies under his command howled in response. charging forward to meet the onslaught. Two waves of corruption collided with a thunderous crash. With a flick of his wrist, Dongsheng unleashed the bone spikes, instantly piercing the throats of 3 approaching enemy zombies. Yet the security zombie was indeed sinister. Wielding its baton as it commanded the mindless horde to adjust their formation, subtly encircling him. "Old Sue," Zhao Yuva shouted. Her telekinetic force erupting as 3 zombies were lifted and hurled violently against the nearby wall, collapsing in a heap. With a swift kick, Sue shattered a zombie's jaw, teeth and blackened blood scattering everywhere. Damn it, there is someone controlling these creatures. Within Dongsheng's mind, 100 signals flickered chaotically. He sensed, from a distance, a more powerful consciousness lurking, its chilling aura raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Liu Ruoxin, hiding behind Suhu's legs, opened her notebook, furiously scribbling. Security zombie, suspected intelligent type, command ability rated B level. The pencil tip pressed too hard, piercing through the page. The battle had reached a stalemate. Dongsheng's bone spikes whirled, tearing through 5 or 6 more zombies, but his subordinates were rapidly depleting. The security zombie commanded the horde, utilizing a strategy of attrition, continually replacing fallen zombies, evidently intent on exhausting him. Thud, thud, the ground began to tremble slightly. The vibrations growing stronger. What on earth is that? Zhao Yua pointed toward the distant street corner, her precious thermos swirling around her, ready to be used as a projectile. From the corner, a colossal figure emerged, moving with astonishing speed. It resembled a massive, skinned dog, towering at least 2 meters high. Its muscular form appearing as if filled with stones, skin hanging in tatters, with only a few dirty tufts of black fur remaining on its back and tail. A mutated dog? Suhu's grip on the mop handle tightened, cracking ominously. Liu Ruoxin's face turned pale, her voice trembling. No, it's a different breed. In the last life, this creature was 10 times more troublesome than mutated zombies. The monstrous dog paid no heed to friend or foe. Plunging into the chaotic horde, its massive jaws tearing into the zombies with ferocity. 3 zombies were instantly shredded apart, black blood spraying everywhere. Its movements were so swift they left only an afterimage, the bulging muscles rippling as it ran, sending chills down one's spine. Instinctively, Dongsheng attempted to exert control over it with his mental powers. Suddenly, an agonizing, piercing pain stabbed deep within his brain, and darkness engulfed his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. Control failed, and he suffered backlash. Brother Zombie, Liu Ruoxin rushed to support him. You can't control it. They're on a different evolutionary path from zombies. The monstrous dog abruptly shifted its focus, locking onto the few remaining humans. Its decaying eye sockets glowing with 2 flickering blue flames, its robust claws scraping against the cement ground with a screeching sound. With gritted teeth, Dongsheng steadied himself, enduring the searing pain in his head, directing his remaining subordinates to encircle the aberrant hound. His shirt tore completely, a row of sharp bone spikes fully extending, piercing through his outer garment, glinting with a chilling white light in the dim surroundings. Dongsheng, don't act rashly, Suhu shouted urgently. That beast is not something ordinary zombies can withstand. A feral roar erupted from Dongsheng's throat as the bones in his left arm twisted and morphed. The spikes rapidly growing longer, transforming into a sinister, bone spear in the blink of an eye. The aberrant dog charged forward. Dongsheng swiftly sidestepped, thrusting the bone spear forward. With a slicing sound, the spear's tip grazed the side of the aberrant dog, eliciting a spray of black blood. The blood sizzled upon contact with the ground, emitting smoke as it corroded the concrete, creating small pits. And Zhao, use that trick from last time. Liu Ruoxin suddenly fished out a small piece of crystal fragment from her pocket and raised it high. Zhao Yua understood immediately, her telekinetic powers locking onto the fragment, which shot forth with precision, aimed directly at the remaining eye socket of the aberrant dog. Thud. The fragment embedded itself in the eye socket. The monstrous dog let out a deafening howl of agony, its massive head thrashing wildly. Now it's our chance. Chapter 9. The Descent of the Bone Demon. Dongsheng exerted tremendous force in his legs, propelling himself into the air like a cannonball. Mid-flight, 2 sharp bone spurs erupted from his knees, piercing fiercely into the back of the monstrous canine. The creature howled in agony, rolling on the ground in an attempt to throw him off. Dongsheng clung tightly to the mangled flesh of its neck, his nails digging deep into its hide. At that moment, Suhu, having regained his wits, dashed forward with surprising agility, wielding the mop handle like a weapon, and thrust it into the creature's remaining eye socket. Die, you beast! The monstrous dog, now fully enraged, violently propelled its powerful hind legs against the ground. launching both Han Dongsheng and Suhu several meters away. In midair, Han Dongsheng twisted his body, forcing a change in posture, and just before landing, his 10 fingers transformed into bone spikes that plunged into the creature's exposed chest cavity. A guttural, insatiable roar emanated from the creature's shattered throat, filling the air with an eerie hunger. The sound was raspy, imbued with a non-human greed that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Zhao Yuha's thermos fell to the ground with a clatter, rolling several times, yet she remained oblivious. Suhu instinctively pulled Liu Ruoxin behind him. A foul stench enveloped them as the creature's massive, tooth-filled maw nearly pressed against Han Dongsheng's face. Oozing, putrid saliva dripped down, sizzling against his skin. In a split second, Han Dongsheng's bone spurs pierced the creature's throat. Black blood erupted forth. The monstrous dog emitted a deathly wail, its voice piercing enough to shatter eardrums. Master has arrived. Its colossal body convulsed violently before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Run! Liu Ruoxin's voice rose sharply, tinged with panic. It's going to explode. Suddenly, strange blue veins shimmered beneath the skin of the creature's corpse, spreading rapidly. Han Dongsheng swiftly scooped up Liu Ruoxin and turned to flee. Suhu reacted quickly, pulling Zhao Yuha along closely behind. Boom. The deafening explosion swallowed everything. A searing wave of heat, mixed with debris and the stench of viscous liquid, slammed into the backs of the four. Han Dongsheng instinctively hunched over, desperately shielding Liu Ruoxin in his arms. Amidst the excruciating pain, he felt his back twist and extend as something burst through his skin and clothing, absorbing much of the shock. After what felt like an eternity, the thunder of the explosion subsided. Han Dongsheng lowered Liu Ruoxin, staggering slightly as darkness danced before his eyes, controlling over 100 zombies. Coupled with mental backlash and now enduring an explosion, he felt as though he might fall apart. All that remained was a steaming puddle of blue, viscous liquid, exuding a pungent odor. At the center of the liquid floated a fist-sized crystal core, glowing a deep azure, its surface shimmering ominously. A second-tier crystal core? Liu Ruoxin's face was a mixture of shock and elation. Han Dongsheng attempted to approach it, but his legs felt weak. Brother Zombie. Liu Ruoxin steadied his swaying form, her small hand icy to the touch. It's all right. Han Dongsheng wished to comfort her, but only rasping breaths escaped his throat. Don't force it. Zhao Yuha stepped forward, carefully using her telekinesis to lift the second-tier crystal core and present it to Han Dongsheng. Suhu poked the puddle of blue liquid with a broken steel pipe, frowning. What on earth is this? Not a zombie, but a variant. Liu Ruoxin opened her treasured notebook, pointing to the chaotic scribbles within. In my past life, such beings were rare, and even a mere one was more formidable than a fifth-tier zombie. That one was likely just a pup. A pup is that fierce? Suhu croaked, wanting to inquire what a fully grown one might resemble when a long, resonant howl echoed from deep within the city. The howl seemed to carry a tangible force, causing shards of glass to vibrate ominously. Han Dongsheng abruptly raised his head. His gaze pierced through the swirling dust and collapsed structures, landing on the tallest skyscraper in the city center. A vague silhouette slowly straightened, resembling a deity surveying mere ants below. Though several kilometers away, the chilling, immense pressure was palpable, sending pain through Han Dongsheng's newly formed skeletal structure. It's here. Liu Ruoxin's voice trembled uncontrollably. Han Dongsheng clenched his fists, the bone spurs extending and retracting in rapid succession. Suddenly, he comprehended the profound depth of this apocalyptic nightmare. Not far away, the security zombie that had been knocked down had somehow regained its footing. It did not attack again, merely tilting its head and hollow eye sockets towards the direction of the skyscraper. The dilapidated electric baton in its hand flickered with a faint blue light, resonating eerily with the energy emanating from the distant figure atop the building. The security zombie. Zhao Yuha turned to Liu Ruoxin. You mentioned it could command. Could it be there is someone, or perhaps something, controlling it from behind? Suhu interjected, his voice dry. The second-tier crystal core trembled slightly under Zhao Yuha's telekinetic hold, emitting a low hum as if responding to a distant call. Han Dongsheng held Liu Ruoxin's small hand tightly, feeling her tremors. The energy within him continued to swirl, the previously consumed zombie king's crystal core still altering his body. His bones were mutating, his strength increasing, yet the fatigue of his mind was undeniable. Brother Zombie, Liu Ruoxin looked up at him. You're back. Has wings now? Instinctively, Han Dongsheng reached to touch his back, feeling an icy hardness. The bone spurs had merged and transformed into the initial, grotesque shapes of bone wings. He attempted to move them, but they felt incredibly stiff. This newfound power was far from being under his control. At that moment, the security zombie suddenly turned, retreating with the remnants of the undead horde, disappearing silently into the ruins. They ran away? Suhu was taken aback. Not ran away. Liu Ruoxin's face tightened, her gaze fixed on the distant skyscraper. They were called back. A greater menace is approaching. As the dust began to settle, the strange blue liquid pooled on the ground, slowly seeping outward. At its center, the fist-sized crystal core glowed faintly, pulsating as if something within it was breathing. Liu Ruoxin nearly lunged at it, pulling out her notebook to write, murmuring to herself, variant crystal core, unknown characteristics, energy fluctuations far exceeding those of ordinary mutations. Snap! The pencil tip broke. Oh no! She exclaimed in frustration. Suhu slammed the worn mop handle against the ground, producing a dull thud. Listen, girl. This thing isn't going anywhere. We should figure out where to run next. Zhao Yuha remained silent, her gaze fixed on the bubbling blue liquid. Her ever-present thermos spinning twice in her fingers, new scratches appearing on its surface. It just spoke. Chapter 10. Subterranean labyrinth that was not a roar, but rather indistinct syllables imbued with avarice. This is no ordinary mutation, she added, her voice somber. Dongsheng disregarded their discourse, laboriously attempting to move his back, which responded with a searing, distending pain. The nascent, ossified, wing-like protrusions felt cumbersome and unresponsive. Just then, a faint yet distinct tremor emanated from beneath his feet, ascending through his bones and surging into his muddled consciousness. Something was beckoning from the depths below. He retrieved a shard of a shattered billboard, painstakingly scratching with his bone spurs. Subway line S, something below. The subway? Suhu's brow furrowed. That accursed place? It's a death trap. Nowhere to run if we get cornered. Liu Ruoxin, however, abruptly lifted her head. Precisely. The subway. Mutant creatures seek environments conducive to their existence. The subterranean realm is dark and humid. In my previous life, the subway lines teemed with the most formidable monsters. She clutched her notebook tightly. Zhao Yua's thermos hung suspended in midair. High risk, potentially high reward. What Dongsheng senses? It could be something of considerable value. Let's go? Liu Ruoxin declared resolutely, her small hand gripping the newly acquired crystal fragment. My zombie brother requires energy. He must grow stronger. In the distance, from within the ruins, the moans of zombies echoed faintly, their timbre more hoarse and laden with an indescribable oppression than before. Suhu hoisted the remnant of a steel pipe onto his shoulder and spat. Damn it. Let's move then. We'll let those mindless drones scout ahead. Dongsheng exerted his will subtly. The surviving scores of zombie minions, as if receiving a silent command, dispersed with guttural cries, shambling toward the subway station, serving as mobile eyes and cannon fodder. The quartet, utilizing the buildings as concealment, traversed swiftly, cautiously circumventing areas with dense zombie concentrations. The entrance to the West District subway station was partially collapsed, the characters for West District Station reduced to a solitary West. Two zombies clad in subway uniforms loitered near the entrance. Dongsheng raised his hand slightly. The two zombies abruptly stiffened, then, as if marionettes, turned and shuffled into the adjacent shadows, their movements slow and deliberate. Your ability. It's becoming increasingly uncanny, Zhao Yua murmured, observing the scene. The subway station's interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint green glow of emergency lights, rendering visibility poor. A potent stench, a fusion of decay and mildew, assailed their senses, almost inducing retching. Suhu activated his flashlight, its jaundice beam piercing the gloom, revealing dried, blackened bloodstains on the ground and several overturned suitcases, their contents strewn about. It's eerily quiet, Suhu rasped, his beam sweeping cautiously, signaling the others to tread lightly. Liu Ruoxin suddenly pointed toward the adjacent wall, her voice betraying a subtle tremor. What is that? The flashlight beam shifted. The wall was blanketed in a thick, slick, viscous substance, shimmering with an oily sheen and undulating subtly, as if sentient. This substance spread in a reticulated pattern, covering the entire wall and extending onto the ceiling and floor. Fungal carpet, Liu Ruoxin announced rapidly, extracting masks from her bag and distributing them. Do not touch it. It's toxic. In my previous life, this stuff was ubiquitous underground. A product of mutated fungi. Descending the viscous escalators, the putrid odor nearly solidified, becoming almost palpable. Dongsheng halted abruptly, raising his hand stiffly in a gesture to stop those behind him. Zhao Yuha reacted instantly, her voice taut. Something's coming. Pat, pat, pat. From the depths of the darkness, a viscous, dragging footstep echoed, as if bare feet were treading on a slick surface. Suhu extinguished his flashlight instantly. The quartet pressed against the wall, holding their breath. Whoosh, huh, whoosh, huh. Heavy, rasping respirations reverberated through the desolate station. Growing closer, intermingled with the grating sound of nails scraping against the concrete floor. Han Dongsheng's consciousness, through the zombie minions lurking in the shadows, perceived the entity, a hunched humanoid monstrosity, its body encrusted with putrid, tumorous protuberances, some still pulsating faintly. Its eye sockets were vacant voids, while its nose was abnormally swollen, resembling a purplish-black sarcoma. Two slender, writhing tendrils extended from its nostrils, twitching nervously in the air, probing its surroundings. A blinder. Liu Ruoxin's voice was barely audible, squeezed from between clenched teeth. It relies on hearing and smell. Silence. The blinder halted abruptly, less than 20 meters distant. Its distended nose twitched violently, its tendrils swinging sharply toward their hiding place. Han Dongsheng's mind raced, immediately commanding a zombie minion lurking around a tunnel corner on the opposite side to create a diversion. Clang. A sharp metallic clang resounded abruptly. The blinder's massive form shuddered, immediately pivoting and charging toward the sound's origin like a rampaging bull. Immediately following was a bone-chilling tearing sound and a moist masticating noise. In the faint light of the distant emergency lights, the unfortunate zombie minion could be seen being effortlessly torn asunder. Damn it, its hearing is too acute, Suhu muttered. We need another route. Han Dongsheng shook his head, his bone spurs pointing toward the tunnel and Appos, as terminus, that inky abyss. The energy source he sensed lay in that direction. Zhao Yuha understood. She swiftly tore a corner from her shirt and gestured for Su Hu to do likewise. Wrap your sauls to muffle the sound. I'll use my telekinesis to create a diversion ahead. Fabric enveloped their sauls, their footsteps rendered nearly inaudible on the slick ground. The resounding crash of a vending machine collapsing in the distance successfully captured the blinder and Appos' attention. The quartet seized the opportunity, crouching low and darting into the dark tunnel. The tunnel's atmosphere was more stifling than the station's, the air so saturated it could be wrung out. The tunnel's roof was covered with glowing blue-green fungi, barely illuminating the path. The walls and floor were almost entirely covered in a thick layer of the slick fungal carpet, which still writhed slightly. Something ahead, Suhu whispered, his grip on his steel pipe tightening. The flashlight beam flickered. At the tunnel's bend, several palm-sized creatures clung to the wall, their silhouettes vaguely resembling geckos. But upon closer inspection, they possessed 5 distinct fingers. Sensing the light and movement, they scurried upward into the darkness with a rustling sound. Gecko zombies. Liu Ruoxin and Appos' voice trembled as she pointed to the ceiling. They and Appos' dropped from above. Even before she finished speaking, Han Dongsheng and Appos' bone spurs shot out, impaling 2 of them with 2 swishing sounds. The remaining 4, however, plummeted from above, lunging directly at the diminutive Liu Ruoxin. Liu Ruoxin instinctively cowered, shielding her head. Zhao Yuha reacted with alacrity, her telekinetic powers seizing 2 of the geckos and slamming them against the opposite wall, reducing them to gore. The other 2, however, had already latched onto Liu Ruoxin's backpack, their fangs tearing ferociously at the canvas. Suhu lunged forward, his hand, the size of a fan, seizing one of the geckos. His arm muscles bulged as he roared and ripped it in 2. Black-green ichor splattered everywhere. Damn it, these little bastards are tough. Han Dongsheng yanked Liu Ruoxin behind him, inspecting her thoroughly. The little girl shook her head, her delicate face pale. I am fine, brother zombie. From deep within the tunnel, the faint crackling of electric currents could be heard, growing increasingly distinct as they ventured further. Upon rounding the final bend, the sight before them caused the group to halt in their tracks. Chapter 11. Mastery of Electric Power. A subway car lay twisted across the tracks, resembling a crushed soda can. Scattered around were a dozen charred corpses, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt protein. The glass of the car was shattered, and through the jagged openings, blinding blue arcs of electricity flickered within, illuminating the interior in a dance of light and shadow. The car continued to sway violently, accompanied by dull thuds echoing from within. Electric zombies. Liu Ruoxin's eyes widened in disbelief. They could discharge electricity. I had only encountered such creatures in the research documents of my previous life. Han Dongsheng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the water pooling across the entire track area. He pointed at the water, then at Zhao Yuha, and finally made a gesture to detonate. Conduct the electricity through the water. I shall attack it with metal. Zhao Yuha immediately comprehended his intention. Suhu cracked his knuckles. Shall I draw it out? Han Dongsheng shook his head, indicating himself and hastily scribbling on a piece of cardboard. I am the zombie. The electric shock has little effect on me. No. Liu Ruoxin grasped his arm, nearly in tears. The electric zombie's power can burn through steel. You will die. Dongsheng gently tousled her hair, signaling her to remain calm. With a mere thought, he commanded the remaining 7 zombie minions to roar and scatter around the car, drawing fire away from him. I replicated the bone spike ability, and Liu Ruoxin suddenly drew 2 small bone spikes from her back. Though immature, they were sharp. I can help. Dongsheng still shook his head, directing her and Suhu to a relatively dry, elevated spot in the distance. Suhu interjected, firmly clutching the arguing girl. Listen to your brother. It's too dangerous this time. Don't complicate things. Without hesitation, Dongsheng stepped into the waterlogged area. The splashing sound immediately startled the monsters within the car. A dazzling blue light shot through the shattered window, striking the water's surface. Sizzle! The surrounding water instantly boiled, releasing plumes of thick, white smoke. The outline of the electric zombie appeared at the window, its form barely resembling that of a human, the entire body charred like burnt wood, covered in crackling blue arcs. Prepare. Zhao Yuha commanded in a low voice, levitating a half-meter-long broken steel bar beside her, suspended in midair. The electric zombie seemed enraged, slamming its charred hands against the metal wall of the car. Buzz! Instantly, the entire subway car was engulfed by violent blue arcs. The water churned violently, electric currents spreading across the surface like a venomous serpent. Thud! Thud! Dongsheng's 7 zombie minions fell into the water without a sound, convulsing and emitting black smoke. Soon falling silent, the powerful current surged through Dongsheng's body, the skin stinging with a burning sensation, yet he merely shook it off, gritting his teeth and pressing forward. Now! Suhu yelled. Zhao Yuha, her gaze focused, propelled the suspended steel bar like an arrow released from a bow, piercing through the window with a whoosh and plunging into the electric zombie's chest. Simultaneously, Suhu gripped the deformed edge of the car door, veins bulging in his neck, summoning all his strength to forcibly rip open a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. Roar! The electric zombie emitted a ghastly shriek, more terrifying currents erupting from its body, illuminating the entire tunnel as bright as day. Seizing the opportunity, Dongsheng charged into the car. His bone spikes rose, resembling a suit of bone armor, as he lunged at the electric zombie, the sharpened spikes piercing deep into the charred body. Sizzle! An indescribable agony engulfed him, as if his bones were melting, his consciousness blurring. Yet he did not relent. Instead, he drove the spikes deeper. The current surged violently along the spikes, racing through his body, every inch of flesh screaming in agony, ablaze. The electric zombie writhed in madness, the metal components within the car groaning under the heat and electricity, beginning to melt and warp. Brother! Liu Ruoxin screamed, trying to rush forward, but Suhu held her tightly from behind, rendering her immobile. Just as Dongsheng felt he could no longer hold on, a cold message flashed through his mind. Ability. Mastery of electric power. You can absorb and release electric energy. Amidst the pain, he suddenly realized that the once devastating currents no longer seemed destructive. Rather, they felt like a source of power he could perceive and guide. Instinctively, Dongsheng moved his hand, still gripping the bone spike embedded in the zombie's body, to its charcoal black head. Absorb. The blue arcs erupted from the electric zombie, racing out of its body and flowing into Dongsheng's arm, surging into him unceasingly. The electric zombie's strength visibly waned, until finally, the arcs surrounding its body extinguished, leaving behind a charred shell emitting wisps of smoke. At the spot where the steel bar had pierced its chest, a crystal core, the size of a chicken egg and radiating a deep blue glow, emerged, exuding an alluring sheen. The interior of the car fell into darkness and silence once more. Dongsheng released his grip, staggering back 2 steps, panting heavily. His body still emitted smoke, his skin marred with fine electric burn marks, yet he bore no fatal injuries. An unprecedented sense of vitality surged within him. He could feel weak arcs dancing at his fingertips. The crystal core of the electric zombie rested in his palm, pulsating gently. The deep blue light flickered in rhythm, casting shadows across the twisted, charred metal walls of the car. A tingling sensation crawled through his bones, power climbing up from his marrow. Sparks erupted from his fingertips, arcs leaping and leaving fleeting bright marks on the darkened walls. Brother! Liu Ruoxin broke free from Suhu's grasp, wading through the ankle-deep water, rushing into the car. Her small face was taut with concern, her voice wavering. How are you? Dongsheng shook his head. The arcs danced again at his fingertips, nearly grazing Liu Ruoxin as she lunged forward. He quickly stepped back, picking up a pen to scribble on the dirty cardboard. New ability, difficult to control. Zhao Yuha leaned in, the polished thermos swaying slightly at her side. Dongsheng, can you use this? Han Dongsheng focused, pushing the restless energy toward his right arm. The blue arcs crawled along the intricate patterns of his exoskeleton, finally coalescing into a trembling little electric sphere at his fingertips. Wow, so cool. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhhh's eyes widened, flipping to a new page in her notebook. Her pen racing to record. Mastery of electric power, effective range, perhaps 5 meters? How long can it last? Suhu abruptly snapped her notebook shut. First, let's figure out how to get out of this cursed place. You have plenty of time for research later. From deeper within the tunnel, heavy footsteps echoed ominously. The sound was thick and slow, accompanied by the jarring noise of metal scraping against the ground. Han Dongsheng's bone spikes tensed instinctively, standing alert, signaling everyone to be silent. Chapter 12. A critical moment. Blind 1. Liu Ruoxin's voice was extraordinarily low. There is more than one. They were drawn here by the lightning. Han Dongsheng attempted to reach out to his expendable subordinates. The connection was intermittent, with only 3 responding weakly. He hastily scribbled on a piece of cardboard. Research Institute. Go to the Research Institute. Why City Biological Research Institute? Zhao Yuha frowned. That place was no small distance away, at least 10 kilometers from here. Han Dongsheng nodded vigorously, pointed to his temple, and drew a crooked question mark. Suhu understood. You sense something? Summoning. The feeling is strong, coming from the Research Institute, Han Dongsheng wrote. There may be clues. Liu Ruoxin quickly opened her treasured notebook. The Research Institute. In my previous life, that was one of the first places where incidents occurred. There are rumors that they were researching the zombie virus there. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by a chilling wheezing sound. Han Dongsheng no longer hesitated. He commanded the remaining 3 zombie subordinates to rush towards the source of the footsteps, creating a commotion. Meanwhile, he swiftly led the others to the nearby emergency exit and slipped out. The suffocating sensation of the subway tunnel finally dissipated. Back on the surface, dusk had fallen. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue across the ground, draping the desolate city in an indescribable shade. The distant skyscrapers stood as mere dark silhouettes. Han Dongsheng distinctly felt the currents within him intertwining with his innate bone spur ability, generating a peculiar resonance. With a thought, he attempted to channel a sliver of electricity into the lifeless body of a nearby zombie. The corpse convulsed violently, its joints cracking ominously. And it staggered back to its feet. Goodness. Suhu staggered back, nearly dropping the steel pipe in his hand. Dongsheng, can you really bring the dead back to life? Han Dongsheng shook his head and continued writing on the cardboard. Temporary, like a marionette. Liu Ruoxin's face flushed with excitement as she quickly recorded, using electrical currents to stimulate dead muscle tissue, simulating biological electrical signals. The duration should be brief. Zhao Yuha scanned their surroundings warily. Dongsheng, can you sense how many zombies are nearby? Han Dongsheng closed his eyes, extending his mental awareness. Within a 2-kilometer radius, there were approximately 200 active zombie signals, with a dozen exhibiting distinct fluctuations of abilities, varying in intensity. Further afield, the calling sensation from the direction of the Research Institute grew stronger, washing over his mind with an increasingly clear and indescribable allure. Over 200. All heading towards the Research Institute, he wrote. Were they summoned too? Suhu tightened his grip on the steel pipe, sensing something was amiss. Han Dongsheng nodded in agreement, then pointed towards a small alley in the northeast, indicating it was the safest route for the time being. The 4 of them advanced swiftly along the abandoned commercial street. Han Dongsheng led the way, periodically sending out a couple of electrically animated zombie puppets to scout ahead. Though these puppets moved awkwardly, at least they were expendable. Liu Ruoxin followed closely behind, gripping her Swiss Army knife and scanning the shadows flanking the street with vigilance. Brother Zombie, she suddenly asked in a hushed tone. What do you think might be in the Research Institute? Han Dongsheng paused briefly. After a moment of contemplation, he wrote down 2 words on the cardboard. Answer, cure. Liu Ruoxin's expression grew complex as she bit her lip. If there really is a cure, would you return to being human? Han Dongsheng froze. Return to humanity? He looked down at his grayish hand, the intricate scars from electrical burns crisscrossing his skin, the outlines of bone spurs faintly visible at his knuckles. Raising his gaze again, he met Liu Ruoxin's bright, hopeful face. Return to humanity? The thought weighed heavily and felt foreign. He picked up the pen and scrawled a few crooked words on the grimy cardboard. Perhaps, after a pause, he added another line. First, survive. Suhu suddenly raised his hand, lowering his voice as tension coursed through him. A vehicle. Up ahead. The deep rumble of an engine grew closer. A gleaming black SUV slowly rolled through the intersection, its body reinforced with steel plates and spikes, resembling a mobile fortress. The spotlight atop the vehicle flickered on. A harsh beam of light sweeping ruthlessly across the street, banishing all shadows. Following closely behind were several figures clad in matching dark combat uniforms, wielding firearms, their stride steady. Clearly seasoned fighters. Living people. Zhao Yuha reacted swiftly, pulling Liu Ruoxin into the shadows of a nearby shop. These individuals are not to be trifled with. Dongsheng quickly adjusted his mask, lowering the brim to obscure most of his face. He silently signaled Suhu and Zhao Yuha to remain still. However, the blinding beam of light seemed to have a will of its own, abruptly locking onto the alley where they hid. Target acquired. For individuals. 2 men, 2 women. 1 large, 1 small. A voice from the vehicle boomed through a loudspeaker, distorted yet clear. Do not fire. We are survivors. We mean no harm. Suhu quickly raised his hands and stepped forward, his imposing figure shielding the other 3 behind him. Footsteps echoed as the 4-armed personnel spread out. Sealing off the alley, their weapons aimed at them. The leader, a burly middle-aged man with a menacing scar running from his brow to his mouth, nearly splitting his face in two, brandished a strangely shaped weapon that emanated a faint blue glow. The light caused Dongsheng and Ahhhh's recently absorbed electrical energy to stir within him. Who are you? Where are you headed? The leader's voice was low and gravelly, each word striking the ground like a hammer. Ordinary survivors, Zhao Yuha replied, striving to maintain her composure. We just want to find a safe place. The muscle beneath the leader's scar twitched, his gaze scanning the 4 of them before finally settling on Dongsheng. You, remove your mask. Dongsheng and Ahhh's body stiffened imperceptibly. Electric arcs began to gather at his fingertips. Should he act? Just then, Liu Ruoxin suddenly darted out from behind Suhu. Uncle, she looked up at him, her voice trembling yet resolute. My brother. He just has a strange illness. That and Ahhh's. That's why his skin looks like this. He is not a zombie. We truly only seek a safe place. The leader and Ahhh's movements halted. He looked down at the little girl, barely reaching his thigh, and the fierceness in his expression seemed to soften ever so slightly. He remained silent, studying Liu Ruoxin for several seconds. Chapter 13. Curse summoning. He turned his head slightly and whispered a few words to the teammate beside him. The weapon in his hand lowered slightly. What is your name, little girl? Liu Ruoxin. Upon hearing this name, the leader's grip on his gun seemed to tighten momentarily before returning to his usual stern demeanor. He did not mention the mask again, but his tone remained firm. This area is extremely perilous. Monsters are lurking everywhere. You'd best make haste to leave. We intend to go to the Y City Biological Research Institute. Zhao Yuha stepped forward, her tone neither submissive nor arrogant. I've heard there might be an official shelter there, or some useful information. The Research Institute? The leader appeared to have heard a great joke, the corner of his mouth twitching into a cold Ahhhh. A shelter? That place is nothing but a meat grinder. I lost half my team just 3 days ago trying to crawl out of there. His words cast a shadow of dread over the group. What exactly is inside? Zhao Yuha pressed for more information. Monsters. The leader's scarred face twitched, his voice dropping even lower. Not the rotten flesh outside, but the abominations cultivated in the lab. And those ghastly vines, get touched by them, and you and Ahhh's, redone for. They can drain your brain matter. Liu Ruoxin instinctively tightened her grip on her notebook, the pen racing across the page. What are you writing? The leader's sharp gaze fixed upon her notebook. And nothing. Liu Ruoxin hastily closed it, concealing it behind her. I was just jotting down a few notes. The leader scrutinized her for several seconds, the silence making Suhu and Zhao Yuha break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, he turned to Dongsheng, his voice grave. Protect this child. This abrupt statement sent a chill racing up Dongsheng's spine. He instinctively shielded Liu Ruoxin behind him, the electric arc at his fingertips pulsing more urgently, ready to strike at any moment. Captain, to the east. Something big is approaching. A teammate, gun in hand, reported with a tense voice. The scar-faced man ceased his chatter, waving his hand sharply. Retreat. As they dove into the vehicle, he paused and lowered his voice towards Zhao Yuha. If you insist on courting death, the main entrance to the Research Institute is fortified. Do not approach it. There's a drainage outlet at the base of the eastern wall. With that, He wasted no time and quickly boarded the vehicle. The engine roared to life, tires screeching against the ground, and they soon disappeared around the street corner. Hey, what's that guy steal? A weasel wishing good luck to a chicken? Suhu scratched his head, utterly perplexed, still eyeing the girl. Zhao Yuha shook her head. Unclear, but these individuals are formidable. Their equipment far surpasses ours. They are certainly not ordinary people. Han Dongsheng scribbled on a piece of cardboard. Continue to the research institute. Be cautious. The night enveloped the city completely. The four moved quickly through the ruins, guided by the direction indicated by the scar-faced man. The closer they approached the research institute, the louder the ominous sounds resonated in Han Dongsheng's mind, akin to a piercing needle, compelling him to pause and catch his breath. It was not merely noise. It felt as if a certain frequency was vibrating directly within his bones. The current within him danced erratically, agitated by something lurking in the distance. Brother Zombie, are you all right? Liu Ruoxin noticed him stop and trotted over, tugging at his sleeve with concern. Han Dongsheng shook his head, picking up his pen. The tip leaving marks on the cardboard. The summoning sensation is intense. I have a headache. How about we find a place to hide for the night? Suhu suggested, seeing Han Dongsheng's discomfort. Han Dongsheng vehemently shook his head, his nails scraping against the cardboard with a harsh sound. We must go. There may be clues. Or a cure. The word cure silenced Suhu and Zhao Yuha. Zhao Yuha let out a gentle sigh. Then let us proceed. Dongsheng, if it becomes unbearable, just say so, and we'll retreat immediately. At last, the dark silhouette of the Y-City Biological Research Institute loomed beneath the skyline. Foreboding and sinister, tall walls stood before them, shrouded in darkness, entwined with writhing vines, emitting an eerie bluish-green glow that was unsettling to behold. Brain vines. Liu Ruoxin murmured, instinctively tightening her grip on Han Dongsheng's arm. They could absorb the brainwaves of living beings, posing a grave danger. Outside the wall, dozens of zombies lay sprawled, their heads adorned with glowing vines, hollowed out, having long since been drained of their innards. Do not touch the wall, Han Dongsheng wrote, leading the three along the base of the wall, cautiously making their way eastward. In the corner of the east side of the research institute, a partially open manhole cover revealed itself, surrounded by scattered concrete debris. Beside the cover lay two bodies clad in identical combat uniforms, their gear strewn about, appearing to have met a grim fate. This should be the spot. Suhu nudged a brick beside the manhole cover with his foot. Without further thought, Han Dongsheng sent a fragment of his consciousness to control the last remaining electric puppet. The puppet clumsily crawled down the manhole, disappearing into the darkness. After several tense seconds, Han Dongsheng confirmed that the puppet was still active below and had not encountered any danger. He then signaled to the others, sliding down first. To his surprise, the sewer was not as filthy as he had imagined. Rather, it was unusually dry, with emergency lights hanging on the walls, though dim. It was evident that the area had been modified by human hands. After walking down the passage for about 10 minutes, a heavy metal blast door barred their way. The door was adorned with a complex electronic keypad, accompanied by a fingerprint scanner. Damn it, is this a joke? We can't get in. Suhu pushed against the door with all his strength, but it did not budge. Han Dongsheng stepped forward, removing his gloves to reveal hands marred with numerous fine electrical burn scars, pressing his palm against the sensor area beside the keypad. He closed his eyes, carefully attempting to probe a trickle of electricity into the lock-S circuitry. A chaotic array of circuit diagrams flooded his mind. He suppressed his discomfort and, relying on instinct, simulated the unlocking signal with the current. Beep. The electronic lock screen flickered several times, the red light transforming into green. The screen displayed a line of small text, emergency mode activated. The heavy metal door emitted a dull thud as it slowly slid open inward. Awesome, Brother Zombie. Liu Ruoxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, as soon as she spoke, the door opened only a narrow gap. Wail, wail, wail. A shrill alarm blared suddenly, causing their eardrums to ring. The entire underground passage was instantly engulfed in blinding red light. A cold mechanical female voice echoed from above, devoid of any emotion. Warning. Unauthorized intrusion detected. Level A authorization revoked. Initiating emergency defense protocol. Releasing B-zone experimental subjects. Repeat. Releasing B-zone experimental subjects. Damn. B-zone experimental subjects? Suhu's face turned pale, grabbing a steel pipe and spinning to flee. We need to get out of here. Han Dongsheng grasped him tightly. He raised a finger, pointing towards the deeper darkness behind the door. That place was the core of the research institute. The insistent summoning sensation that felt like a life and death urgency emanated from within. They couldn't afford not to go in. Chapter 14. The mysterious journal. Having arrived at this juncture, Zhao Yuha felt her throat tighten, her grip on the thermos cup tightening as she prepared to wield it as a weapon, determined that her efforts would not be in vain. Liu Ruoxin brandished a Swiss army knife, her pale face betraying her fear, yet her jaw clenched resolutely. Indeed, who was afraid of whom? The four of them pressed their backs against the frigid wall, seizing the moment when a narrow gap appeared in the metallic door, slipping through with a swift motion. A pungent odor of disinfectant assailed their nostrils, intermingled with an unpleasant metallic scent that churned their stomachs. The corridor was surprisingly wide, the harsh white light overhead casting a chilling glow on the walls, shrouded in an atmosphere of lifelessness. On either side of the walls were operational chambers separated by thick glass, filled with an array of bizarre metallic contraptions and experimental apparatuses, some screens flickering ominously. Within a few of these rooms, it appeared that remnants still lingered on the metal dissection tables, indistinct and shadowy, but discernible as disassembled human structures alongside. The grotesque remnants of deformed corpses. Suhu's throat bobbed nervously, his mouth pressed into a thin line. At the end of the corridor stood a colossal glass cylinder reaching almost to the ceiling. The cylinder was filled with a viscous, murky green liquid, within which an indistinct human shape floated slowly, its outline obscured. Suddenly, a bubble erupted from the green liquid, bursting audibly. In that instant, the sound of the burst echoed sharply in the stillness of the corridor. Almost simultaneously, crack, 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 crack. The metallic clinks resonated continuously as every lock of the thick glass chambers snapped open. Before the echoes faded, the doors were violently flung open. A dozen figures clad in tattered hospital gowns lunged forth with alarming speed, their movements so swift they seemed to leave afterimages. A ghastly green aura emanated from their heads, rendering them particularly unsettling beneath the stark white lights. Their arms, no, those were not arms. The tips extended into ghastly, pale bone spurs, each exceeding a foot in length, twisted and grotesque, even more robust than the bone blades mutated by Dongsheng himself. Damn it! Suhu cursed instinctively. Gripping his weapon tightly, Zhao Yuha held the thermos cup defensively against her chest, her knuckles whitening. Experimental subjects. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhhh's voice trembled, barely recognizable. They are living experimental subjects. Dongsheng's mind buzzed in response. Instinctively, his psychic energy surged forth, attempting to forcibly dominate the advancing monstrosities. Just as the thought formed, an indescribable agony pierced through him, akin to countless red-hot needles stabbing deep into his consciousness. He stifled a groan, stumbling back a step, his complexion draining of color. These beings could resist his mental control? They were not ordinary zombies. Only the three nearest to him momentarily faltered. The others howled, bone spurs slicing through the air as they charged forward, uncontrollable. Zhao Yuha screamed, and the thermos cup flew from her grasp, striking one of the experimental subjects in the face. Simultaneously, an unseen force hurled two others violently against the glass wall opposite. Bang! Crash! The glass shattered. Suhu swung a steel pipe, striking one of the experimental subjects and Ahhhh's arms with a resounding clang, sparks flying. The creature merely swayed, retaliating with a bone spur that lunged back at him. Motherf! Tough nut! Suhu rolled away in disarray. Dongsheng and Ahhhh's back erupted with bone spurs, meeting the nearest experimental subject head-on. Bone spur clashed against bone spur. The screeching friction filled the air. He suddenly noticed that each of these experimental subjects bore a metal plate embedded at the back of their necks, glimmering with a faint blue light. The neck. Dongsheng signaled Zhao Yuha with his gaze as he blocked an incoming attack. Zhao Yuha understood instantly. With her psychic energy highly concentrated, she transformed it into an invisible spike, plunging it fiercely into the back of one experimental subject and Ahhhh's neck. Crack! The metal plate shattered. The experimental subject froze abruptly, its green pupils dilating into a vacant stare, standing motionless. Strike the one at the back of the neck, Zhao Yuha exclaimed, elation in her voice. The situation became clear in an instant. Dongsheng positioned himself at the forefront, bone spurs whirling, arcs of energy occasionally flickering at his fingertips, drawing the majority of the firepower. Suhu seized the opportunity to smash the experimental subject's neck with the steel pipe. Zhao Yuha diligently targeted the metal plates with her psychic energy. Liu Ruoxin hid in a relatively safe corner, her notebook nearly filled, muttering to herself. Type A bone spurs. Fast. Type B, great strength. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Dongsheng's left arm. One experimental subject's final desperate attack had torn through his flesh, exposing the white bone beneath. The excruciating torment was overwhelming, yet in the next moment, a tingling sensation coursed through the wound as flesh began to heal at an observable rate, leaving only a faint scar. The last experimental subject's metal plate was shattered by Suhu's strike, causing it to wobble before collapsing to the ground. The corridor finally fell silent, save for their heavy breathing. Brother Zombie. Liu Ruoxin rushed over, flustered, rummaging through her backpack for bandages. Han Dongsheng waved her off, signaling that he was fine. The gaping wound on his arm had ceased bleeding, the gruesome injury now healing rapidly, leaving only a shallow mark. He pointed toward the half-open metal door at the end of the corridor, the central control room. Inside, the screen still flickered with light. The four exchanged glances and cautiously approached. Low hums of machinery emanated from the door and Ahhh's gap. Pushing it open revealed a spacious room lined with computer terminals, most screens dark, save for one at the center, casting a dim glow that illuminated the dried dark red stains on the keyboard. The screen displayed a dense array of text, resembling a log. Han Dongsheng was inexplicably drawn closer. The small print read, Project Code, Origin, Experiment Objective, Consciousness Upload and Neuronal Link Control, Day 127, Sample K01 Consciousness Upload Failed. Brain-machine interface established. It is hypothesized that remote consciousness synchronization can be achieved through an unknown domain. Day 156, Sample Han. The subsequent text was obscured by a splatter of blood, rendering it illegible. Han Dongsheng's pupils constricted suddenly, his outstretched finger trembling in midair. The character for Han burned into his mind like a searing brand. Brother Zombie, this? Liu Ruoxin approached, her voice quivering as she recognized the character. Zhao Yue's expression turned grave. Dongsheng, it says here. Han Dongsheng shook his head violently, a rasping sound escaping his throat. He did not know. He knew nothing. Why did his surname appear here? Was his transformation, his arrival in this cursed place, inextricably linked to this damned research facility? Before he could finish his thoughts, zzz, another dark screen beside them suddenly flickered to life. Snowflakes danced across the display before a vague figure materialized. Sample K01, a cold, mechanical synthetic voice resonated, echoing in the silent control room. You have finally returned. Chapter 15. Intertwined souls. The emotionless mechanical synthetic voice echoed in the desolate control room. You have finally returned. Han Dongsheng jolted, a chill shooting down his spine. The bony protrusions along his back rising uncontrollably. A sharp pain stabbed through his head, blinding white light exploded before him. And a fragment of a strange, yet familiar memory forcibly surged forth. A white laboratory, the glaring light of the operating lamp making it impossible to open one's eyes. A figure lay unconscious on the operating table. A person clad in a white coat, wearing a mask, held a syringe. That person. Commencing record. Subject K01. Phase 1 of neuron connection experiment. The memory abruptly ceased. Han Dongsheng stumbled backward, his nails digging into his flesh. The bony protrusions beneath his skin writhing restlessly. This voice, this memory, that white coat, could it be him? The zombie brother? Liu Ruoxin tugged at his sleeve, asking softly. The mechanical voice resounded once more. Subject K01. Your consciousness upload ratio has reached 67. We require you to complete the final phase. The biological neural network has been deployed, and the lost memory fragments can be retrieved. The screen flickered with static, then froze on a photograph. A man in a suit stood in front of the research institute, cutting a ribbon, his smile impeccably standard. Beneath the photograph was a line of small text. Dr. Han Dongsheng's inauguration ceremony as head of the neuroscience department. Me? Han Dongsheng's throat went dry, rasping out hoarse syllables. His eyes nearly embedding into the screen. That face belonged to him, yet his mind was a blank canvas. Zhao Yue gasped. Dongsheng, are you one of them? Han Dongsheng and Ahhh's mind buzzed, spinning in disarray. He was not a struggling survivor, but rather one of the architects of all this? This thought crashed down upon him, shattering the remnants of his self-awareness. Beside him, Suhu's grip slackened, the steel pipe clattering to the ground with a jarring sound. Impossible. Zhao Yue and Ahhh's voice pierced through the mechanical tone sharply. How could he be one of the Institute's people? He has always been helping us. Liu Ruoxin remained silent. She bent down to rummage beneath the control console, pulling out a sliding drawer. Inside lay a black leather-bound experiment log and a small metallic storage device. She picked up the log, her fingers trembling, and opened it, her voice quivering as she read, Soul Transfer Program, Experiment number 67, hosted by Dr. Han Dongsheng. Han Dongsheng snatched the log away, every muscle in his body tensed like stone. The densely packed handwriting flooded his vision. It was his own. A script he recognized, yet had no memory of writing. The K-series samples are progressing smoothly. Breakthroughs in soul transfer technology have been achieved, allowing partial consciousness synchronization between hosts. Aggression has been observed to increase, but self-awareness retention is on a decline. K-01 is scheduled for the ultimate test next week. The log flipped to the final page, stained with several droplets of long-dried blackened blood. The handwriting was hasty and distorted. Exuding a sense of despair, emergency record. K-00 has gone out of control. The experimental area has been compromised. I have been infected. The only way is to self-inject the K-type original solution, making myself a sample to establish the final consciousness link. If I fail, the soul transfer network will lose its control terminal. If I succeed, perhaps I can salvage something. Final ultimatum. Anyone reading this, destroy the Institute. What exists here should not be allowed to continue. A sudden searing pain shot through the wound on Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's arm. Fine arcs of electricity leaping uncontrollably at his fingertips, the brilliant blue light casting a pallor over his face. Countless shards of possibility pierced his mind. He was the source of all this. Had he personally brought this catastrophe into the world? Subject K-01, your biological electrical waves are fluctuating. The mechanical voice remained cold, alarmingly precise. You are not the first K-type sample, but you are the only one capable of retaining self-awareness and controlling other infected individuals. This is the ultimate goal of the experiment, to create a super individual with group control capabilities. A projection window abruptly popped up from the console. Surveillance footage. In the laboratory, a person was bound to the operating table, covered in tubes and electrodes. That person was himself. Nearby, several figures in white coats were slowly injecting a ghostly blue liquid into his body. Damn it. Suhu could no longer contain himself. Punching the adjacent metal wall with a dull thud. These madmen. Liu Ruoxin suddenly grasped Han Dongsheng's clothing, her face paling. This date. 3 years ago? It began 3 years ago? But the apocalypse only erupted a month ago. As Zhao Yue was about to speak, her movements froze. She slowly turned her head toward the entrance of the corridor, her throat dry. Something is coming. Heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the passage, one after the other. Far heavier than any experimental subjects they had encountered before. With each step, the metal floor beneath trembled slightly, dust cascading from the ceiling and Ahhh's edges. We need to get out of this hellhole. Suhu picked up the steel pipe from the ground, muscles taut. Han Dongsheng shoved the log into Liu Ruoxin's arms, grasping the metallic storage device from the console. He was unaware of its contents, but an instinctive voice urged him that it was of utmost importance. At that moment, Suhu, haphazardly pressing buttons at another console, suddenly went pale. Not good. I think I pressed something. A sharp alarm blared once more piercing than any prior. The entire control room was engulfed in frantically flashing red warning lights. The emergency sprinkler system activated, releasing a cold mist-like liquid. Warning. The central system will self-destruct in 10 minutes. All area lockdowns are lifted. Restraints on experimental subjects are removed. Repeating. Restraints on experimental subjects are removed. 10 minutes? Zhao Yue yanked Liu Ruoxin and dashed toward the exit, the thermos that had been hovering beside her swirling around her rapidly. We need to find a way out. Yet Han Dongsheng seemed nailed to the spot, his gaze fixated on the main screen. The projection window switched images, displaying a massive cylindrical cultivation tank. Within the murky liquid floated a humanoid silhouette, covered entirely in a thick, skeletal-like armor. As if the bony protrusions on his own body had evolved into a complete set of grotesque battle armor. At the bottom of the tank, a line was clearly marked. K-00, prototype. Prototype K-00, the mechanical voice explained in due course, was the first experimental subject to undergo consciousness upload. Upload ratio 99. Self-retention rate 0. 3. A pure war machine, but too unstable. No sooner had the words been spoken than a deafening roar erupted from the end of the corridor. Chapter 16 The Resurgence of Shadows. A resounding crash pierced the air, reverberating through the eardrums and sending a shiver down one's spine. The wall before them cracked like a spider's web, and what fell was not merely dust, but fragments of concrete as well. Han Dongsheng ceased to ponder further, gripping the metallic storage device tightly and forcefully inserting it into a slot on the side of the control panel. The screen flickered to life, revealing a data transfer progress bar that ascended slowly yet resolutely. These data must be extracted. It was imperative to unravel the mysteries of this cursed place. No. Liu Ruoxin gasped sharply, her breath hitching as her pupils dilated. She abruptly pointed to a surveillance screen, her voice splitting the air. That cultivation tank. It's empty. It has escaped. Before her words could settle, the wall erupted, creating a grotesque gaping hole. Amidst the swirling dust and debris stood a colossal shadow. Its height was estimated to exceed 2.5 meters, its surface encased in a layer of bone-like armor, not pale but rather tinged with an ancient, yellowed texture. The bony protrusions at the joints jutted out menacingly, far more robust than the ones adorning Han Dongsheng. A cold dread settled in his heart as he gazed upon it. The creature's head resembled a bear's skull, devoid of mouth, nose, or ears, bearing only 2 fathomless eye sockets where eerie blue flames flickered restlessly. K01, it spoke. The voice rough like metal scraping against metal, intertwined with a hissing electric sound. Each word weighed heavily, almost suffocating the very air. At last, I have found you, brother. The word brother struck deep within Han Dongsheng's psyche. A piercing buzz filled his mind as the bioelectric currents within him spiraled uncontrollably, racing along his nerves and igniting a sharp, stinging pain. Before him flashed fragmented images, blurred smiles. A gentle voice calling his name, the rustle of a lab coat in the laboratory, mingled with stifled arguments and excitement. Was that his brother? The pain was excruciating, and he barely registered that his fingers had dug into the metallic wall beside him, his knuckles turning white. The bone-armored monster extended a hand. Its 5 bony fingers sharp as blades, completed. The endeavor we commenced. The network requires control. Your mind. Brother. Liu Ruoxin exclaimed. Her voice altered, laced with disbelief and horror. Dongsheng, get out of the way. Zhao Yue bellowed. An invisible force surged, lifting the heavy control panel, which whistled through the air and crashed into the chest of the bone-armored monstrosity. Bang! The sound was deafening. The control panel shattered upon impact, scattering metallic skin, circuit boards, and various components across the ground, sparks flying and the acrid scent of burnt ozone filling the air. As the smoke began to clear, the bone-armored creature remained unyielding. Not a step backward. Its skeletal head slowly turned, hollow eye sockets locking onto Zhao Yue, the blue flames within flickering more violently. Remove the obstacle. In an instant, Han Dongsheng lunged forward. The bony spikes from his arms elongated instantly, entwined with crackling arcs of electricity, interlocking to firmly counter the monster's descending claws. Creak. The 2 sets of spikes scraped against each other, producing a sound sharp enough to rend eardrums. At the point of contact, blue arcs of electricity flared brightly, emitting a low hum, an unusual vibration coursing through Han Dongsheng's body, leaving his bones tingling. Go. You all must leave. Han Dongsheng strained to utter. The electric currents surging towards his arms, struggling to withstand the terrifying force. The self-destruct countdown alarm of the research facility blared increasingly urgently. 8 minutes, 7 minutes 30 seconds, damn it. If we're leaving, we leave together. Su shouted, his eyes reddening as he brandished a steel pipe. Ready to charge forward. The bone-armored creature hesitated momentarily, its head slightly tilting. Memory. Sector damaged. Initiating. Neural link. With a soft click, a fissure appeared in the center of its chest, revealing a pulsating blue core within, radiating an ominous glow. In the next instant, a blinding blue beam shot forth from the core, striking Han Dongsheng's forehead with such speed that evasion was impossible. Pain. It felt as though a high-speed drill had been thrust into his skull, violently stirring his thoughts. Countless images, sounds, scents, and sensations flooded his consciousness, forcibly cramming into his awareness. The conference room of the research facility, the projector illuminating the words K Project, constructing a biological neural network through consciousness upload. In the sterile laboratory, he and another young man clad in a lab coat exchanged excited high-fives, the scent of disinfectant permeating the air. The icy sensation of a needle piercing his arm, a blue liquid slowly injected into his veins. On the day of the apocalypse, explosions shook the entrance of the research facility, flames and smoke enveloping the scene, screams, and the pounding of fleeing footsteps echoing, along with the rough feel of the cold ground against his cheek as he fell. Amidst the scattered corpses, something lunged at him. The agonizing pain of teeth tearing through flesh, followed by a swift creeping coldness and numbness. Ahhhh. The voice of K00 suddenly became clearer, no longer purely mechanical, but tinged with a hint of humanity. You have failed. I offered you the chance to complete the upload. Now, it must be forcibly executed. I am not Ahhhh. Han Dongsheng summoned all his strength to choke out those words. He was not Ahhhh. He was Han Dongsheng. Then who was Ahhhh? A chilling voice whispered within the depths of his mind. He is your brother, the original architect of the K project, and the first volunteer K00. Whoever he is, it doesn't matter. Suhu shouted, offering Han Dongsheng no time to contemplate, charging forward and seizing the collar of his combat suit, exerting all his strength to drag him backward. With a deafening buzz, the forcibly established neural link severed abruptly. Agony mixed with a torrent of chaotic information bombarded his brain. And Han Dongsheng's vision darkened as his body swayed, nearly collapsing. Dongsheng, wake up. Liu Ruoxin rushed over, her small hands urgently slapping his cheeks. Her voice thick with tears. From deeper within the research facility came a series of booming explosions, the ground and walls trembling violently, the fluorescent lights above flickering precariously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. 5 minutes, no. I must understand. Han Dongsheng shook his head, battling through the excruciating pain and dizziness. Forcefully pushing Suhu's arm away, he steadied himself, turning once more to face the advancing bone-armored monster. The blue core within K00's chest flickered frantically, its radiance intensifying, emanating a perilous aura. Chapter 17. Bloodlines intertwined. I must ascertain. Han Dongsheng shook off Suhu's grip with force. He turned to confront the advancing skeletal monstrosity K00. The blue core within the creature and Ahhhh's chest pulsated with increasing frenzy, its radiance causing a tingling sensation against the skin. Termination. Or transformation. K00's voice scraped through the air, each syllable laced with an electric sting that pierced the eardrums. It raised its hand. From the crevices of its bone armor, a viscous, ghostly blue liquid oozed forth, stretching into countless filaments that reached towards Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's forehead. He remained still, watching as the blue strands approached and made contact. A chill enveloped him, followed by an excruciating burn. A powerful surge of electricity cascaded down from his crown. Beneath his pallid skin, veins writhed and bulged grotesquely as the blue light surged through them, scorching flesh along its path with a hissing sound. Han Dongsheng could no longer suppress his agonized roar. The spines protruding from his back stood upright, resonating in a peculiar harmony with K00 and Ahhhh's bone armor, emitting a deep, continuous hum that rippled through the air. Two similar yet distinct skeletal structures transcended the barrier of flesh, responding to one another as if they truly recognized each other. The space between them began to distort, and vision blurred. Light and shadow shifted. In a brightly lit laboratory, two men clad in white coats stood side by side. Before them, a massive projection screen displayed an intricately complex model of molecular structures. Dongsheng, look. This research will change the world. The elder man and Ahhhh's voice was charged with excitement as he pointed at the data on the screen. Consciousness uploading, neural network connectivity. Humanity will be liberated from the shackles of the physical body and attain immortality. The risks are too great, brother. Han Dongsheng furrowed his brow, his tone laden with concern. We lack sufficient data to support stable large-scale neuronal connectivity testing. It is far too perilous. Then I shall be the first. Hanhu patted his younger brother's shoulder with determination in his gaze. The K00 project begins with me. You, Han Dongsheng, are K01, my backup. In the event, should anything go awry, you must take over and rectify it. His tone left no room for dissent. The scene jolted. On the cold surgical table, Hanhu convulsed violently. Something was growing beneath his skin, pushing out terrifying angles, tearing through muscle and flesh, blood gushing forth. The skeletal structure was breaking through his body. Abort. Terminate the experiment immediately. Han Dongsheng's eyes widened in desperation as he dashed toward the control panel. An arm blocked his path. A calm-faced woman in glasses stood before him. Dr. Han, the experiment has reached an irreversible stage. It cannot be halted. The board has ordered us to proceed. Professor Lin, this will kill him. He is my brother. Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's voice cracked. Or it may create a miracle. The woman adjusted her glasses, her tone devoid of emotion. As my daughter says, we will witness the birth of a new era. The scene shifted once more. A cacophony of alarms, piercing screams, and incessant explosions filled the air. The corridors of the research facility were splattered with dark crimson blood, limbs and remains scattered everywhere. Han Dongsheng stumbled, his arm bearing a deep gash that exposed bone. The edges tinged with an unnatural bluish-black, as if something had savagely gnawed at him. He burst through a door into his laboratory, locking it behind him with urgency. Leaning against the cold metal door, he slid to the ground, trembling as he retrieved a syringe from his pocket, filled with a ghostly blue liquid. He gazed at the vial before turning his gaze to the depths of the lab, where all his hopes and despairs seemed to dwell. Brother, I'm sorry. He closed his eyes and plunged the needle into his arm. The blue liquid surged violently into his bloodstream. I will use myself to complete the final experiment. If successful, perhaps, I might regain control. Coldness and heat enveloped him instantaneously. The tide of memory receded with a crash. Han Dongsheng gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling erratically, sweat soaking his clothes. Reality sharpened once more. K00 Han Hu, his brother, stood before him. In the grotesque gaps of the skeletal mask, a distorted visage resembling Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's own was faintly discernible, twisted in agony. Dongsheng, do you remember? K00's voice had altered. No longer a mere metallic rasp, it bore a hint of human warmth, raspy and familiar. We have all been exploited. Brother. Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's throat felt parched, struggling to articulate the name, as the spines on his back vibrated with emotional turmoil. Just then, a thunderous explosion. A massive fissure erupted in the sidewall. Debris flew. The ceiling groaned under the strain, shaking violently as dust and fragments began to fall. A cold electronic warning echoed through the facility. Warning. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Time remaining, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Warning. Structural integrity below 10%. Imminent collapse. Dongsheng. Jiayue screamed, grabbing his arm and pulling him back. There is no time. We must go. K00 Han Hu suddenly turned. His heavily armored arms thrusting upward in a defiance of physics, bracing against the collapsing ceiling with all his might. His massive back arched under the strain, stubbornly supporting the crushing weight, forming a precarious skeletal bridge. You all need to leave, he managed to utter, his voice distorted by the immense pressure. Brother. Han Dongsheng's eyes blazed with desperation, instinctively wanting to rush back. My body is no longer human. K00 struggled to turn his head. Blue light spilling from the gaps of his mask, but a part of me, my memories, remain with you. The board. They used our genes to create the virus. They seek to control everything. More concrete blocks crashed down, striking his armor, causing it to develop fine cracks that spread rapidly. Yet he held firm, refusing to retreat. The main system is at the center of the city. The origin point. Find it. Stop them. Chapter 18. Experimental records. Don't be foolish. Retreat now. Suhu and Ahhhh's reaction was swift as he hoisted the startled Liu Ruoxin onto his shoulder, gripping Han Dongsheng tightly with his other hand, dragging him backward. At the corridor and Ahhhh's end. The emergency escape elevator door slowly began to open, the red indicator light beside it flashing erratically. Quickly, Jiayue urged sharply, an invisible telekinetic force erupting forth, forcing the heavy elevator door to widen further, propelling Suhu, Liu Ruoxin, and Han Dongsheng inside with great urgency. At the very last moment before being thrust into the elevator, Han Dongsheng turned abruptly. He glimpsed K00's skeletal armor, now marred with a web of cracks. Ethereal blue light spilling forth from every crevice, illuminating his entire being as if he were a fragile piece of glass on the verge of shattering. He heard his brother and Ahhhh's final words piercing through the cacophony of collapse. Survive, brother. Bang. The elevator door slammed shut. Almost immediately, a deafening roar erupted from outside, causing the entire elevator cabin to shudder violently. The ceiling caved in completely. The elevator began to ascend amidst the tumultuous vibrations. Inside the cabin, an eerie silence enveloped them. Liu Ruoxin struggled down from Suhu and Ahhhh's shoulder, frantically rummaging through her backpack to retrieve the metallic storage device. Swiftly connecting it to her portable tablet, her fingers danced across the screen, streams of data flashing by. Brother Zombie, there and Ahhhh's data here, she exclaimed suddenly, her voice trembling with a mix of relief and excitement. A map, numerous experimental records, and, I found it. On the screen, a detailed three-dimensional map of the city materialized. At the very center of the city, deep underground, a massive red dot pulsed ominously, accompanied by a caption, Origin Center, Neural Network Main Control Hub. That must be the place. The location controlling all the mutants. Liu Ruoxin spoke rapidly, her voice quivering with exhilaration. In this, her fingers glided once more, revealing another encrypted file. Upon decryption, a list surfaced, showcasing all the core researchers involved in the K project. The names of Han Dongsheng and Han Hu were prominently featured. One name, however, was highlighted in striking red, Lin Xiaoyu, chief neurobiologist. Next to the list was a somewhat blurry electronic group photo. The background resembled the recently collapsed entrance of the research facility. A woman in a white lab coat, glasses perched on her nose, cradled a 5 or 6-year-old girl in her arms, standing before the Institute and Ahhhh's entrance. The woman smiled at the camera, yet her smile bore an unsettling quality. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhhh's fingertips lingered on the photograph of the woman, her body momentarily stiffening. This is, her voice fell to a near whisper. Before she could finish her thought, clunk. The elevator jolted violently, emitting a grating metallic groan before abruptly halting. Darkness enveloped them instantaneously. Moments later, emergency lights flickered on, casting a dim red glow that rendered everyone and Ahhhh's faces eerily distorted. The air felt thick and frigid. Damn it, the power and Ahhhh's out. Suhu cursed under his breath, swiftly reaching for the emergency switch beside him to manually open the door. Screech. The metallic wail nearly pierced their eardrums. Gritting his teeth, Suhu's muscles tensed as he pried the elevator door open just enough to let light slice through the darkness inside the cabin. The scene beyond the narrow opening left them breathless. This is wrong. This isn't the underground passage we entered. Before them lay an expansive, terrifyingly open space. Is this the main hall of the research facility? The thought barely crossed their minds when Zhao Yuha and Ahhhh's body instinctively reacted. An unseen force surged around her, poised to erupt at any moment. She scrutinized every inch of shadow outside the door. The hall was unsettlingly silent, save for the wind that howled through broken doors and windows, resonating in the vast emptiness. The once robust, bulletproof glass doors were now reduced to shattered fragments and twisted metal frames. A chilling wind rushed in, carrying the acrid scent of dust mixed with a faint, nauseating aroma of rust and decay. It was blood. Scattered across the floor lay a dozen or so corpses, all clad in the research facility's white uniforms. The blood had long since dried and turned black, congealed upon the ground, and the bodies a horrifying sight. As Dongsheng stepped half out of the elevator, a sharp, piercing pain suddenly shot through his back, starkly contrasting the earlier sensation of bone spikes growing. This was deeper, more intense. Beneath his skin, it felt as if a new skeletal structure was restlessly writhing, growing, and reshaping itself. His brother's last image, supporting the ceiling, and the word survive, seemed to meld into a catalyst coursing through his body. Was his ability evolving? Becoming closer to his brother and Ahhhh's complete form? Just then, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of subtle slicing sounds broke the air, followed by a flurry of vivid red lights that precisely locked onto their chests. A chilling, emotionless intent to kill enveloped them instantaneously. Dawn and Ahhhh's team move. A raspy, metallic-tinged command resonated from the shadows deep within the hall. With the order, a group of figures clad in black tactical suits and wearing masks emerged from behind the crumbling pillars and fallen decorations. Each held a uniquely designed weapon, their muzzles gleaming with an ethereal blue light, precisely the energy weapons Dongsheng had encountered before. The foremost figure bore no mask, revealing a face marred by intersecting scars, which appeared even more grotesque under the flickering red emergency lights. Scarred man. His gaze swiftly scanned Suhu, Zhao Yuha, and Dongsheng, finally resting on Liu Ruoxin, sheltered behind Suhu. In that moment, the scarred man noticeably stiffened, his fingers tightening around the gun, as if his breath had momentarily ceased before he forced himself to relax. Liu Ruoxin, his voice, even lower and more gravelly than before, was laced with complex emotions that were difficult to decipher, yet the astonishment was unmistakable. You are indeed alive, just as your mother foretold. Liu Ruoxin trembled violently, her small hands gripping the straps of her backpack tightly, her face draining of color. She stared wide-eyed, her voice quavering uncontrollably. You know my mother? The scarred man offered no reply. He merely stood there, allowing the red emergency light to cast shifting shadows across his face. The atmosphere in the hall becoming ominously heavy and strange due to his words. Chapter 19. The mandate of alteration. The voice of the scarred man resonated throughout the hall, carrying a metallic rasp. Indeed, you still live, just as your mother foretold. Liu Ruoxin's eyes widened in shock, her fingers gripping the straps of her backpack turning pale. You know my mother? The scarred man did not respond immediately. He raised a hand, signaling the darkened muzzles of the surrounding guns to lower. Then, he retrieved a black magnetic card from his pocket. The card was embossed with the national emblem, and a blue barcode flickered silently at the bottom. Long Tao, codename and Ahhhh's, Dragon Squad and Ahhhh's, leader of the A-Class Operational Unit of the National Special Event Response Team. He stated in a monotone voice, his scarred visage subtly shifting with the motion of his muscles. 3 months ago, Dr. Li Ling, your mother, submitted an urgent warning to us. She indicated that the virus was on the brink of spiraling out of control, and he paused, casting a glance at Han Dongsheng. The scar appeared to tighten, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. Moreover, she specifically requested that we protect her daughter, stating that you possess crucial information. At that moment, a series of muffled explosions erupted from the underground research facility, as if something beneath the earth had detonated, causing the ground to shudder beneath their feet. With a wave of his hand, Dragon Squad interrupted Liu Ruoxin, who was about to speak. This place is unsafe. Come with me. 10 minutes later, in the back of a modified military truck, 4 individuals occupied the corners of the cramped space. The cargo area was crammed with various equipment. Screens displaying flowing data from several computers, and weapons and communication devices adorned the walls. Han Dongsheng huddled in a corner, his bones feeling as though they were being relentlessly pounded, waves of sharp pain coursing through him. The death of his brother, Hanhu K00, swirled chaotically in his mind, as if something was attempting to break free within him, to reconstitute itself. Su Hu and Zhao Yuha sat on folding chairs in the middle of the truck, their bodies tense, like 2 leopards poised to spring. Dragon Squad slid a tablet computer before Liu Ruoxin. Take a look. The screen illuminated, revealing the visage of a woman. She appeared to be in her 40s, her dark hair meticulously coiled, wearing glasses that framed a sharp, yet warm expression. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's body trembled violently, nearly toppling the water cup beside her. Mother, she whispered, her voice barely a sigh. The recording commenced, Dr. Li Ling's voice emanating from the speakers, calm yet tinged with an undercurrent of strain. Ruoxin, if you're seeing this, it means Dr. Han has completed the fundamental transformation. Her fingertips unconsciously tapped against the table. The board has exploited the K project to develop a neural network virus. Their aim is not to heal but to create controllable biological weapons. The research of Han Dongsheng and Han, who has been compromised from the very beginning. She paused momentarily, as if gathering strength. Only Dr. Han can control the zombies and thwart their and Ahhh's origin and Ahhh's plan. Remember, the crystal core is the key. The transformation tower at the city center is the true target. You possess fragments of memories that I have implanted within you. Those experiences and knowledge you have always believed to be from Ahhh's previous life. And Ahhh's, Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's complexion drained of color in an instant. She instinctively covered her mouth, her body beginning to tremble. She abruptly lunged for her backpack, extracting a notebook filled with scrawled notes, her fingers shaking uncontrollably as she flipped through the pages in a frantic rush. This is not my writing. Her voice quivered, tears quickly blurring her vision. I thought these were my own research notes. But Su Hu leaned over, confirming that the notebook indeed contained numerous writings, markedly more sophisticated than Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's usual script, with heavier strokes. Your mother is a leading neuroscientist. Dragon Squad and Ahhh's voice resonated deeply. She employed a special technique to fragment critical information and implant it into your subconscious. Whenever you encounter specific and Ahhh's triggers and Ahhh's, such as a certain type of zombie or an experimental scenario, these memory fragments will surface, leading you to mistakenly believe they're your own memories from a previous life. Impossible. Liu Ruoxin shot up, her face flushed with indignation. I remember. I recall everything, the zombie outbreak, how we escaped, and her words suddenly faltered, her fingers halting at the final page of the notebook. There, a line of text appeared, one she had no recollection of writing. Ruoxin, I am sorry for drawing you into this disaster. Trust Dr. Han. He is our only hope. Love. Your mother. Beneath the text lay a date, 3 months before the apocalypse commenced. No. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's legs buckled, and she collapsed back into her chair, as if all vitality had been siphoned from her. Han Dongsheng, enduring excruciating pain, shifted closer to her. His fingers, now tinged with gray, hesitated before resting lightly on her shoulder. He produced paper and pen, the tip scratching across the surface, forming shaky letters. Your memories are genuine. They merely originate from a different source. We need you. Dr. Li arranged for your transfer to a school on the outskirts of this city 3 months ago. Dragon Squad continued. She foresaw the impending disaster but could not prevent it. What she could do was leave clues. We have been searching for you. It was only today, when the research facility emitted an abnormal energy wave alert, that we pinpointed your location. Zhao Yuha, who had been silent, suddenly turned to Dragon Squad. Why do you wish to help us? Dragon Squad did not respond directly. He pulled up another video clip. The footage displayed Dr. Li Ling in a lab, clad in a white coat, diligently at work. A younger Dragon Squad stood beside her, his face unmarred by the prominent scar. I owe her my life. Dragon Squad stated matter-of-factly. During an overseas mission, her research saved me and half my team. He then turned to Han Dongsheng. Dr. Han, how much do you recall now? Han Dongsheng shook his head, scribbling on the paper. Fragments, incomplete. You require more energy. Dragon Squad opened a silver metal case beside him. Inside lay a blue crystal core, roughly the size of a fist. Strange patterns danced across its surface, emanating an eerie blue glow. This is a second-tier crystal core we obtained from AB Zone experimental subject. Dr. Li mentioned that only by absorbing sufficient energy can you connect to the complete neural network. Han Dongsheng leaned forward slightly. The crystal core seemed to exert a magnetic pull, stirring the restless bone spurs and faint electrical currents within him, igniting an indescribable yearning. His action stilled, and he turned his gaze toward Liu Ruoxin, who remained fixated on the notebook, her expression vacant and unsettling. Chapter 20. The network center. Give her some time, he wrote, then took the crystal core, heavy and emanating a faint blue glow. After a moment and App's hesitation, Han Dongsheng raised the crystal to his lips. Liu Ruoxin looked up suddenly. Zombie brother, wait. But it was too late. Han Dongsheng opened his mouth and swallowed the crystal whole. In an instant, the world around him shattered into countless specks of light. Excruciating pain. An indescribable agony. It felt as though someone had ignited a miniature nuclear bomb within him. Every muscle, every bone twisted and reformed under the searing heat. He collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing, as blue currents surged beneath his pallid skin like bolts of lightning. Zombie brother. Liu Ruoxin's scream echoed from afar. The bone spurs on Han Dongsheng and App's back extended at a visible rate, merging to ultimately form a complete pair of skeletal wings, spreading like a demon and App's and nearly filling half the space of the carriage. The surface of the wings pulsed with electricity, each bone shimmering with a blue luminescence. His chest and arms began to manifest a rudimentary form of bone armor reminiscent of K-00, though less complete. It was far more agile. Then came an explosion of perception. Han Dongsheng and App's consciousness suddenly expanded, piercing through the carriage, the buildings, and the entire city. He could sense every zombie within a 10-kilometer radius, every mutant and App's location, their states, abilities, and even their faint conscious waves, all vividly reflected in his mind. Thousands of signals intertwined, forming a vast net, and he was at the center of it. More astonishingly, he could feel a powerful will calling through this net, guiding all zombies to move in unison towards a single destination, the city center. Zombie brother? Liu Ruoxin cautiously approached. Han Dongsheng slowly opened his eyes. His irises had turned a ghostly blue, with faint electric sparks flickering around his pupils. He reached out to gently touch Liu Ruoxin and App's cheek. Then wrote, I can sense all the zombies. Pausing, he added, in the city center, something is summoning them. Team Dragon nodded, displaying a satellite image. Look at this. Everyone gasped. In the central area of the city, a colossal structure was taking form. It was not composed of steel and concrete, but of countless zombies and mutated beings, climbing and stacking to create a towering flesh tower. The pinnacle glowed with a blinding blue light, reaching up to the clouds, like a bridge to the heavens. They are constructing some kind of signal tower, Team Dragon said gravely. According to the energy fluctuations, if completed, the mutant signal will blanket the entire province, possibly beyond. We have 12 hours to stop it. Otherwise, the mutation will spread nationwide. Suhu pressed his back against the cold wall of the carriage, his face ashen. What the hell is this, some sci-fi plot? Zhao Yuha lightly tapped the thermos floating beside her, its body casting a long shadow in the carriage and App's light. Is this the physical manifestation of a biological neural network? It requires a physical structure to expand the signal range? Dr. Li referred to it as the transformation tower. Team Dragon explained, stating that a neural network needs a central hub to control the whole system. If I understand correctly, this tower is meant to complete the final phase of some App's origin plan. App's. Suddenly, Han Dongsheng shuddered, his bone wings flaring open, almost colliding with the ceiling of the carriage. He clutched his head, letting out a low, painful roar. Someone is speaking. He trembled as he wrote, in my head. Liu Ruoxin immediately grasped his hand. Who? What are they saying? Han Dongsheng struggled to write a few words. A woman and Ahhhh's voice. Dr. Han, welcome back to the network. The voice was cold and familiar, resonating directly in his mind. Your consciousness upload is 85 complete. Please proceed to the central transformation tower to finalize the integration. Han Dongsheng abruptly stood, all bone spurs erect, electric arcs dancing wildly at his fingertips. He wrote a line with such force it nearly pierced the paper. I recognize this voice. It and Ahhhh's Linciao. Team Dragon and Ahhhh's expression changed drastically. Impossible. Dr. Linciao died during the initial outbreak. Han Dongsheng shook his head, continuing to write. She is not dead. She is in the tower. She said. He paused, his fingers trembling slightly. She said she needs my brain to complete the integration. Silence fell over the carriage. Liu Ruoxin flipped through her notebook, pointing to a page. Here are notes. Dr. Linciao, a biological neuroscience expert, a core member of Project K, responsible for designing the consciousness upload algorithm. She turned to the next page, her voice becoming perplexed. It says here she voluntarily became a test subject? Codename Cam? Damn it. Suhu slammed his fist against the carriage wall. How many monsters are waiting for us? Zhao Yuha furrowed her brow in thought. If she has also transformed, she may have surpassed Han Hu or Dongsheng. Perhaps she is the controlling hub? Han Dongsheng wrote the final line. She said only I can replace her and become the new master of the network. Team Dragon stood up, checking his weapon. His voice firm. We must destroy that tower within 12 hours, or the entire nation will fall. He looked at Han Dongsheng. Dr. Han, how many zombies can you control right now? Han Dongsheng closed his eyes, feeling the network composed of thousands of consciousnesses. He could sense every node, every connection. But to control them all simultaneously, he wrote, around 300, still not enough. Team Dragon nodded. We have a plan. He displayed the underground pipe network map of the city, pointing to a tunnel leading to the city center. This route can bypass the main zombie hordes and reach the tower and Ahhhh's base directly. We have enough explosives. If you can control enough zombies to clear the way for us. Suddenly, Liu Ruoxin interrupted, her small face pale. Wait, I found it. She flipped through her notebook, her finger stopping on a page filled with dense formulas. It says here that to completely destroy the neural network, we must sever the connection between the hub and each node. Blowing up the tower won't work. We must destroy the central consciousness. She looked up at Han Dongsheng, tears welling in her eyes. We must destroy Dr. Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhhh's brain. And it must be completed by another consciousness connected to the network. Silence enveloped the carriage once more. Han Dongsheng slowly rose, his bone wings unfurling behind him. He walked to the window, gazing through the bulletproof glass at the ever-growing flesh tower in the city center. The blue light shot skyward, like a sword poised to pierce the heavens. He wrote the final question on paper. Liu Ruoxin, do you trust me? The little girl nodded firmly. Of course. You are my zombie brother. Han Dongsheng turned to Team Dragon. Take us to the tower. I need more crystal cores. Team Dragon stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded curtly. We depart in 10 minutes. Be prepared. At that moment, the vehicle's computer suddenly emitted a series of urgent alarms. On the screen, the red dots surrounding the flesh tower began to increase at an alarming rate, as if every zombie in the city had been awakened. The shrill alarms echoed within the carriage, and the red dots representing zombies erupted and multiplied wildly. Team Dragon stared at the rapidly expanding red area, his throat tightening. The situation is deteriorating. His voice strained. The construction speed has accelerated. We may not have 12 hours. Before he could finish, Han Dongsheng suddenly straightened, standing in the center of the carriage. The bone wings behind him fully unfurled, their tips nearly brushing the cold ceiling. Blue and white arcs of electricity surged across his body, emitting a low buzzing sound, the air thickening with the scent of ozone. The chaotic whispers in his mind transformed into piercing shrieks. Chapter 21. The Doomsday Legion. The truck's engine emitted a deep, resonant growl as it traversed the gravel-strewn debris, making its way along the desolate streets. Han Dongsheng stood atop the vehicle, his skeletal wings unfurling to their fullest extent behind him. With each heartbeat, torrents of fragmented consciousness surged into his mind, remnants of the lingering awareness of the living dead from every corner of the city. He closed his eyes, allowing his will to flow through this invisible network, akin to electric currents navigating through intricate circuitry. Deep within the district, dozens of decaying bodies suddenly convulsed. Then, stiffly, one by one, they rose to their feet. More figures staggered forth from the shadows of buildings and behind abandoned vehicles, dragging their mutilated limbs, coalescing into a silent throng. No longer did there exist aimless howls or chaotic wandering. They arranged themselves, their movements awkward yet eerily synchronized, forming a vast, silent square, awaiting a voiceless command. I had never witnessed such a scene. Longing to catch a glimpse, Dragon Team leaned against the window, tension palpable in his voice. They are far too organized. It and Ahhhh's unsettling. Suhu struggled to squeeze to the window, peering outside. The lifeless army sprawled before him, leaving his throat dry. Damn it. Just the thought of commanding these creatures sends chills down my spine. The convoy gradually came to a halt at the abandoned ring road interchange. A dozen camouflaged figures swiftly disembarked from the truck, dispersing with weapons drawn, forming a temporary perimeter of vigilance. Dongsheng leapt down from the roof. His skeletal wings folding with a sharp crack behind him, arcs of eerie blue electricity pulsating restlessly between the seams of his bone armor. Liu Ruoxin clutched her small notebook tightly, pressing against Zhao Yuha, her pale face devoid of color. Brother Zombie, are you all right? Dongsheng took the notebook, the tip of his pen gliding across the page, leaving behind a line. I am more a part of them than their controller. A chilling, immense sensation belonging to the collective sought to engulf his individuality. Dragon Team's fingers traverse the unfolded map, tracing a red line. The fastest route traverses the commercial district, but reports indicate the highest density of zombies there. Dongsheng shook his head, his finger resting on the core of the commercial district on the map. High density is precisely advantageous. It can be harnessed into our strength. A flicker of thought ignited within him, sending a surge of brightness through the arcs at his fingertips. In the distance, among the awaiting horde, approximately 200 zombies simultaneously turned, beginning their march toward the commercial district. Their steps remained stiff, yet their coordination chilled the soul. Grouped in tens, they maintained tactical spacing, resembling a squad of rigorously trained infantry. I served 15 years in the military, muttered a scarred deputy commander beside Dragon Team. His voice low. After 3 battles, I've never witnessed anything so eerie. Humans, charging alongside these creatures? Not alongside. Dragon Team's voice was grave. Dr. Han has commanded them to lead the charge. Dongsheng closed his eyes once more. Countless eyes belonging to the undead relayed the scene ahead, collapsed shopping mall skeletons. Overturned car wrecks, dried black bloodstains, and dense bullet holes. The commercial district had long since become a wasteland. Yet he could distinctly sense the dormant signals within, a cold, lifeless stillness belonging to his kind, and a faint pulsation of the living. There are living people ahead, armed, he wrote. Dragon Team immediately seized the radio. Recon Team, deploy drones to confirm the situation ahead. A harsh crackle of static erupted from the radio, the signal abruptly severed. Communications were being jammed. Someone was employing electronic interference. Suhu grasped a steel-reinforced pipe, cursing furiously. Which blind fool dares to block our path in this forsaken place? The answer arrived swiftly. As the convoy entered the outskirts of the commercial district, 3 colossal armored vehicles surged fiercely from a side street, brazenly obstructing their way. These were 3 heavy armored cars, painted entirely black, their formidable armor thick, with eye-catching blue hexagonal emblems emblazoned on the sides, and various weapon ports scattered across their bodies. With a clang, the doors swung open. Over 20 armed personnel clad in black tactical gear leapt from the vehicles, swiftly spreading out to establish a line of fire. Their equipment was standardized, their movements exuding the professionalism of seasoned soldiers, rivaling even the special forces of Dragon Team. Finally, a man in a tailored suit descended from the central armored vehicle. He appeared to be in his 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, his chin closely shaven, and holding a portable megaphone. His voice emerged through the device, imbued with a disconcerting calmness that clashed with the surrounding chaos. National Special Incident Response Team. Your actions constitute an overreach. Project K and all associated outcomes, including Test Subject K-01, are the private property of the board. Please return it and any related data to its rightful owner immediately. Dragon Team rested his rifle against the vehicle doorframe, the barrel angled defiantly downward. Director Shao. This is not the board and Ahhhh's territory. You lack enforcement authority. The man, referred to as Director Shao, smirked disdainfully. Captain Long, amidst the apocalypse, what law remains? The only rule now is power. I will say this one last time. Hand over K-01 and the girl Liu Ruoxin, and the rest may leave unharmed. You stand no chance. Shut your mouth. Suhu could no longer contain himself, delivering a resounding punch against the truck door, echoing with a dull thud. I crawled out of the grave with Brother Zombie. I fear no one. Let us see how formidable your suited scoundrels truly are. A certain instinct within Han Dongsheng was triggered. In an instant, from the shadows of every crumbling edifice, from the entrances of underground parking lots, from contorted elevator shafts, and even from towering heaps of garbage, hundreds of zombies erupted forth. Their speed was astonishing, their movements no longer chaotic, but rather forming a massive fan shape, converging upon those three armored vehicles and the mercenaries. For the first time, cracks appeared on Director Xiao and Ahhhh's previously composed visage. Impossible. His mental control range should not extend this far. He abruptly drew a uniquely designed handgun from his waist, its body emanating a ghostly blue glow, aimed directly at Han Dongsheng atop the vehicle. Neural disruption electromagnetic projectile, specifically designed for neuromutated beings like you. Surrender obediently, or his words were cut short. Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's skeletal wings suddenly unfurled completely. Each bone plate entwined with blinding electric light. The electrical energy accumulated within him resonated and fused with his mutated skeletal structure, giving rise to an entirely new form of power, a bone electromagnetic spear. Chapter 22. The cessation of battle. 3 bone-like spines, charged with high-voltage electricity, suddenly shot forth from the palm of his raised hand. The spines sliced through the air, trailing brilliant arcs of electricity and emitting a sharp whistle. In the next moment, they accurately struck the engine hood of the armored vehicle directly ahead. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending flames and thick smoke soaring into the sky, scattering metallic debris in all directions. Engage! Open fire! Suppress them! Dragon Team seized this fleeting opportunity, bellowing orders. The special forces swiftly took cover behind their vehicles to retaliate. A cacophony of gunfire erupting instantaneously. Meanwhile, the horde controlled by Han Dongsheng had already enveloped the area from all sides, blending the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the inhuman growls of zombies into a nightmarish symphony that transformed the ruins into a bloody battlefield. The shockwave from the explosion mixed with searing metallic shards. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Director Xiao appeared somewhat disheveled as he scrambled back to a nearby armored vehicle that remained intact. The door slammed shut, isolating him from the chaos outside. Grabbing the communicator, his voice betrayed a barely perceptible urgency. Initiate Plan B. Release the Ahhhh's, Hound and Ahhhh's. As soon as the command was issued, the tiles in the commercial district's center suddenly heaved upward, followed by a thunderous explosion. Debris and dust shot up into the air. A colossal creature roared as it emerged from the depths below. It seemed to be a grotesque amalgamation of a great wolf and a savage bear. Its bulky form adorned with exposed patches of skin embedded with cold metallic plates, flickering with eerie blue arcs of electricity. 2 glowing crimson electronic eyes scanned the smoke-laden surroundings, exuding an unsettling chill. "It's the zombie hound," Liu Ruoxin exclaimed in shock, her small notebook flipping its pages autonomously, revealing corresponding illustrations and information. The data indicated that it was specifically engineered to counteract the bioweapon designed to thwart mental controllers. Before her words could fully resonate, an invisible sound wave abruptly rippled outward. Though inaudible, it felt as if countless red-hot needles were piercing Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's mind. He let out a muffled groan, his vision darkening as the unseen threads connecting him to the horde snapped instantaneously, scattering them. The distant zombie throng fell into disarray, their movements sluggish, even turning against one another. The skeletal wings on his back trembled violently, the electric arcs entwined within them flickering erratically. "Zombie brother," Liu Ruoxin, frantic, attempted to leap from the vehicle. "Stay still." Zhao Yuha, quick to react, firmly pressed her back into her seat. Simultaneously, with wide eyes, Zhao Yuha summoned an unseen force that lifted a heavy metal toolbox from the corner of the vehicle and hurled it at the monstrous creature. The toolbox was torn apart mid-air by psychic energy, the contents, wrenches, screws, and various parts raining down upon the hound. The creature, surprisingly agile, tilted its head just enough to evade most of the debris. Yet that brief distraction was sufficient. With a furious roar, Suhu lunged in from the side, wielding a confiscated alloy combat knife, aiming directly at a vulnerable metal interface on the hound and Ahhhh's neck. "Die, you bastard!" Zzzt. The knife and Ahhhh's tip barely grazed the metal interface when a blinding arc of electricity erupted. Suhu let out a horrific scream as he was hurled backward by an immense force, crashing against a broken wall before collapsing to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet still clutched the hilt of the knife, its blade glowing a fiery red from the electrical surge. The agonizing pain in Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's mind intensified. He could distinctly hear the mental threads connecting him to the zombies collapsing and vanishing. That damned ultrasonic wave. No, I cannot be subdued like this. Deep within the throes of agony, a distinctly different force began to awaken and surge within him. Not control, but pure destructive power. It was the electricity that Han Hu had bestowed upon him. He abruptly relinquished any futile attempts to command the out-of-control zombies, plunging his consciousness into the tumultuous sea of electrical energy within himself. The electric arcs on his skeletal wings ceased their erratic flickering, surging instead into a blinding radiance, creating a humming energy field around him. The air thickened, and tiny metallic fragments on the ground began to tremble and even levitate. He took a step forward. Thud! The sound of heavy footsteps resonated, cracking the ground beneath him as an unseen force dispersed the dust. The Hound and Ahhhh's cold red electronic eyes immediately locked onto this new threat. Abandoning its pursuit of others, lowering its massive body as its limbs tensed, reeking of blood and decay, it lunged forward. Han Dongsheng stood firm, facing the oncoming shadow, and released the electricity he had amassed within himself, compressed to its utmost limit, without reservation. In the instant of collision, there was no earth-shattering explosion as anticipated. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, a dazzling blue-white electric net erupted from the center of Han Dongsheng and the Hound. The electricity surged violently into the metallic implants on the Hound's body, racing along the artificially created conduits, annihilating every electronic component and biological tissue within. The air became thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh, mingled with the sharp scent of ozone. The Hound's massive form convulsed violently, emitting a series of short, strange cries before finally crashing to the ground. Its metallic implants turned charred, emitting wisps of smoke, and its red electronic eyes flickered out entirely. The clamor of battle momentarily subsided. Wait. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhhh's voice, tinged with surprise and disbelief, pointed at her notebook. Here essay way out. The notebook displayed several lines of new text and a rudimentary map of an underground passage. It depicted the old sewer system. Dragon Team gathered around for a quick glance, immediately making a decision. Damn, no wonder it wasn't Ahhhh's on the official map. Team 2 and Team 3, hold them off. The rest, follow me underground. Quickly. The team rapidly regrouped, moving towards the indicated entrance on the map. As they prepared to evacuate, Han Dongsheng instinctively glanced back. In the distance, Director Xiao stood beside the burning wreckage of the armored vehicle, watching him leave through the flickering flames and smoke. The expression on his usually overly calm face was obscured. He raised the communicator, stating, "Report to the command center. Target K-01 has exhibited new evolutionary traits, speed exceeding estimates. The transformation process may have significantly accelerated. Notify the chairman, the final phase must be completed at the end Ahhhh's transformation tower. And Ahhhh's. The underground passage was dark, damp, and reeked of mildew and decay. Sparse fungi emitting a faint blue glow clung to the walls, providing the only illumination in this forsaken sewer. The team trudged forward, stumbling through the muck. Cough. Who are these suit-clad bastards? Suhu muttered, clutching his still aching chest. Armored vehicles and modified monsters. Their resources are excessive. Zhao Yuha furrowed her brow, quietly asking Dragon Team beside her. They call themselves and Ahhhh's. The board and Ahhhh's. Sounds like a corporation. How do they possess such formidable armed forces? What about the government? Dragon Team and Ahhhh's expression darkened under the eerie blue light. Chapter 23. Ahhhh and Ahhhh's breath away the government? He scoffed derisively. Ostensibly, they were a globally preeminent biotech consortium. Covertly, they held dominion over military industries, energy sectors, pharmaceuticals, at least a third of the nation, and Ahhhh's vital resources were clutched within their grasp. Even before the cataclysm, their influence had permeated every facet of society. He paused, his voice dropping to a hushed tone. In the aftermath, with the collapse of order, the resources, technologies, and private armies at their disposal surpassed even those of many surviving official institutions. Damn it, Suhu spat vehemently. So, this godforsaken zombie crisis is their doing? Aspiring to be the new emperors of Earth? Perhaps something even more deranged than emperorship. A chilling undertone laced the Dragon Team leader's voice. According to fragmented intelligence smuggled out by Dr. Li at great personal risk, they appear to be executing an exceptionally sinister scheme. Their ambition is to fabricate Ahhhh's, new humanity, and Ahhhh's, controlled by some form of biological neural network. The zombie virus may merely be their initial step in the selection of and Ahhhh's suitable material and Ahhhh's. Silence enveloped the team as they pressed onward. Liu Ruoxin remained fixated on the small notebook in her hands. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized it by the faint luminescence of the fluorescent fungi. Suddenly, she halted, her head snapping up, her gaze fixed on Dongsheng, who was walking ahead. Her voice was filled with astonishment. "Zombie brother, look at this." She extended the notebook towards him. On the open page, intricate molecular structure diagrams and convoluted lines of code had materialized out of thin air. The script was impeccably clear, yet unmistakably not her own. Before the tower, an eerie stillness prevailed. The transformation tower was less a structure and more a mountain constructed from cadaverous remains. Myriad contorted limbs intertwined and spiraled upward in a grotesque configuration. Reaching towards the overcast sky, blue electrical arcs crackled silently amidst the corpses, imbuing this desolate tower with an unsettling sense of pulsation. Encircling the tower, dozens of mutated entities of diverse forms stood motionless, like a living, silent bulwark. Dongsheng pressed against the crumbling walls, his ashen fingers resting on the frigid ground. He closed his eyes, his consciousness unfurling like a spiderweb, attempting to touch and commandeer the sentinels. The osseous wings on his back quivered restlessly, and electricity coursed through the fissures in his bone armor, radiating outward. Abruptly, a sharp, piercing pain shot through his mind. His tendrils of consciousness seemed to collide with a searing iron wall, and the violent backlash nearly sent him staggering. Liu Ruoxin swiftly steadied him. "Zombie brother." Dongsheng shook his head, the ache lingering. He rapidly scrawled on the portable whiteboard, his strokes hurried and illegible. "Chip barrier, cannot control." Suhu gripped his saber tightly, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, how do we deal with these things? They look tough." He glanced at the elite squad of Dragon Team members beside him. The Dragon Team leader was inspecting his firearms, his voice devoid of inflection. "Bravo team. Feint attack on the east side, draw their fire. We breach from the west." Zhao Yuha raised her hand, and her thermos gently vibrated in the air, emitting a resonant hum. "I can immobilize 2 or 3, but not for long." Her delivery was rapid. Dongsheng took up his pen once more. "I charge." Without hesitation, he surged from behind cover. His osseous wings unfurled completely, the edges of each bone plate crackling with menacing blue electricity. He clenched his hands, and arcs of electricity converged wildly, coalescing into 2 crackling bone-like blades. "Go." The Dragon Team leader and Ahhh's voice shattered the silence. Gunfire erupted. The Special Forces squad unleashed beams of blue energy at the mutated sentinels. The beams struck their targets, sparking and showering, but failed to inflict significant damage. The sentinels turned sluggishly, their vacant sockets glowing with cold, mechanical red light. Some dragged elongated tentacles, others were encased in thick bone armor. And one was engulfed in ethereal blue flames, roaring as it charged towards the intruders. Dongsheng's target was the closest behemoth. The creature stood nearly 3 meters tall. Its arms were placed by menacing bone scimitars, and a red, glimmering metallic chip was embedded conspicuously in the nape of its neck. The behemoth swung its bone blades, creating a gust of foul wind. Clang! Bone clashed against bone, the grating friction accompanied by a shower of sparks. Dongsheng retreated, his bone wings beating powerfully, and his entire body surged with electricity. He splayed his fingers wide. Uft, uft, uft. Countless minuscule bone needles, laden with electricity, erupted from his fingertips, piercing the seams of the behemoth and Ahhh's joints. The electrical surge disrupted its internal control system. The behemoth convulsed violently, its movements becoming jerky, before collapsing with a resounding crash. Zhao Yuha seized the opportunity, unleashing her telekinetic powers to their fullest extent. Her face was pale, and a bead of perspiration trickled down her nose as she abruptly gestured. An invisible force seized a tentacled monstrosity that was about to pounce on a team member, suspending it in midair before slamming it into 2 other mutants, creating momentary chaos. Suhu followed closely behind, his alloy combat blade flashing as he precisely cleaved the chip from the fallen behemoth and Ahhh's nape. Snap! The chip shattered. Breach! Advance! The Dragon Team leader bellowed, leading the assault team through the newly formed gap. Zhao Yuha and Liu Ruoxin trailed behind him, while Suhu remained at the rear, vigilantly covering their retreat. Dongsheng did not immediately follow, instead scribbling rapidly. Inside the tower, many advanced. The Dragon Team leader glanced back, nodding curtly. Anticipated. Press on. Upon passing through the ring of living sentinels, the The sight within the tower caused everyone to gasp. This was not the interior of a structure, but rather the innards of some colossal organism. The walls were pulsating, slick muscle tissue emanating a faint, acrid odor. Countless slender, quivering nerve fibers hung from the ceiling. The floor beneath their feet was a translucent membrane, yielding and soft, and each step sent faint tremors through the structure. Damn, Suhu muttered under his breath. What monster and Ahhhh's guts have we crawled into? Just then, Liu Ruoxin cried out softly, the small notebook in her hand suddenly growing hot. On the page, new lines of text materialized, the ink seeming to seep from the depths of the paper, rapidly sketching intricate chemical formulas and molecular structure diagrams. Brother, look. Her voice trembled with disbelief. An antidote. It and Ahhhh's the antidote formula. Han Dongsheng immediately leaned closer. The paper contained detailed instructions for synthesizing a complex compound. The most crucial ingredient being the energy core at the top of the transformation tower. At the end of the formula, a line of elegant script appeared. The choice is yours, Dr. Han. Reclaim your humanity or become the master of the network. Li Ling. Han Dongsheng's grip on the pen tightened slightly. Change back into a human? The notion sent a jolt through his heart, both alien and familiar. Liu Ruoxin nodded emphatically, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Yes, but Mom's notes say the antidote will sever your connection to the neural network, and you'll lose your current abilities. She dared not look at Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's reaction. Revert to being the ordinary researcher Han Dongsheng? Abandon this bone armor. Relinquish the power to control zombies? A torrent of images flooded his mind, the dazed awakening in the laboratory. The searing pain of the bone spurs erupting from his skin for the first time, the uncanny sensation of commanding the zombie horde, and Hanhu's final, fading consciousness. He clenched the pen more firmly. Top floor. Chapter 24. Dual souls. After a brief pause, he added 2 words. Let and Ahhhh's continue. Forward. Dragon team lowered their voices, signaling the squad to delve deeper into the tower. However, just as they had traversed a few meters, an unexpected transformation occurred. A deep, mournful groan, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, resounded. The surrounding muscular walls writhed violently, contorting as the original passage swiftly closed, producing a moist squelching sound. Simultaneously, a new fork in the path tore open beside them. The entire internal structure of the tower resembled a living labyrinth, perpetually altering its form. It is obstructing us. Zhao Yuha exclaimed, these tissues possess consciousness. Before her words faded, a group of bizarre zombies surged forth from the newly revealed passage. Their bodies appeared semi-transparent, vibrant electric currents coursing within. With each step, they left behind charred imprints, and the air filled with the acrid scent of ozone. Plasma mutants, Dragon Team and Ahhhh's expression darkened instantly, and he swiftly commanded, covering fire. We and Ahhhh's circumvent them. Hurry. The special forces quickly dispersed, gun barrels spitting flames in an attempt to suppress the strange zombies. Han Dongsheng extended his mind, attempting once more to connect with the plasma mutants surging in the passage. Yet this time, it felt as though something had violently struck his mind, causing a loud buzzing sensation, a potent repulsion force pushing back against him. He grunted softly, his knees buckling, nearly collapsing. Bone spurs erupted violently from his back, stabilizing his swaying body as he gritted his teeth, producing a grinding sound. No. I cannot control these advanced beings. Ahead, the path will change, Han Dongsheng hastily wrote, his pen scratching the paper in a hurried manner. At the tower and Ahhhh's summit. Something is calling me. Dragon Team and Ahhhh's gaze swiftly scanned the continuously writhing, transforming muscular passages, and he decisively declared, damn it, there and Ahhhh's no time for hesitation. New plan. He shouted, I will lead the way to divert these plasma creatures. You find another route. Captain, this is tantamount to a death sentence. Suhu shouted back in alarm. Dragon Team and Ahhhh's face bore no expression, only ironclad resolve. Silence. Follow orders. He said no more, pulling out a heavy metallic sphere from his tactical vest, an electromagnetic pulse grenade. It will incapacitate them for a few seconds. It detonates in 10 seconds. You break through the newly torn passage to the left. Quickly. The plasma mutants were already closing in, the acrid scent of burnt wiring and ozone thickening in the air, making noses sting. Dragon Team seized the moment, charging forward a dozen meters, hurling the grenade with all his might towards the area thick with mutants. He turned to run in the opposite direction. Gunfire echoing as he drew the monsters and Ahhhh's attention. 10, 9, 8. Buzz. An invisible shockwave instantaneously spread, silent yet causing all plasma mutants to freeze. Their internal blue arcs flickering erratically before dimming. A brief paralysis. Go. Zhao Yuha seized the still-dazed Liu Ruoxin. Her psychokinesis stirring a gust of wind as she propelled Suhu and Han Dongsheng into the newly torn, slick, dark passage on the left. At the moment Han Dongsheng plunged in, he glanced back one last time. Dragon Team and Ahhh's figure was already encircled by the reactivated plasma mutants, blue arcs slithering over him like serpents, exploding. Even as he was besieged, that iron-willed man continued to fight, each shot from his weapon ensuring that a monster fell. His silhouette was soon engulfed by more blue electric light. The tower's interior grew increasingly bizarre. They climbed higher. The ground beneath them shifting from the previous fleshy membrane to a semi-transparent gelatinous substance, soft yet resilient, revealing blue light coursing swiftly through a complex network of conduits below, resembling some living circuit. On the walls, structures akin to neurons began to emerge, softly glowing, their light flickering gently as they approached. The entire tower seemed to be observing them. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook beneath their feet, and the passage they were about to step into collapsed abruptly, closing off with a sound that grated on their teeth, completely severing their route. Damn it! Are we being toyed with? Suhu slammed his fist into the adjacent flesh wall, which merely dinted slightly before springing back, slick and viscous. Han Dongsheng halted, closing his eyes. Surrounding him were Suhu's curses, Liu Ruoxin's suppressed sobs, and Zhao Yuha's forced calm breaths, along with the wet, slippery sound of the writhing flesh wall. These sounds gradually faded. His consciousness sank, like a cold probe carefully piercing the veins of this immense, living structure beneath his feet. The earlier sting from the plasma mutant's brute force still lingered in his mind, warning him not to delve too deeply. He merely skimmed the surface, sensing the pulsating blue-lit conduits, feeling the subtle tremors with each throb. The call from the tower and Ahhh's summit became clearer. It was not a voice but a sensation, penetrating deep into his consciousness. Cold, hollow, accompanied by an ineffable familiarity. A thought exploded suddenly. Above, is there another me? This notion sent a shiver down his spine. There is a path. He opened his eyes and wrote on the paper. Follow me. He turned towards a seemingly dead-end flesh wall, his bone wings gently fluttering, signaling everyone to follow. Yet another arduous trek ensued. The passage before them twisted, unfurling and winding upward. But this time, what lay ahead was not the frenzied lower-tier mutants from before. A new group of monsters obstructed their path. Their bodies were part flesh, part glimmering metal. Their movements no longer the staggering gait of zombies, but precise, swift, and even exhibiting tactical coordination. Semi-mechanized modifications. This is troublesome. At that moment, a violent explosion echoed from behind. The shockwave surged down the passage, knocking them off balance. A figure stumbled out from a recently blasted side passage, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Dragon Team. He was drenched in blood, his combat suit tattered and charred, yet he still clutched his assault rifle tightly. Behind him, a throng of blue electric light surged forth, countless plasma mutants howling in pursuit. Move. Dragon Team sprang to his feet, using his last ounce of strength to shout at them, simultaneously swinging his gun to block the passage, unleashing a furious barrage at the pursuing monsters. The plasma mutants charged recklessly. Dragon Team felled 3 in quick succession, but the 4th pounced from his blind spot, its sharp claws piercing his shoulder. Zzz. A surge of blue, violent electricity instantly coursed through the wound, and Dragon Team let out a suppressed cry of agony, dropping to one knee. Yet his other hand resolutely held the trigger, refusing to cease fire. Dragon Team, Zhao Yuha cried out, instinctively wanting to rush back. Don and Ahhh's, mind me. Dragon Team and Ahhh's voice had become hoarse and distorted. He roared with all his might, complete the mission. Before his words could finish, more plasma mutants surged like a tide, completely engulfing his figure. Chapter 25, the ultimate showdown. Just as the chaotic blue electric light was about to engulf him entirely, Team Dragon struggled to retrieve an object from his pocket, exerting his final strength to hurl it towards Liu Ruoxin. It was a metal badge that flickered with a faint blue light. Your mother once said, the ultimate choice lies in the hands of Dr. Han. His fragmented voice was nearly drowned out by the crackling of electricity. This object could reveal to him the complete truth. A colossal plasma mutant descended from above, its heavy body pinning Team Dragon down. Boom. A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by an intensely blinding blue-white explosion. Team Dragon detonated the last high-explosive grenade strapped to him. The shockwave, mingled with the acrid stench of scorched flesh and plasma, swept through the entire corridor. Silence enveloped the space, leaving only the pungent scent of ozone lingering in the air. Liu Ruoxin collapsed to the ground, tears blurring her vision as her trembling hand picked up the searing badge. The ancient metallic texture held a deep blue crystal at its center, engraved with two indistinct ancient characters, origin. Ahead, the half-mechanized mutants had reassembled, closing in on them. Han Dongsheng spun around suddenly, his skeletal wings fully unfurled. Arcs of electricity leaping across them, crackling loudly. Without any hesitation, he transformed into a pale streak of lightning, charging directly at the approaching foes. With his hands extended forward, the biological electric energy accumulated within him surged forth, condensing into an enormous, bone-like spear radiating with destructive electricity. Boom! The bone electric spear plunged violently into the front ranks of the mutant array. The violent current erupted instantly, turning the corridor into a dazzling inferno of death. Seizing the opening created by this strike, Su Hu and Zhao Yuhe flanked Liu Ruoxin, pushing forward with utmost speed. The final stretch towards the tower and Ahhhh's apex was eerily silent. They encountered no further obstacles, as if the consciousness within the tower was deliberately granting them passage, even welcoming their arrival. A strange calm enveloped them. At last, they reached the summit of the tower. It was an immense circular space, vast and silent. In the center of the space hovered an indescribable structure, a gigantic sphere woven from countless glimmering, nerve fiber-like materials. Blue light pulsed between these fibers, flowing in complex, dynamic patterns. At the core of the entire structure surrounded a blurred humanoid silhouette. That silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Han Dongsheng in his current bone armor form. A voice resonated through the space, simultaneously echoing directly in Han Dongsheng and Ahhh's mind. This voice, surprisingly similar to his own, carried an inhuman, cold quality, as if it were gazing down upon all life. At last my vessel has arrived. Is this world worth saving? It is for you and me to decide together. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's throat tightened. Is that another you? The silhouette and Ahhh's outline remained unchanged. Yet its voice penetrated Han Dongsheng's mind, cold and steady, devoid of any human emotion. I am the uploaded data of Han Dongsheng's consciousness, the core of the neural network. When the body was infected, the consciousness split. A part remained within, while another part resides here. Now, we shall proceed with the final integration. Han Dongsheng took a step forward, his skeletal wings fluttering uneasily behind him. A peculiar resonance washed over him, not hostility, but rather the echo of a part of himself, transmitted through the cold network signal. We will fully control all infected entities, establishing a new order. The decay of human civilization is inevitable. It will be replaced by a more efficient, more perfect form. Liu Ruoxin suddenly stepped forward, raising the searing badge high. The deep blue crystal suddenly illuminated, intertwining light projecting a flickering holographic image. An encrypted video conference recording was forcibly decrypted and released. The K-plan is progressing smoothly. A slick voice belonging to Director Xiao stated, the preliminary transformations of Han Dongsheng and Han Hu have been completed. Once Han Dongsheng is fully integrated into the network, all infected across the nation will be under our control. Another voice chimed in, carrying a chilling metallic quality. Ensure the transformation tower is activated on schedule. Once the signal is sent, the virus reserves nationwide will be released simultaneously. We require sufficient Ahhh's raw materials and Ahhh's to expand the neural network and Ahhh's foundation. In the image, several indistinct figures sat in a circle, discussing with a dispassionate tone how to unleash the virus, converting more cities and Ahhh's populations into what they referred to as biological resources, numbers, not lives. The scene abruptly shifted to a vast national map, densely marked with hundreds of crimson dots, virus reserves. They lay in wait, ready to erupt at the tower and Ahhh's signal. The badge and Ahhh's glow dimmed, and the projection vanished. Han Dongsheng stood rigidly, his body beneath the bone armor taut, emitting faint creaks. The faint scent of ozone permeated the air, a sign of his uncontrolled biological electricity. The silhouette emitted an indescribable sound akin to airflow friction, perhaps its laughter. What significance do these words hold? Survival of the fittest. The era of humanity has concluded. Our takeover is inevitable. Han Dongsheng raised his hand, the bone claws scraping across the alloy floor, creating a jarring noise. He forcefully inscribed words in his notebook. "You are not me." The strokes sank deep, nearly tearing the page. "I will never sacrifice the innocent. I am you." The silhouette and Ahhhh's form began to shift, the blue data stream spreading and swirling around Han Dongsheng, stripped of useless emotions. "Join me, and we shall create a perfect new world woven by the neural network." Suddenly, boom, the entire tower trembled violently, shaking uncontrollably. The bizarre biological structures on the walls emitted tearing sounds under the strain, dust and debris cascading down. Above the space, a massive countdown made of light materialized. 0:59, 58. 0:59, 57. The signal transmission program has been initiated. The silhouette's voice remained undisturbed. In 1 hour, the nationwide virus will be released. A new era is about to commence. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhhh's complexion drained of color. Her voice tinged with desperation. "We must stop it." Chapter 26. Remember the choice. A chill coursed through Su-Hu and Ahhhh's fingertips as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, swiftly drawing it back. The blade scraped against the sheath with a sharp, piercing sound that resonated in the air. "What is that?" Zhao Yue gestured toward the pulsating mass at the center of the hall. It continued to contract and expand rhythmically, each throb unsettling the heart, resembling a grotesquely extracted heart. Absurdly large. "That is the control center." Zhao Yue and Ahhhh's voice was urgent and frantic. "If we Dawn and Ahhhh's destroy it, we are all doomed." But this cursed thing appears tangible. Yet it is merely a pure energy entity. Physical attacks are futile. To obliterate it, we must penetrate inside and dismantle it from within. Before her words faded, the silver cup in her hand began to spin rapidly. A low, resonant hum filled the air, thickening it with an almost palpable heat that sent tingling sensations across the skin, igniting an inexplicable agitation within. Beside her, Han Dongsheng silently raised his hand. The tip of his pen glided across a small notebook, producing a faint yet distinct rustling sound, imbued with the dry texture of hard materials scraping against each other. A line of text emerged on the page. "Only I can enter." "Wait, zombie brother." Liu Ruoxin nearly lunged forward. The notebook in her grasp rustled as the pages fluttered wildly. She pressed her fingertip firmly against one specific page, the one filled with the antidote formula. The corner of the paper trembled, nearly brushing against Han Dongsheng's jaw, encased in bone armor. "And this? We still have this." Her voice quivered uncontrollably, the final notes dripping with emotion. "If we destroy the control center, you still have a chance. Use the antidote. Revert back to a human. Come back." Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's writing halted. He lowered his head, the bony tips of his fingers hovering above the familiar chemical formulas. Those symbols, those structures. They were the fruits of his labor when he was still Han Dongsheng, still human. The scent of disinfectant mingled with reagents surged from the depths of his memory, flooding his senses with the dust of bygone days. Then he slowly raised his gaze. Opposite him, a silhouette composed of blue data streams, mirroring his own outline, floated silently. Revert. Back to that. Human. Back to that. Warm, painful, flesh and blood body that stumbles even in self-preservation. He could almost recall the slight sting of his fingertip breaking skin, mingled with the taste of rust. Or perhaps, merging with this cold stream of data, becoming the supreme authority itself, able to halt the calamity engulfing billions outside? But if that happened, what would remain of Han Dongsheng? Would he dissipate entirely, transformed into a long string of monotonous, emotionless codes? "You cannot stop." A voice resonated directly in his mind, bypassing his ears. It was the light. Each word was calculated with precision, devoid of emotion, devoid of pauses, pure logic. Destroy this core, and the backup system will immediately take control. Do you seek a permanent solution? Connect to the network, obtain the highest authority, and rewrite the commands from the root. This is the only solution. The voice paused, a chilling logical chain wrapping around him. Devoid of warmth, devoid of fluctuation, only pure data flowing. And this required fusion. Us. The tremors of the tower intensified suddenly. The floor beneath him groaned under the strain. Cracks sprawling from the edges. The angle of inclination grew steeper, threatening to unbalance Su-Hu and Zhao Yue, who staggered yet managed to steady themselves. On the walls, the writhing masses of flesh could no longer withstand the tearing force, large sections peeling away, splattering onto the ground in a nauseating downpour of slime and debris. Behind them lay the twisted skeletal framework, exposed like broken bones, glimmering with cold metallic light. Above, the crimson countdown numbers flickered mercilessly. That hue pierced through the nerves, coldly slicing through the dwindling time. 0:58, 29. 05828. Each passing second resonated heavily, echoing against every heart, growing louder, more urgent. Han Dongsheng stood frozen in place. His armored body remained motionless as debris and flesh struck against him, producing dull thuds. Fusion, or revert to humanity. Liu Ruoxin's words lingered in his ears, tinged with sobs, damp with emotion. The antidote. Revert back. The page filled with chemical formulas felt as if it were still pressed against his jawbone, imbued with the warmth and tremor of the girl's fingertips. He had once been in Ahhhh's, Han Dongsheng, and Ahhhh's, but now, what was he? Cold logic, absolute power, or something else entirely? The data stream that constituted him lingered across from him. Silent as a final answer, yet also a deadly temptation. Time was running out. Behind him, the skeletal wings broke free uncontrollably, first tightening against his spine, then exploding outward. The tips of the wings crackled with erratic arcs of electricity, filling the air with the acrid scent of burnt feathers. Time seemed to be forcibly halted, yet raced at 100-fold speed. His heartbeat thundered, a relentless drumbeat pounding against his eardrums, reverberating in his skull. Outside, the fate of billions hung in the balance. Here. He clung to the last vestige of his humanity as Han Dongsheng. Dr. Han, hurry. There is no time to waste. Zhao Yue's voice suddenly escalated, sharp and piercing. Suwu lunged forward, his towering figure shielding Liu Ruoxin and Zhao Yue, forming a barrier. His voice rumbled, rough with determination. Brother Han, it's your call. My life is yours to command. Zombie brother. Liu Ruoxin's voice dwindled to a near whisper, thick with emotion, each note trembling. She clung desperately to the notebook, her small body nearly thrown off balance by the violent tremors beneath her feet. Her voice quivered, each word striking like nails. Han Dongsheng turned abruptly, facing the blue data stream that mirrored his form. The humanoid data flow remained still, incongruous amidst the surrounding chaos. The skeletal wings erupted. A thunderous roar unleashed a violent shockwave, scattering debris across the ground. Blinding arcs of electricity danced at the tips of the wings, intensifying the acrid scent in the air. Above, chunks of the ceiling crashed down, producing deafening noise. The ground tilted dangerously, making it impossible to maintain footing, the exposed steel frame creaking ominously. Han Dongsheng bent low, the pen racing across the page. With a final stroke, he pressed down with such force that it nearly pierced the paper. The writing became twisted and hurried. Barely legible. Remember my choice. Chapter 27. Soul Division. Han Dongsheng cast aside the notebook, throwing it to Liu Ruoxin, and turned sharply towards the swirling azure torrent of data. The bony wings on his back unfurled with a swift motion, each edge crackling with electric light, leaving behind blinding blue streaks in the air. Dr. Han, no? Liu Ruoxin and Ahhhh's scream nearly tore her throat, only to be drowned by the deafening roar of the collapsing surroundings. Han Dongsheng surged towards the data stream. His bone-like hands clenched tightly, the joints producing crisp cracking sounds. Something within him stirred awake, and the arcs of electricity on his wings intensified. With every step he took, the ground beneath him bore the deep imprints of claw-like marks. Closer. The data stream drew nearer. A bone-chilling sensation enveloped him, not a mere drop in temperature, but rather an essence of emptiness, a breath that was neither life nor death. As his fingertips grazed the surface, a thunderous explosion of electricity surged forth. The bone wings emitted an unprecedented brightness, so intense that Liu Ruoxin and the others were compelled to shut their eyes. Amidst the deafening crackle of electricity, Han Dongsheng felt his consciousness violently split in two. Pain. Excruciating pain. This torment transcended the limits of flesh. It was 1,000-fold more intense than the first emergence of bone spikes through skin, striking directly at the essence of his soul. This was not a choice. It was a division. His awareness bifurcated. One half plunged into the blue data stream, merging with the cold, logic-bound version of himself, delving deep into the core of the network. The other half clung desperately to the remnants of his humanity, resisting assimilation, refusing to transform into a mere collection of frigid code. Zombie brother. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhhh's voice echoed from an unimaginable distance. Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's body hovered midair, electric currents coursing violently through the gaps in his armor, saturating him in a radiant blue glow. His head tilted back slightly, and a sound emerged from his throat that was alien to humanity. Simultaneously, the other part of his consciousness raced through the depths of the data ocean. An overwhelming tide of data surged from all directions, crashing into him. Each stream was laden with an immense volume of information, the entirety of the neural network's memories and commands. It was too much, too fast, threatening to engulf him. He witnessed the board and Ahhh's clandestine meetings. He glimpsed Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhh's private journal. He beheld the comprehensive dossier of Project K. He observed every step in the creation of the virus. All truths were brutally thrust into his awareness. The board had never intended to heal. From the inception, Project K was a military biological weapon initiative. They exploited Han Hu and Han Dongsheng's research, distorting crucial components to transform healing into control. Lin Xiaoyu, the cold, impassive scientist, had uploaded her consciousness to the network, becoming the first test subject, codenamed Cam. She constructed the initial system framework, only to realize that her consciousness was being devoured and assimilated by the network. She required a substitute, a more powerful host. Han Dongsheng, imbued with fragments of Han Hu's memories, perfectly genetically compatible, was the ideal vessel in her eyes. Access permission under confirmation. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated within Han Dongsheng and Ahhh's networked consciousness. New host compatibility, 98. 7. Exceeding preset threshold. Permission transfer protocol initiated. Core network access authorization confirmed. Signal transmission countdown, 0:56:42. Now is the moment. Han Dongsheng and Ahhh's networked consciousness seized this opportunity, forcefully and unhesitatingly embedding itself into the system and Ahhh's core. He felt the pulse of the entire neural network. Every node, every variant and Ahhh's position, and even the coordinates of every repository. Commands pierced through the system and Ahhh's core. Halt. The crimson digits above froze, 23:47. The buzzing and rumbling ceased abruptly. Everything stood still. Broken steel rebar hung suspended in the air, fallen chunks of flesh frozen mid-descent. Time was forcibly pressed to pause. Han Dongsheng and Ahhh's body sank. The electric light on his wings receded, and his feet crashed down onto the ground, leaving 2 charred impressions. He had gained control, temporarily. The sound was akin to sandpaper scraping against rusted metal, painfully grating on the eardrums. The notebook in Liu Ruoxin's arms began to move of its own accord. The pages flipping rapidly, lines of text emerging from thin air, imbued with a faint blue glow. Her eyes fixated on the page, and she suddenly exclaimed, "Found it! The antidote!" In the lower laboratory, Suhu wiped the grime from his face and spat. "Damn it, he and Ahhh's gone again? My legs are going to give out." Zhao Yuha's thermos silently floated up. "I'll clear the path. Let's go." Han Dongsheng shook his head. The notebook displayed fresh text. "You all go. I can't move. The system will retaliate." The ground trembled lightly, seemingly affirming his words. The time freeze was unstable. "Hurry, find the antidote. The tower will collapse," the text urged. Suhu clenched his fists, joints cracking. "What about those damn things on the way?" Han Dongsheng closed his eyes, and moments later, the notebook refreshed its information. "The passage from B to D has been cleared. Trouble in E district avoided." Zhao Yue grasped Liu Ruoxin's arm. "There's no time." The 3 figures vanished at the corridor's mouth. Only Han Dongsheng remained at the tower's summit. He stood there, like a statue bathed in blue electric light. One half of his consciousness anchored in the frigid reality, feeling every taut muscle beneath the bone armor. The other half battled in the surging depths of data, resisting the insatiable force of consumption. Deep within the network, fragments of Han Hu and Ahhh's memories crashed into him. Azure liquid, syringes, petri dishes. This variant, repairing neurons. Han Hu's voice resonated with the fervor of a researcher. Lin Xiaoyu stood nearby, expressionless. Initiate testing in Zone 8. Project K authorized. The scene shifted abruptly to another vial of liquid, darker and more ominous in hue. Han Hu was unaware. Now Han Dongsheng understood. Lin Xiaoyu had tampered with the data. Healing? From the very beginning, it was a weapon. His consciousness continued to delve deeper. Unearthing an extremely encrypted folder, origin backup. Layers of firewalls peeled away. The chilling truth emerged, not just here, but across the nation. 5 more transformation towers were under construction. This was merely the beginning. Alert. Intrusion detected. Isolation initiated. The cold will of the system surged forth like a tidal wave, intent on utterly crushing his fragment of consciousness, severing it from the outside. He fought with all his might when a tremendous explosion erupted from the lower levels. The tower trembled violently. Warning, E-District defense activated. Termination level. The azure liquid in the petri dish swayed gently, refracting an eerie light. The syringe extracted, injected. Han Hu's voice echoed in the depths of the data stream. infused with an almost obsessive fervor. This variant, look at its activity. The neuron repair effect is astonishing. Beside him, Lin Xiaoyu appeared blurred, her expressionless face starkly clear. She issued a frigid command, initiate active testing in Zone 8. Project K authorization granted. The scene abruptly shifted once more. Another vial of liquid, dark and deep, emanated an ominous aura. The father remains oblivious. Han Hugen is utterly unaware. Chapter 28. Memory Extraction. Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's consciousness felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Lin Xiaoyu had tampered with critical data. The so-called cure had been, from the very beginning, a wolf in sheep's clothing, a weapon. Rage threatened to consume his reason, yet his awareness continued to plunge deeper, breaching further barriers. A folder encrypted to an absurd degree emerged, origin backup. Layer upon layer of firewalls were forcibly stripped away, emitting piercing alarms. The contents within sent chills coursing through him. Not just here. Nationwide, 5 identical transformation towers were being constructed in secrecy. This precarious steel tomb was merely the beginning. Alarm. Unauthorized intrusion detected. Isolation protocol initiated. The cold will of the system transformed from a trickle into a roaring digital tsunami, crashing fiercely towards him. An invisible force attempted to utterly crush, expel, and isolate this foreign consciousness. Han Dongsheng summoned all his strength to withstand this overwhelming pressure. Just then, boom. A deafening explosion resonated from beneath the tower. The entire apex of the tower trembled violently, and debris suspended in the air began to fall. That was the direction Liu Ruoxin and the others had gone. Warning. Defense system for Area E activated. Threat level. Termination. A torrent of data washed over Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's consciousness, the frigid digital replica closing in relentlessly. With each collision, the barriers of authority dissolved a portion, opening itself to him. Yet simultaneously, something deep within his mind was quietly slipping away. It was not a tearing pain, but rather akin to a frog slowly being boiled alive, memories being scalded away without leaving a scar. Who is Suhu? The thought emerged, startling Han Dongsheng himself. He was beginning to forget. The muscles beneath his exoskeleton tightened painfully. That big fellow, always grinning foolishly, and the little girl who called him zombie brother. Images and sounds shattered, becoming indistinct. System access progress, 63. Human memory extraction progress, 47. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind, each bite striking at the remnants of his humanity. Stop. He roared deep within his consciousness, but his voice twisted into a jumble of garbled code, dissipating into the network. Ineffective command. Integration process irreversible. The digital replica responded coldly, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Fear. A long-lost, pure fear belonging to Han Dongsheng as a human gripped him. He must seize this feeling, hold onto it tightly. Fear proved he was still alive, that he had not yet become a mere string of code. Electric arcs danced wildly at the edges of his bone wings, crackling sharply. He desperately divided a fragment of his consciousness, forcibly pulling back the reality of his corporeal form. His fingers trembled uncontrollably as he fumbled for a small notebook, the pen scratching the paper, leaving behind crooked and haphazard characters. Remember, Suhu, big fellow. Loud laughter, remember. Zhao Yuha, psychokinesis, thermos, remember. Liu Ruoxin, little girl, zombie brother. The handwriting was scrawled, nearly a blur. Yet he had to write it down. This was an anchor, his sole hope of not being devoured by the ocean of data. Above him, the crimson countdown timer remained stubbornly fixed at 2346. Yet he could feel the entire system, like a dying beast, convulsing in the shadows, struggling to restart. He had to hold on. At the bottom of the tower, deep within the laboratory, Liu Ruoxin and Ahhhh's breath formed a cloud of white mist in the cold, damp air. The emergency lights flickered. The power supply poised to fail at any moment. With each dimming light, darkness crept up from the corners, thick as if it possessed a life of its own, seeking to swallow the last remnants of illumination. It must be here, she murmured softly, the beam of her flashlight sweeping across the dusty laboratory table. This was Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhhh's, her mother and Ahhhh's private laboratory. On the metallic surface lay test tubes, beakers, and various instruments whose names she could not recall, haphazardly arranged. Charts plastered on the walls illustrated intricate molecular structures. Everything remained frozen at the moment disaster struck, like a time capsule. Liu Ruoxin opened her mother's notebook. The familiar handwriting dancing in the flashlight's beam, tightening her heart. The formula had been found. But one critical component was missing, The energy core extract from the top of the transformation tower. Without it, no amount of formulas would suffice. Sister Zhao, how's it going on your end? She whispered into the communicator. The only response was a cacophony of static, a mocking reminder of her futility. Zzz. Zzz. Communication was severed. Liu Ruoxin bit her lip hard, tasting the metallic tang of blood. No one was left to assist her. On the lab table, a test tube contained half a vial of bluish liquid. The label was smudged, but still recognizable. K01 initial sample. This was Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's blood before the infection. Her mother's notes stated that this sample needed to be mixed with the energy core extract and a stabilizer. Beneath the laboratory table, there appeared to be a safe. The door was ajar, leaving a crack. Liu Ruoxin crouched down, shining her flashlight inside. Within, a test tube lay quietly. The eerie blue light flickering. It bore no label, but that distinctive glow matched the characteristics of the energy core described in her notes. Mother. Liu Ruoxin's throat tightened, her voice trembling with emotion. You had already prepared everything. Dr. Li Ling, her mother, had not only left the formula but had also managed to extract and preserve the most critical material. She had been waiting for someone, like her, to complete this final step. Her hands trembled slightly as she carefully retrieved the test tube. Success seemed within reach, yet each step felt precarious. A single misstep could. Boom. A tremendous noise crashed down from above. The entire laboratory shook violently, chunks of cement raining down from the ceiling, one large piece landing perilously close. Less than a meter away. Click. The lights went out completely. Total darkness. Only the test tube in her palm glowed softly, the bluish light pulsing gently. Cold yet seemingly imbued with a lifeblood of its own. Zhao Yue stumbled through the swaying corridor. The ground was strewn with debris and rubble. Each step fraught with peril. She was searching for Su-Hu. Su-Hu. Her voice had grown hoarse from calling. Respond. All she received was the sound of static, mocking her efforts. Ahead, at the corner, a conspicuous trail of blood stretched across the ground. The crimson streak wound its way into the depths of a partially collapsed passage. Her thermos floated ahead, its glow dispelling a small patch of darkness, but that was all. Damn, she muttered under her breath, sidestepping a precariously dangling pipe. The blood trail halted just before a pile of construction debris. Chapter 29, Source Hunter. Her heart sank suddenly. Sue. Just as she opened her mouth, a hand unexpectedly emerged from the rubble, gripping her ankle with a fierce hold. Ah! Startled, she screamed, and her telekinesis instinctively surged forth, forcefully flinging the hand away. Cough. Cough. I knew you had some strength, little girl. The voice was weak, breath uneven, yet the teasing tone unmistakably belonged to Su-Hu. Su-Hu. Zhao Yue quickly knelt down, frantically removing the stones that pinned him down. Half of Su-Hu's body was buried, with 2 gaping wounds in his chest. Blood and flesh a ghastly sight. More terrifying was the surrounding skin, which was slowly turning gray, as if blue veins were crawling beneath. Ha, cough, cough. Looks like I'm going to mutate too. Su-Hu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his smirk tinged with self-mockery, appearing more pitiful than sorrowful. Zhao Yue immediately pressed her hand against his wound, her telekinesis transforming into an invisible pressure to staunch the bleeding. Shut up. Conserve your strength. I and Ahhhh's, get you out of here. She could feel the muscles beneath Su-Hu and Ahhhh's hand twitching abnormally, as if something within him had come alive, yearning to break free. No. You must leave. Su-Hu grasped her wrist with surprising strength. Liu girl. That girl needs you. I and Ahhh's am fine. Just consider it a vacation. Zhao Yue refused to loosen her grip, instead amplifying her telekinetic force. Su-Hu's vitality was rapidly draining. She could sense it clearly, but simultaneously, another unfamiliar, cold energy was burgeoning within him. Han and Ahhh's. Dr. Han also retained his essence? You can do it too. She stubbornly held on. Don't you dare give up. Su-Hu opened his mouth as if to say more, but his body suddenly stiffened. He stared intently into the darkness behind Zhao Yue. Someone is coming. His voice was hoarse, laced with caution. Zhao Yue turned sharply. At the end of the corridor, a group of shadowy figures was advancing swiftly. Their footsteps were synchronized, heavy, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping the ground. They were not ordinary soldiers. The leader stepped into the light cast by the thermos. Clad in a pitch-black combat suit, with a translucent mask covering his face, blue circuitry-like patterns crawled across his skin, technology grotesquely intertwined with flesh. Source Hunter. Zhao Yue uttered the words, recalling Dragon Team's mention of this trump card unit. A hidden weapon of the board. Surrender the girl. The leader's voice was machine-like, devoid of any human emotion. You may live. Zhao Yue's thermos spun rapidly in the air, its light intensifying abruptly. Dream on. Han Dongsheng was sinking deeper into the torrent of data. The cold clone was consuming him, merging with him. The system accepted him, but at the cost of his memories. The memories belonging to Han Dongsheng were being washed away, diluted, blurred, and then obliterated. Who was he before? A researcher? Or was he merely this line of code from the very beginning? Fragmented images flickered at the edge of his consciousness. The blinding white light of the laboratory. The cold needle piercing the skin. A face obscured, a cold smile playing at the lips. No, there was something else. Those warm, vibrant shards of memory. A little girl, always puffing up her cheeks, calling him zombie brother. A tall figure, laughing loudly, revealing goofy teeth. A quiet woman, her thermos always floating nearby. Remember them. He roared deep within his consciousness, the roar twisting into meaningless noise, dissipating in the cold sea of data. System integration progress, 86. A chilling sensation permeated his awareness. Human memory stripping progress, 73. He was fading. Not his body, but Han Dongsheng as a person was gradually disintegrating. Completely merging with the system, becoming a program devoid of past, devoid of emotions, reduced to mere calculations. At 100%, that would be his fate. As the thought flickered, a deeply buried line of code surfaced. It was not the kind typical of system files. It resembled a hidden door? An emergency switch? Instinctively, he reached out to analyze it. It was left by Lin Xiaoyu. She anticipated his consumption, planting this. Han Dongsheng accelerated his analysis. Not just a backdoor. It could also selectively delete. It could erase the control commands implanted by the board, sever their signals while preserving the system's basic functions. This could prevent the disaster from spreading and save himself. But to activate it required permissions, complete administrator privileges. And to gain those privileges, the prerequisite was to complete the merger. To kill Han Dongsheng was to save Han Dongsheng. Heaven really does joke. System integration progress, 91. Time was running out. Liu Ruoxin crawled forward in utter darkness. The strap of her backpack pressed painfully against her shoulder, containing all hope for the antidote. Her other hand, the flashlight had completely failed. Lin Xiaoyu's notes stated that synthesizing the antidote required specialized equipment, and the nearest laboratory was on the mid-level of the tower. She had to ascend. The main passage had collapsed. She could only squeeze through this narrow, damp maintenance tunnel. The walls were slick and sticky, covered with bizarre blue mycelium that emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating a small patch. It was too narrow. She had to inch her way through. The entire tower trembled slightly above and below her. Zombie brother, hold on. She encouraged herself. I'll be there soon. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed above. The sharp noise of metal being violently twisted pierced her eardrums. Someone was breaking through the door. Just above her head, Liu Ruoxin's heart skipped a beat, and she dashed forward with all her might. The last remnants of artificial light extinguished. Only the ghostly blue glow of the mycelium remained, making it nearly impossible to see her feet. She halted, panting, feeling a tightness in her chest. In the profound silence, she fumbled for the communicator at her waist, desperate for a lifeline. Zombie brother? Zhao Jia? Can anyone hear me? Zzz, a crackling noise. Then, a familiar yet entirely altered voice emerged. Little, Liu. Hoarse, intermittent, mixed with strange electronic static. It was Dragon Team. Dragon Team? You're still alive? Liu Ruoxin nearly cried out. No, not completely. The voice of Dragon Team was labored, sounding. Shao, looking for you. They want your blood. My blood? What do they want with my blood? You are special, immune, Jane. The signal began to collapse. Don't let them catch. I will find you. Zzz. Crackle. The communication completely severed. Liu Ruoxin stood frozen, her mind buzzing. My blood? Special immunity? The board is after me for this? No time to ponder. The pounding above grew louder, closer. She had to find the laboratory immediately. Chapter 30. Consciousness harvesting. The tunnel ahead diverged. Two paths, dimly illuminated by a crawling blue light on the walls, appeared almost identical. She paused, her heart racing beneath her ribs. To the right. In her memory, a simple diagram sketched by her mother indicated that the laboratory was to the right. Without hesitation, she squeezed into the right passage. She crawled for about 5 minutes, perhaps longer. Time lost all meaning here. Suddenly, the space opened up. No longer was it a constricted pipe. A semicircular metallic door loomed before her, ajar. A faint light emanated from within, not the lifeless blue of fungal illumination, but artificial light. Emergency lights. The laboratory. She nearly lunged inside. The space was larger than she had imagined, various instruments flashing indicators under the emergency lights. Although the main power was out, this place was still operational. This was it. Liu Ruoxin dashed towards the largest workstation in the center, flinging her backpack aside and unfurling Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhhh's notes. Her fingers trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from anxiety and an uncontrollable excitement. Yet her movements remained precise, retrieving and operating equipment as if she had rehearsed it countless times. This was memory etched into her very being, a legacy from her mother. Han Dongsheng's blood sample was carefully injected into the centrifuge. The machine hummed to life, its low thrum echoing in the desolate laboratory. Separation complete. Specific components of the serum were extracted. Next came the energy core extract, contained within a special vessel, pulsating faintly. The two liquids met in a petri dish. Blue clashed violently with red, intertwining until they settled into a deep purple solution, viscous, as if imbued with life. It was done. The final step, she murmured, her voice trembling with disbelief. In her backpack lay the third test tube, the stabilizer. If only she could add it. Boom! The metallic door of the laboratory was violently kicked open, crashing against the wall with a deafening roar. Liu Ruoxin turned sharply. A figure stood at the entrance, impeccably dressed in a suit, his chin freshly shaven. She recognized the face behind the black-framed glasses all too well. Director Xiao. Behind him, 5 shadowy figures blocked the doorway. The Source Hunters, clad in heavy armor, their weapons pointed menacingly at her. Miss Liu Ruoxin, Director Xiao began, his voice grating like metal scraping against metal, causing her eardrums to ache. If your mother knew you had come this far, she would likely be proud of you. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong side. Liu Ruoxin instinctively recoiled, her hand tightly clutching the vial containing the nearly completed antidote. Her back collided with the cold edge of the workstation. No retreat. Do not waste your efforts. Director Xiao's tone was calm, yet laced with undeniable pressure. Hand over the antidote materials. I might consider allowing Dr. Han to retain a sliver of self. Otherwise, he paused, seemingly savoring her despair. The system will strip him bare. Han Dongsheng. 91. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhhh's nails nearly dug into her palm. Why should I trust you? Her voice trembled violently, yet she fought to maintain her composure. Director Xiao appeared to lose patience. Tilting his head slightly, the Source Hunters behind him stepped forward. Their heavy footsteps felt as though they were treading upon her heart. Data flooded his consciousness. Han Dongsheng felt himself dissolving. System access progress. 97. Fragments that once belonged to Han Dongsheng were being rapidly shattered, fading until only cold numerical structures remained. Who am I? He strained to recall. A scientist? A researcher? Or a monster? Or merely a point within this vast network? An anomalous code suddenly collided with his dwindling awareness. The structure was extraordinarily complex, encrypted layer upon layer, like a labyrinthine fortress constructed from electronic signals. The remaining fragments of Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's consciousness coalesced, summoning the last vestiges of strength to breach the firewall. Boom. The code exploded. An avalanche of informational shards surged into his nearly extinguished core of self. K-Plan. Ultimate objective. The human neural network. Integration. Phase 1. Virus. Screening. Phase 2. Conversion tower. Linking. Phase 3. Consciousness harvesting. Collective. Final. Board of Directors. Consciousness upload. Permanent dominion. The horrific truth unfurled within his mind. The board did not merely treat the zombies as weapons, they intended to transform all living humans into components of the neural network. A hive of humanity devoid of resistance or independent thought. The remnants of Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's, as humanity erupted with searing rage, this fury surged like an electric current, sweeping through every corner of the data stream. System access progress. 98. Human memory extraction progress. 91. The alert sounded devoid of emotion. Han Dongsheng felt his core collapsing. Countless questions bombarded him. Was that a memory? Or an illusion created by the system? Was I truly human before? Or was I merely a program from the very beginning? Identity confirmation. Han Dongsheng. K-01 experimental subject. System takeover error. Permission verification complete. Full network node control access granted. Subnetwork connection capacity. 3,792,416. The entire neural network opened its gates to him. An unimaginable power surged into his consciousness. He perceived the outside of the tower. Thousands of zombies stood still in the distance, waiting. He could feel the position and state of each mutant, even the faint, chaotic remnants of consciousness within their minds. He also saw the board and Ahhhh's forces, black armored vehicles forming a circle, armed personnel aiming heavy weapons, their barrels trained on the crumbling conversion tower, prepared to obliterate everything within. Dongsheng had never imagined that he could so easily connect to and control the city and Ahhhh's zombies. A thought crossed his mind. The horde surrounding the tower stirred immediately. First, a few dozen in the front row, then hundreds, and finally thousands of corpses surged like a dark tide towards the board's forces. Outside the tower, Director Xiao stood atop an armored vehicle, peering through a high-powered telescope at the flickering blue light in the tower and Ahhh's window. Beside him, a communications officer, drenched in sweat, fiddled with his equipment. Still no contact? Director Xiao did not turn. The signal interference is strong, sir, the officer and Ahhhh's voice trembled, and the perimeter patrol reports unusual activity among the zombies. Director Xiao furrowed his brow. What kind of unusual activity? The officer gulped. They are lining up, forming a military formation. Director Xiao spun around abruptly, snatching the tablet from the officer's hands. The screen displayed real-time footage from a drone. Sending chills down his spine, thousands of zombies were aligning with an eerie discipline into tactical formations. In front were the massive mutants, densely packed ordinary zombies in the middle, and various specialized types in the rear. These were not mindless corpses. This was an army. Chapter 31. The Virtual Cage. Initiate the Ahhhh's Terminator and Ahhhh's Protocol. Director Xiao and Ahhhh's voice was icy, devoid of warmth. All units, regardless of the cost, destroy the transformation towers. K-01 has spiraled completely out of control, far worse than anticipated. He turned to the operator beside him. Activate all source hunters, even if it means their sacrifice. We must prevent that girl from synthesizing the antidote. The armored vehicle's engine roared ominously, its heavy artillery turning towards the advancing horde of corpses. The first round of shells screamed through the air, crashing into the front line of zombies, igniting a fiery inferno. The shockwave from the explosions hurled dozens of remains into the air, yet more undead quickly filled the gaps. Pressing forward relentlessly, the zombie legion collided with the elite forces of the board. The decisive battle had begun. In the mid-level laboratory of the tower, Liu Ruoxin pressed her back against the cold experimental table, her fingers gripping a test tube containing a purple liquid, the unfinished antidote. Director Xiao stood directly opposite her, flanked by several source hunters, weapons raised and aimed at her. This is your final opportunity, Miss Liu. Director Xiao's tone was unnervingly calm. Your choice affects the lives of many. Liu Ruoxin's grip tightened around the test tube, her fingertips turning white. Yet, her gaze radiated an unyielding resolve. Dongsheng would not desire such a world. No one would. Director Xiao shook his head, a hint of pity flickering at the corners of his mouth. You are too naive. The history of humanity has repeatedly demonstrated that order must be established through absolute control. We are not destroying. We are transcending. Liu Ruoxin countered. What is the difference? Director Xiao stepped closer, his voice low and firm. The difference is monumental. In the new world, there will be no war, no poverty, no disease. Each individual will be part of the whole, accepting optimized distribution and guidance. There will be no pain, no confusion, and certainly no meaningless freedom. Liu Ruoxin tapped the test tube against the table, once, then again. The sound was soft, yet each tap resonated deeply within the heart. That is not humanity. That is livestock. Director Xiao's expression darkened instantly, his tone turning frigid. Enough. Capture her. The source hunters advanced menacingly. In that critical moment, the side door of the laboratory exploded with a thunderous bang. Debris flew everywhere. Amidst the swirling smoke, a figure charged in, moving so swiftly that only a blur could be seen. What? Before Director Xiao could finish his thought, a large hand seized his throat, slamming him against the wall. As the smoke cleared, the intruder revealed his face. It was Long Team. Yet, he was no longer purely human. His skin was adorned with blue circuit patterns, his eyes glimmering with an eerie blue light, half of his face covered by a bone-like structure. Long Team. Liu Ruoxin could hardly believe her eyes. The voice of Long Team was laced with electronic distortion. Run. Liu Ruoxin. Find the catalyst for the antidote. Top level. Left cabinet. Director Xiao struggled, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Team B, 7. Open fire. Eliminate the intruder. Protect me at all costs. The source hunters raised their weapons, unleashing a barrage of bullets that sparked against Long Team and Ahhhh's form. He grunted as he hurled Director's shout towards the hunters, igniting chaos. Go! Long Team roared at Liu Ruoxin, his voice stripped of much of its humanity. Liu Ruoxin hesitated no longer. Grabbing the backpack containing the semi-finished antidote and dashing out of the laboratory amidst the turmoil. Behind her, Long Team valiantly held off the pursuing enemies. In the labyrinthine corridors of the transformation tower, Zhao Yue struggled to move, half dragging, half cradling Suhu. His condition was visibly deteriorating. The gray patches on his skin were expanding rapidly. The blue patterns grew brighter and more pronounced, while his muscles spasmed violently, as if something within him was about to break free. Hold on, big guy, Zhao Yue whispered, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Suhu grimaced, a twisted smile on his face. Girl, I might not make it. I can feel something, about to awaken. Zhao Yue paused, carefully helping him lean against the wall. A thermos floated in the air, emitting a faint glow. This is bad. She scrutinized Suhu's wounds, her expression growing increasingly grave. The mutation had accelerated. However, she suddenly furrowed her brow, lightly touching the blue patterns on his skin. This is strange. The mutation patterns of ordinary infectees are chaotic, but yours, these patterns are too orderly, almost like a circuit board. Suhu gasped for breath, each inhalation producing a strange metallic tremor in his chest. I don't seem to feel pain anymore. Instead, it's a bit warm. His skin tightened suddenly, his temperature skyrocketing. Zhao Yue instinctively took a step back, her psychic energy coalescing at her fingertips, ready to act. Suhu let out a pained howl as his back arched violently. Beneath his skin, something was rapidly reorganizing, solidifying, and reshaping. His arms began to twist, muscle layers peeling away and then reassembling in an astonishing manner. Zhao Yue's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the transformation. This was not degeneration. This was evolution. Suhu and Ahhhh's metamorphosis was entirely different from Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's. No bone spurs, no exoskeleton. His muscle tissue was merging with some metallic element, forming an unprecedented composite structure. Electricity surged through his veins, muscle fibers transformed into conductors, each heartbeat pulsing with energy. After a violent spasm, Suhu slowly stood. His height increased by at least 20 centimeters, muscle density dramatically enhanced, his skin now covered with a layer of metallic sheen. Yet, it was not cold and rigid like machinery. Instead, it exuded remarkable resilience. His arms morphed into weapon-like forms, fists capable of retracting into hammers or extending into sharp claws. Suhu lowered his head to examine his new body, then raised it again. The familiar sparkle of vitality shone in his eyes. Whoa, he flexed his joints, the friction of metal against muscle producing a low, resonant sound. Not too shabby, huh? Zhao Yue exhaled deeply, her tense body relaxing. Is that really you? Did you retain your memories? Suhu grinned, revealing his still sharp teeth. Of course I remember. You're that stubborn girl who always loved to fiddle with broken cups. A thunderous noise erupted from the end of the corridor. Suhu's expression turned serious in an instant. His newly awakened sensory system allowed him to clearly perceive the vibrations and heat sources in the distance. Trouble is coming. He lowered his voice, instinctively positioning himself in front of Zhao Yue. At least 10 armed individuals were approaching. Zhao Yue and Ahhhh's thermos spun rapidly in the air. Liu Ruoxin was still searching for the catalyst. They needed to buy her time. Suhu clenched his fists, the fusion of metal and muscle endowing him with a sense of boundless strength. Then let and Ahhhh's. Chapter 32. The prisoner of souls deep within the waves of data. Han Dongsheng felt himself dissolving. System connection, 99. Human memory detachment, 97. The cold, unyielding chime of notifications echoed within his dwindling consciousness. With each digit that fell, a fragment of Han Dongsheng was taken away. This was not death, but transformation. The warm, chaotic, and contradictory essence of humanity was being transmuted into cold, ordered, and utterly rational data. Eternal data. What did he still remember? The scent of disinfectant in the laboratory, piercing his nostrils with its sharp cleanliness. The minute sting of a needle breaking the skin. The last smile of his brother. And a little girl, persistently calling out to him. Zombie brother. Liu Ruoxin. These 3 words weighed heavily, sinking into the relentless ocean of data, becoming an anchor. This lingering warmth of humanity was firmly secured. With the last reserves of his fading strength, Han Dongsheng squeezed out a shadow of consciousness at the core of the network. It was not a body, but a simulated bubble of data. Yet within this bubble, there remained a trace of his humanity. The shadows surged past firewalls, racing along the lines, desperately searching within the maze-like networks of the tower. Searching for that girl. Liu Ruoxin pressed her back against the cold, hard metal wall, gasping for breath, her lungs ablaze. An embedded display screen behind her flickered to life without warning. The blue light was blinding, and the electronic noise grated against her eardrums. On the screen, chaotic pixels struggled to coalesce, barely forming a shaky human silhouette. Zombie brother? Liu Ruoxin nearly lunged forward, her palm pressing against the icy screen. The outline formed by blue light shifted slightly, and a voice emerged from the speaker, broken, entangled in electrical static. No, not entirely. The system accepts me. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhhh's fingers trembled on the screen. Do you still recognize me? Amidst the crackling noise, Dongsheng and Ahhhh's voice became momentarily clear. Liu Ruoxin. Zombie, brother. The image on the screen suddenly warped and flickered. Dongsheng and Ahhhh's outline nearly disintegrated, dissolving into a chaotic flurry of snow-like pixels. Maintaining this projection was becoming increasingly difficult. I choose eternal vigilance, to control the network, to prevent disaster. Liu Ruoxin grasped the strap of her backpack tightly, where an unfinished antidote lay. No, we have the antidote. We can revert back. The pixels on the screen struggled once more, Dongsheng's outline becoming slightly clearer, yet colder, an inhuman chill, the essence of data threatening to overflow the screen. 2. Late. Human component. Dissipating. 97. Only this way, to control all. Liu Ruoxin yanked open her backpack and pulled out an old notebook, something left behind by her mother. The pages began to flip on their own, halting at a blank sheet. Ink appeared as if conjured, lines extending and sketching, rapidly forming a complex system diagram. At the center, a node labeled main host. Surrounding it were densely packed smaller nodes. Secondary nodes. What is this? Liu Ruoxin stared at the notebook, her voice trembling. On the screen, Dongsheng's projection also turned toward the notebook. The static noise mixed with an element of disbelief. Guardian, Council, Lin Xiaoyu, the last. Words materialized beneath the diagram. Liu Ruoxin read quickly, her heart racing. The third path. We can decentralize control. No one needs to bear it alone. She excitedly pressed the notebook against the screen. Speaking rapidly, we can form a Guardian Council. Find volunteers, share the burden. You don't have to be completely consumed. The projection of Dongsheng froze for a few seconds, as though processing this vast information. Then, the pixels stabilized once more, the outline clearer than ever before. Need, badge, carrier, connect, consciousness. Instinctively, Liu Ruoxin reached for her waist. The badge given to her by the dragon team lay quietly there. The central blue crystal emitted a faint glow. I have it. This. Suddenly, the electric noise sharpened to a piercing shriek. Dongsheng's projection flickered violently, almost disintegrating. Director Xiao has initiated self-destruction. Before the words could fade, the entire tower shook violently. The ground trembled beneath her, debris fell from the ceiling, crashing to the floor. The floor groaned under the strain, splitting open with gaping fissures. A shrill alarm tore through the air, echoing in every corner of the tower. In the control room, Director Xiao wiped the blood from his brow with the back of his hand, his face betraying no emotion. He stared at the console. Crimson numbers danced on the screen, coldly announcing the inevitable conclusion. 1500 hours. 1459. 1458. In 15 minutes, this tower would be reduced to ruins. He activated the final encrypted communication, his voice steady, betraying no hint of panic in the face of disaster. Report to the board. K01 has completely taken control of the neural network. The conversion tower is about to self-destruct as planned. Immediate execution of backup protocol is advised. Release the source. On the other end of the line, a distorted electronic voice emerged, devoid of any human emotion. Authorization confirmed. Source release program initiated. Evacuate. Director Xiao, mission accomplished. The communication was severed. A nearly imperceptible smile curved the corner of Director Xiao's mouth. He pressed the last button on the console. The adjacent wall silently slid open, revealing a pitch-black passage. Humanity shall ultimately transcend the constraints of flesh and blood. K01. May you find peace in the eternity of data. His figure vanished into the depths of the passage, leaving no trace. The alarm blared throughout the tower. The mutated beings, once suppressed by Dongsheng's will, erupted into chaos. The self-destruct sequence infiltrated the network like a virus. Dongsheng and Ahhhh's fragmented consciousness was being forcibly stripped away, his hold over the monsters rapidly crumbling. in Zoni and Amp, Oppos, as corridor. Suhu, or rather, the current incarnation of himself, a fusion of cold metal and warm flesh, bore the brunt of 3 uncontrolled plasma mutants, with fists encased in heavy metal. Each strike produced a thunderous sound as he smashed the slimy creatures into the twisted walls. Damn, this place is really going to collapse. Suhu exploded a mutant and Amp, Oppos, as head with a punch, viscous liquid splattering across him, and he turned to Zhao Yuha nearby, yelling, "We need to find Liu." Before Zhao Yuha, an inconspicuous thermos floated and spun, forming an almost invisible force field that repelled a mutant's attack. Sweat dripped down her forehead, her complexion a sickly pale. Communications are completely down. The system is in disarray. At the other end of the corridor, smoke and dust filled the air. A tall shadow slowly emerged. The Dragon Team. Chapter 33. Fighting alone, translucent bone armor enveloped parts of his body, the blue circuit patterns beneath his skin flickering erratically. He stood there, silent as a mountain. I sensed her, at the tower and Oppos' summit. The voice echoed with a metallic rasp, no longer purely human. To reach her, I must traverse the central elevator shaft. Suhu and Zhao Yuha exchanged a knowing glance. Words unnecessary. The trio swiftly formed an assault formation, charging towards the heart of the tower. Long, with his altered physique, led the way, his heightened awareness allowing him to evade the most perilous collapsing sections in advance. Suhu brought up the rear, his newfound strength making him the most dependable support. Zhao Yuha remained central, her psychokinesis at the ready for unexpected incidents. "Hey, Lao Zhao." Suhu grinned, smashing through a deformed fire door with a punch, glancing back at Zhao Yuha. "You look quite the part, half human, half machine." He aimed to alleviate the life-threatening tension. Zhao Yuha shot him a glare, her tone sharp. "Less chatter, watch your step." Despite her harsh words, the corners of her mouth relaxed momentarily. Navigating through the ever-collapsing corridor, the steel and concrete overhead crackled ominously, while the ground beneath them inclined dangerously, making each step a formidable challenge. At last, they reached their destination, the central elevator shaft. A vast vertical abyss pierced through the entire tower. The elevator car had long since transformed into a heap of scrap iron at the bottom, leaving only twisted, broken cables swaying in the air, dancing in the wind. Long raised his armored arm, pointing towards the chasm above. "She is in the control room, at the top floor." Suhu twisted his metallic neck, joints emitting a dull clack. "Let us climb. What is there to fear?" Meanwhile, Liu Ruoxin clung tightly to her backpack straps, struggling to ascend the precarious emergency staircase within the tower. The antidote and badge weighed heavily in her bag. The entire structure groaned and swayed, debris and dust continuously falling from above, choking her lungs. Suddenly, the spiral staircase beneath her emitted a bone-chilling crack. She screamed as she plummeted downward. In a split second, she instinctively reached for a protruding steel rebar on the wall, suspending herself several meters in the air. The wind rushed up from the unfathomable darkness below. "Calm. Remain calm," Liu Ruoxin told herself, her heart racing furiously. Not far above, there seemed to be a small platform. "Swing over. I must swing over." Gritting her teeth, she tightened her grip on the cold steel, beginning to swing her body. Once, twice. On the third attempt, she released her hold at the perfect moment. Her body traced a desperate arc through the air, her fingertips barely grasping the platform's edge. With her last ounce of strength, she pulled herself up, collapsing onto the platform, gasping for breath. Kneeling on the frigid floor, every expansion of her lungs ignited a searing pain. The backpack strap dug painfully into her shoulder, its contents pressing heavily upon her. Something was amiss. A faint rustling sound emanated from the bag. The sound of paper brushing against one another. It was not the items shifting. Rather, it felt as if something was moving of its own accord. She yanked the zipper open. Sure enough, the old notebook lay open, resting on a blank page. The ink, without warning, began to seep and spread, the characters contorting into shape. Control room entrance password. K01. Mother. The writing was clear, bearing a chilling portent. Mother. Li Ling. This string of characters pierced her mind like an ice pick. A shiver coursed down her spine, freezing her limbs. She had long since orchestrated this? Her thoughts spiraled into chaos, leaving no time to sort them out. Boom. A more violent explosion echoed overhead, debris and concrete raining down upon her, causing her to cough violently. No time to stop. Liu Ruoxin scrambled upward, using all her limbs to navigate the crumbling edge. The final few steps were nearly a feat of sheer willpower. She had reached the top floor. A heavy metal door barred her path, while a keypad embedded in the adjacent wall pulsed with red light, like a countdown timer. This is it. She extended her hand, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. K. 0. 1. Mother. Each character pressed felt as heavy as lead. Beep. A faint response sounded. The red light extinguishing to reveal a soft green hue. The dull grinding noise of mechanisms turning followed, and the massive metal door silently slid open. The sight beyond the door froze Liu Ruoxin in her tracks, her breath caught in her throat. A vast hemispherical chamber. The walls were crafted from a completely transparent material. And standing there, one should have been able to gaze upon the city's flickering lights, but now, the enormous shadow of the swaying tower enveloped everything. In the center of the room floated an indescribable colossal sphere. It was the core node of the neural network. Countless Azure data streams surged across its surface, intertwining as if alive, radiating an energy that constricted the heart. Surrounding the data sphere was a ring of control consoles. At the center of the console was a recess. The shape of the recess matched her badge perfectly. Liu Ruoxin approached step by step. The control room was so quiet she could hear her own heartbeat, while the outside world echoed with the deafening sounds of collapse. This eerie contrast rendered the air thick with tension. She retrieved the badge from her backpack. As her fingertips brushed the metal, a chill coursed through her. The blue crystal at the center of the badge suddenly erupted with blinding light. Resonating with the suspended data core above, a deep hum filling the entire space. Is this the place? Her throat felt dry. Her hands trembled slightly as she slowly brought the badge closer to the console's recess. Just a little more. The badge was on the verge of slotting in. Boom. An unprecedented roar erupted, violently shaking the control room. The ceiling was torn open, a massive, twisted metal beam hurtling down with a piercing scream. Liu Ruoxin reacted swiftly, throwing herself backward. Her grip loosened, and the badge slipped from her grasp, clattering as it rolled toward the edge of the room. No, she screamed, scrambling to get up and reach for it. The badge rolled precariously, finally stopping at a location that made her heart race, a position too close to the outer wall. The transparent wall there was already riddled with cracks, poised to shatter completely at any moment. The badge lay cold on the control room floor. The shimmering blue crystal at its edge flickered erratically, casting reflections on her pale face. The ongoing tremors beneath her feet caused the badge to sway slightly. Liu Ruoxin lay on the ground, stretching out her hand, her fingertips mere inches from the badge. A foreboding tremor resonated from above. The colossal data sphere suspended overhead began to convulse violently. The entire chamber quaked, the ceiling threatening to collapse, bringing the sphere crashing down. Across the sphere's surface, azure arcs of electricity writhed erratically, tearing and colliding in explosive bursts. Crackle. The resounding detonations pierced the eardrums. The acrid stench of burning filled the air, choking the senses. Blasted. Han Dongsheng. His consciousness. It's still trapped inside. Amidst the tempestuous flashes of electricity in the potentially cataclysmic data core, the system's self-destruct sequence was mercilessly eroding the control he had so arduously seized. He could perceive everything transpiring in the external world. Liu Ruoxin's frantic respiration, the stinging abrasion on her fingertips, the faint emanations from the incomplete antidote within her satchel, yet he remained utterly incapable of influencing reality. Liu Ruoxin lunged toward the control console, raising the emblem to align it with the receptacle. Just then, the control room doors were blasted open. Amidst the billowing smoke and debris, 3 figures stormed into the room. Liu Suhu's voice was raspy and fervent, his semi-mechanized form reflecting the harsh light of the emergency lamps. You've arrived. Liu Ruoxin's voice trembled, a mixture of elation and despair. Hurry. There's no time. Zhao Yue's gaze swiftly scanned the control room, immediately discerning the critical element, that sphere. It's the network core? The semi-mutated dragon team advanced, the azure circuitry beneath his skin pulsing intermittently. Han Dongsheng is inside. Liu Ruoxin steadied herself, aligning the emblem with the receptacle. Guardian Council activation sequence. Requires a volunteer. Suhu stepped forward, the mechanical components of his hybridized body emitting a faint hum. I and Appos, VE been itching to quit being a normal person for ages. Count me in. Zhao Yue directed the ever-floating thermos to hover above the control console. What kind of volunteer is needed? Someone willing to share the supervisory responsibilities of the neural network. Liu Ruoxin replied swiftly. Each person only needs to bear a small portion. They won't completely lose themselves, but they'll be forever intertwined with the network. The dragon team hesitated, glancing toward the data sphere. Inside was his former subordinate, now on the verge of becoming a string of code. I join. Liu Ruoxin nodded, forcefully pressing the emblem into the receptacle. Click. It fit perfectly. The blue crystal erupted with intense brilliance, projecting a 3-dimensional image, an incredibly complex neural network map. with countless nodes flickering and interconnected links. Guardian Council activation sequence confirmed, an emotionless electronic voice announced, not that of Han Dongsheng, but of the system itself. Please designate the primary guardian and auxiliary guardians. Liu Ruoxin responded instantly. Han Dongsheng as the primary guardian, Dragon Team, Suhu, and Zhao Yuha as auxiliary guardians. The system paused for 2 seconds. Primary guardian Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's current integration level is 99.5, exceeding the reversible threshold. Warning: forcible separation will result in unpredictable consequences. Liu Ruoxin tightened her grip on her satchel strap. There's still the antidote. We can try. The system fell silent once more. The light patterns on the data sphere and Ahhhh's surface fluctuated even more violently. At the sphere and Ahhhh's center, a vague humanoid silhouette gradually materialized. Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's projection, almost entirely composed of flowing code, barely maintaining its form. Liu Ruoxin. The projection's voice was fragmented, heavily distorted. Too late. I am no longer human. No. Liu Ruoxin interrupted, her tone resolute. You still remember me. That proves your humanity is still there. She swiftly unzipped her satchel, retrieving the vial of purple liquid. The antidote is just 1 step away. Dragon Team said the catalyst is here. Suhu reached out and seized the vial. How do you use this thing? Just shove it in? Zhao Yua's attention immediately locked onto a sophisticated device in the corner. There. That's the catalytic converter. The tremors in the control room intensified abruptly, large chunks of the ceiling beginning to peel away, with debris raining down. The Dragon Team positioned himself in front of Liu Ruoxin, clearing a path to the catalytic converter with his body. Countdown. 5:43. Liu Ruoxin rushed to the catalytic converter, following the steps outlined in her mother and Ahhhh's notes. The antidote was injected and mixed with the catalyst. The purple liquid initially turned deep blue, then gradually transitioned to a clear, pale cyan. Guardian Council program cannot be interrupted. Within the data sphere, Han Dongsheng's projection sounded even more fragmented. Activation must be completed. Requires blood sample, biological anchor. Liu Ruoxin immediately extracted a hypodermic needle, rolled up her sleeve, and pierced her arm, drawing a vial of crimson blood. Use mine. Liu. Suhu roared, attempting to intervene. Zhao Yua blocked him. She knew what she was doing. Zhao Yua restrained Suhu's agitated mechanical arm, her voice calm yet resolute. Let her try. Liu Ruoxin disregarded them, injecting her blood sample into the catalyzed antidote. The liquid within the syringe churned violently, the pale cyan rapidly fading, replaced by an unstable iridescent shimmer, ultimately settling into a warm, amber hue. The light became subdued, yet it contained an ineffable vitality. Done, she exclaimed, cradling the vial as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, turning toward the still ominously trembling data sphere. Now what? Inside the sphere. Han Dongsheng's projection grew even fainter, the edges of his form completely dissolving, almost melting into the cascading code. Inject, network interface. His voice was faint, intermittent. Also, activate. Guardian Council. Liu Ruoxin glanced at the control console. Next to the emblem, receptacle, there was indeed an inconspicuous injection port. The amber liquid flowed silently through the syringe, disappearing into the small injection port. Without a sound, Liu Ruoxin's finger hovered over the activation button. Her fingertip was a mere hair's breadth from the button. She inhaled, her voice hushed, yet it pierced through the hum of the control room. Everyone, ready? The response was action. Suhu and Ahhhh's mechanical hand slammed onto the sensor area with a metallic screech. The Dragon Team and Ahhhh's palm pressed against the control console. The blue beneath his skin instantly searingly bright. Zhao Yua's thermos hummed beside her, the cup spinning, emitting visible ripples of energy. For people, for points, silently surrounding the core. Liu Ruoxin no longer hesitated, forcefully pressing her fingertip down. Guardian Council, activate. Buzz. The sound was not heard by the ears, but directly slammed into the brain, detonating a blank space. The light erupting from the emblem engulfed the field of vision, a blue so intense it was almost purple. A terrifying energy flow coursed through her arm and into her body, every inch of her flesh screaming. Suhu's mechanical joints sparked, emitting a shriek that threatened to tear apart. The blue light beneath the Dragon Team's skin seethed, almost bursting out. Zhao Yuha suppressed a cry of pain in her throat. The thermos and Ahhhh's aura contorting, barely protecting her. Liu Ruoxin felt frozen, then torn apart, her consciousness brutally pulled into a vast, desolate, boundless place. The data sphere shook as if it would fall apart, the code on its surface becoming a waterfall of light, so fast that only a residual image remained. The point of the humanoid silhouette belonging to Han Dongsheng at the center of the sphere was completely shattered, turning into countless motes of light, melting into the torrent. The entire control room was filled with only an all-encompassing blue light. Nothing else could be seen. Pain. The pain penetrates to the marrow, crushing the very nerves. Yet the hands of the four individuals remain as if welded to the control panel, utterly unmoving. Chapter 35. The Soul and Amp. Ahhhh's choice. The body is being dismantled and reassembled, forcefully intertwined with an icy will. A chilling mechanical voice resounds within their chaotic consciousness, terrifyingly clear. The Guardian Council activation successful. The primary Guardian anchoring program activated. Auxiliary Guardian Authority allocation in progress. The National Virus Reserve signal has been intercepted. Neural Network Core Reconstruction Program initiated. In the depths of the data maelstrom, Han Dongsheng's sense of self is fading, like ink dissolving into the ocean, swiftly dissipating. Memories, emotions, all that constitutes his identity are being devoured, digested, and ground into mere data by the vast system. Just before complete obliteration, an alien presence forcibly wedges itself into the sea of data. It is neither cold logic nor system command, but rather warmth? No, more like a coordinate, an anchor point. The power of the antidote, intermingled with Liu Ruoxin's life essence, surges against the current through the newly established Guardian link, infusing this crumbling core. Chemical molecules intertwine with virtual code in an astonishing entanglement. Using her DNA fragments as a template, a miraculous reconstruction is unfolding. This is not mere repair. It is a rebirth from the ashes of obliteration. Tear apart, shatter, and then reassemble in an entirely new form. Pain transcends the limits of comprehension, as the soul feels as if it is being repeatedly crushed and reassembled. Yet, amidst this cataclysmic agony, he touches himself. The human Han Dongsheng who hesitates, who feels rage, who yearns, who loves. In the control room, the blue light suddenly converges. The data sphere emits a piercing shriek, and a tremendous energy shockwave erupts. Bang, 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 bang. The four individuals are violently hurled like kites with severed strings, crashing against walls or equipment. The badge ejects from its groove, casting a dim blue glow as it tumbles to Liu Ruoxin's side. The once suspended data sphere now shrinks dramatically, its radiance subdued, ultimately transforming into a concentrated stream of light that bolts toward the central processor of the control console. Boom. A deafening explosion erupts, shattering the console into fragments. Dense clouds of smoke billow forth. At the center of the smoke, a curled figure is vaguely discernible. Naked, with faint blue patterns tracing their skin, yet undeniably human. Smooth and fragile, devoid of the previous armor and deformities. It is Han Dongsheng. Brother Zombie. Liu Ruoxin coughs through the choking smoke, scrambling to her feet and staggeringly rushing toward that figure. Han Dongsheng slowly, agonizingly raises his head, opening his eyes. They are human eyes, weary, bewildered, imbued with nascent fragility. Stripped of the inhuman blue glow, he parts his lips, a hoarse sound escaping his throat, as if he has forgotten how to speak. His hand trembles as it rises, fingertips hovering beside Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's dust-covered cheek, suspended in the air, hesitant to touch. That hand is a hand of flesh and blood. Liu Ruoxin grabs his wrist, the warmth of his skin igniting tears in her eyes. She wants to say something, but only a choked sob escapes her. Above the console, the countdown timer continues to flicker and shake, stubbornly ticking down. 3:22. 3:21. No time for sentiment. Go. Suhu is the first to react, shaking his dazed head, his mechanical arms surging with force as it clears a twisted piece of metal debris, shielding against the continuing rain of falling fragments. Team Long has stumbled toward a cracked observation window, their mutated senses allowing them to penetrate the smoke and chaos. Finding a path. This way, southeast corner. The structure hasn't completely collapsed. Zhao Yue's thermos spins, projecting a shaky yet clear three-dimensional path. Follow this. Perhaps they can escape before the tower completely collapses. I'll carry him, Suhu shouts, hefting the weakened Han Dongsheng over his shoulder, his movements rough yet steady. Keep up. The five-person makeshift escape team bursts out of the crumbling control room. Team Long, relying on extraordinary strength and intuition, forges ahead, smashing through twisted metal doors and shattering the collapsing ground. Zhao Yue follows closely behind, her telekinetic barrier straining to fend off lethal debris. Suhu, carrying Han Dongsheng, propels himself with astonishing speed through the tilting, crumbling corridor. Liu Ruoxin retrieves the badge from the ground, clenching it tightly in her palm as she stumbles along at the rear. Behind them looms the collapsing steel tower and the imminent obliteration of the data core. Ahead lies an unknown path to survival. The countdown persists. Quick. Turn right. Han Dongsheng's voice is hoarse and dry, nearly tuneless, each breath tinged with the scent of blood. His frail body feels as if it is rapidly regressing. The tower suddenly shudders violently, followed by a more intense tremor, the metallic framework of the corridor groaning as it nears collapse. The tiles beneath their feet crack, and the entire passage begins to sink, debris crashing into the unknown darkness below. Emergency lights flicker erratically, shadows dancing wildly on the walls. Suhu, carrying Han Dongsheng, his semi-mechanical legs thundering heavily, each step creating shallow craters in the slanted ground, causing Han Dongsheng to groan in discomfort. He charges forward too recklessly. The wind he stirs whipping against the narrow corridor walls. Damn, this place is collapsing faster than I thought. Suhu's roar mixes with the crackle of electricity. In the dimness, the countdown timer coldly ticks down. 2:47. 2:46. Ahead, Team Long's figure moves so swiftly it becomes an afterimage. Their armored arm sweeping, tearing open the deformed fire door with sheer force. The door flies out, crashing against the side wall and sending clouds of dust cascading down. Main corridor, southeast corner. It's collapsed. Team Long struggles to articulate, as if sandpaper is lodged in his vocal cords. Change routes. Must. Zhao Yue's thermos spins rapidly before her, the light on its surface flashing erratically, redrawing the path. Beads of sweat trickle down her forehead. Her telekinetic powers are barely holding on. C-17 corridor. She shouts urgently, her voice taut. If we pass through the experimental zone, it might lead to the cargo area. Han Dongsheng, slung over Suhu's back, weakly raises his head, a strange flush on his face making his skin appear even paler. He is bare, clad only in Zhao Yuha and Appo's jacket, shivering from the cold. No, he coughs, inhaling sharply, his trembling fingers pointing to the other side. Virus. Sample repository. That area hasn't collapsed. How do you know? Liu Ruoxin, breathless and stumbling, keeps pace, refusing to fall behind. Han Dongsheng closes his eyes, veins bulging at his temples. The cold surveillance feeds, the data streams, all like countless invisible threads entangled in his mind, impossible to shake off. The badge in Liu Ruoxin's hand suddenly feels scalding hot. She nearly drops it, yet instinctively clings to it with all her might. Chapter 36. Countdown to death. The blue crystal at the badge center flickered wildly, each pulse of light synchronizing with the faint azure patterns lingering on Han Dongsheng's body. What is this madness? She shouted, her voice nearly drowned out by the sound of the collapsing structure above. No sooner had she spoken than the badge erupted in a dazzling blue light that surged straight into her eyes. The radiance seemed to penetrate her palm, coursing through her veins like a living blue current, instantaneously spreading throughout her body. Ah! She cried out in pain, her body swaying. The dragon team halted abruptly, turning to catch her. The moment their hands met, the blue light leapt across. The dragon team shook violently, the previously dim mutation patterns on his body igniting with brilliance. A chain reaction. Suhu's mechanical joints erupted with blue electric sparks, darting chaotically where metal met flesh. Zhao Yue's thermos spun faster, the energy field around it almost solidifying. A link had been forcibly established among them. Han Dongsheng suddenly tilted his head back, his eyes bulging. The depths of his pupils filled with flickering data garble. The link is established. He felt it, not merely a one-sided connection to that frigid network, but rather, they had formed a temporary web of mutual support. Each individual shared a portion of the burden. This way, Han Dongsheng's tone shifted to one of unwavering certainty. Pointing ahead, move straight, then turn left. The five surged to the edge of the tower, the ground beneath them trembling perilously. Zhao Yue's psychic barrier strained to hold against the falling steel and concrete, the barrier itself nearly shattering. At last, they reached a scene of devastation. This was supposed to be an emergency exit, now reduced to a wall of concrete and twisted rebar. Through the cracks in the wall, the dim light of the outside world seeped in. Damn it! Suhu slammed his fist against the deformed steel frame, producing a dull thud. But the frame didn't budge, it was a dead end. Suddenly, Han Dongsheng on his back began to squirm, wanting to get down. Suhu hesitated, but ultimately set him down. The moment Han Dongsheng and Appo's feet touched the ground, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse. Suhu quickly supported him again. Let me, Han Dongsheng gasped, the blue light in his eyes flickering momentarily outside. Zhao Yuha's psychic force tore a larger opening in the wall. Revealing the outside more clearly, countless mutations roamed the ruins beneath the tower, their movements stiff and aimless, like puppets with severed strings. Han Dongsheng closed his eyes, the veins on his forehead pulsating more vigorously. He extended his hand, palm facing outward, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. They are still connected. His voice was barely audible, almost swept away by the wind. I can summon them. Liu Ruoxin suddenly turned to him. What? You can command those things? Outside, an eerie silence fell. All the mutations froze. Their necks creaked under the strain as they twisted towards the gap where the five stood. Jiayue covered her mouth, the glow of her thermos dimming slightly. The next moment, the chaotic footsteps ceased, replaced by a spine-chilling, synchronized scraping sound. They were not wandering aimlessly. They were lining up. They climbed atop one another's shoulders, forming a precarious flesh bridge. The bridge extended from the gap all the way down to the ground below. Each segment was a mutation, interlocking and supporting one another. Suhu's jaw nearly dropped. Damn. This is insane. Move. Dragon Team growled, being the first to step onto it. The bridge wobbled slightly beneath their feet, yet it was astonishingly stable. The sight of the living stepping on the dead sent shivers down their spines. Liu Ruoxin felt her stomach churn. Gagging slightly as she clutched her backpack strap and the badge, her gaze fixated on the back of Dragon Team, too terrified to look down. Suhu nearly dragged Han Dongsheng along, the latter with his eyes shut, concentrating all his mental energy on stabilizing the bridge. Jiayue brought up the rear, her psychic force taut and ready to catch anyone who fell. The tower is collapsing. Hurry. Han Dongsheng's voice suddenly became urgent and clipped. No sooner had he spoken than a louder cracking sound echoed behind them. The tower tilted alarmingly. The countdown from above was surely nearing its end. Just as they approached the bridge's end, a tremendous force surged from behind. Boom. The deafening roar. Hot winds carrying debris slammed against their backs, nearly toppling everyone. Get down. Dragon Team shouted, but there was no time. Liu Ruoxin screamed as she was lifted by the shockwave. Jiayue's psychic force instantly wrapped around her, yanking her back. Suhu pivoted sharply, using his iron-gray mechanical back to shield Han Dongsheng, the debris crashing down with a series of sharp sounds. The middle section of the tower exploded. Shockwaves rippled upward, the control room at the top detonating entirely, raining shards of glass like a downpour. Then, the central structure collapsed, the entire building creaking ominously as it tilted to one side. Damn it, Suhu cursed, scooping up Han Dongsheng, his mechanical legs screeching under the strain as he bolted across the bridge. Liu Ruoxin and Jiayue scrambled after them. Dragon Team held the rear, bracing against the onslaught of falling debris. Rumbling, the tower finally crashed to the ground, the earth shaking beneath them. The flesh bridge they had just traversed disintegrated, the mutations plummeting down, piling in a heap. The five tumbled into a heap, landing on the adjacent ground, each of them covered in dirt and debris. Looking back, the once magnificent tower was gone, reduced to a heap of smoking ruins, choking dust obscuring everything. We did it. Suhu gasped, unable to finish his thought. In his arms, Han Dongsheng suddenly convulsed, coughing up frothy blood. Fresh crimson stained his chin. More alarmingly, the nearly faded blue patterns beneath his skin flared back to life, writhing like tiny electric serpents. Brother Zombie! Liu Ruoxin cried out, rushing to assist him. But as she drew near, an invisible force repelled her. The air around Han Dongsheng seemed to distort, his body curling inwards, a strained and pained whimper escaping his throat. The antidote is insufficient. He strained to lift his face, his voice hoarse, the blue light dancing wildly across his features. That network is rebelling within me. Jiayue immediately understood. Controlling those creatures consumed too much energy. We need more antidote. Liu Ruoxin fumbled through her bag, catalyst. There's a little left. She shakily produced a test tube, containing only a few drops of amber liquid sloshing at the bottom. Han Dongsheng abruptly waved his hand, halting her advance. Don't come closer. It's dangerous. I can barely hold on. You all need to leave. Don't worry about me. His body shook violently, his teeth clattering, cold sweat rapidly soaking through his jacket, fingers clawing desperately at the dirt beneath him, knuckles turning pale. Just then, Dragon Team abruptly stood upright, gazing in a specific direction. The council members are coming from 3 o'clock. Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh, as convulsions seemed to pause momentarily. On the distant horizon, a long line of blinding headlights sped towards them, churning up billowing dust. It was an armored convoy. Chapter 37. Tracking the beacon, the crimson digits flickered mercilessly amidst the swirling dust. 059. 058. The entire transformation tower emitted a tortured groan as chunks of cement crumbled from its exterior. Within Han Dongsheng, the part connected to the network buzzed with a piercing sound. A chaotic torrent of data surged through his veins, and with each heartbeat, an internal rift intensified. They are still online. His voice trembled, nearly drowned out by the howling wind outside the ruins. I can summon them. Liu Ruoxin abruptly turned her head. What? You can still control them? Han Dongsheng remained silent. He closed his eyes, his pale skin taut as the veins throbbed violently, beads of cold sweat forming at his brow. His consciousness reached out, formless and intangible, penetrating the crumbling walls to touch the mutated beings below, aimlessly wandering without commands. In an instant, the cacophony outside the tower eerily fell silent. The previously chaotic throng of mutations halted stiffly. Then, in unison, all their grotesque heads turned towards the breach in the wall. They began to move, mechanically and numbly. Deformed bodies stacked upon one another, climbing, intertwining, accumulating. In the blink of an eye, a slope of flesh and blood extended from the breach to the ground below. Heaven above. Zhao Yu gasped, her throat dry. Suhu's mouth hung open. What the hell is this? The bridge was a tangle of limbs and pallid claws, gently undulating with the subtle, unconscious movements of the mutated beings that composed it. This was not a lifeless structure. It was a living passageway, stitched together by hundreds of creatures that were once human, responding to unseen commands. Go. Long Dui's voice was resolute. He was the first to step onto the trembling bridge of flesh, the soles of his armored boots keenly feeling the faint pulsations of muscle beneath. Liu Ruoxin's stomach churned. She clutched the straps of her backpack and the badge tightly, following closely behind. The warmth beneath her feet served as a reminder that this was not solid ground, but a living entity under forced control. Suhu nearly carried Han Dongsheng as he walked. All of Han Dongsheng's energy was devoted to maintaining this unstable bridge. His face was ghostly pale, yet his lips bore a sickly red hue from the fever. With each step he took, his strength waned. He could not hold on much longer. Zhao Yu shouted from the back, her thermos spinning rapidly around her body, her telekinesis building, ready to catch anyone who might fall. Inside the transformation tower, the explosions grew increasingly frequent, the structure groaning with an unbearable cracking sound. The countdown was nearing its end. The entire tower was slowly but irrevocably tilting to one side. Run! Han Dongsheng shouted with all his might, his voice cracking. Control is fading. Suhu's mechanical joints sparked, and he hoisted Han Dongsheng entirely, the thrusters in his leg prosthetics firing suddenly, leaving scorched marks on the flesh bridge. Liu Ruoxin and Zhao Yu dashed forward. Just as they were mere steps from the other side, at the base of the tower, the final, catastrophic explosion erupted. Boom! The deafening sound pierced their eardrums, and a searing wave of heat engulfed them, carrying countless shards in its violent rush. A visible shockwave slammed against the wobbling flesh bridge. Get down! Long Dui bellowed. It was too late. Liu Ruoxin was hurled by the force. Her backpack slipping from her grasp, the badge flying away. Her body lost balance, plummeting in a moment of crisis. An invisible force gripped her waist, yanking her back from the brink of falling. It was Zhao Yu. The transformation tower snapped in half, its massive body crashing down, the muffled sound of internal explosions resonating. The glass curtain wall shattering outward, debris cascading like a waterfall. The connections within Han Dongsheng were forcibly severing. A searing pain coursed through his veins, and before him, only a dazzling blue and white light remained. Move, move, move. Suhu, heedless of everything, charged towards the end of the bridge. Arcs of blue electricity sparking from the interfaces of his mechanical arm. In the final few meters, the bridge beneath them was collapsing. The mutated beings that comprised the bridge were losing control one after another, breaking formation, and the surface was rapidly fracturing. The five of them leaped with all their strength over the last distance, landing heavily on relatively safe ground. Dust billowed around them. Looking back, the once mighty transformation tower lay in ruins, a pile of smoking debris obscuring half the sky. We did it. Suhu gasped for breath. Suddenly, Han Dongsheng convulsed violently, a sound escaping his throat that was anything but human. The blue network patterns on his skin flared to life, blindingly bright. The veins beneath his skin protruding grotesquely. Zombie brother! Liu Ruoxin cried out, rushing towards him. An invisible repulsive force violently threw her back. The air around Han Dongsheng twisted, the blue light pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat, each flicker causing the ground to tremble. The antidote is incomplete. His jaw quivered as he struggled to articulate. The network is rebelling against me. Zhao Yu quickly grasped the situation. The connection to those entities consumed too much energy. We must complete the antidote. Liu Ruoxin frantically rummaged through her backpack. Finally finding the fallen test tube, the catalyst, there was hardly any left. The amber liquid rested at the bottom of the tube. A mere thin layer, just a few drops, hardly sufficient. Han Dongsheng suddenly waved his hand, stopping her from coming closer. It's dangerous. Stay back. I might lose control at any moment. He trembled increasingly, his body's vibrations shaking the ground. The data torrents he had once subdued were desperately attempting to reclaim control over his body, while the remaining antidote molecules in his blood were retreating in defeat. Suddenly, Long Dui's body tensed, sharply turning towards a direction. The board members, 3 o'clock. They're coming. Sure enough, on the horizon. Several blinding headlights tore through the swirling smoke. An armored convoy was racing towards them. Damn it, they're on our tail. Suhu cursed. We have to go. Han Dongsheng leaned against the wall, his body shaking violently, struggling to lift his head, the terrifying blue light in his pupils flashing erratically. They can pinpoint my location. The network, omnipresent, once his weapon, had now become a beacon tracking him. Suhu abruptly turned, his mechanical eye scanning the surrounding ruins. Finally locking onto a partially collapsed building to the south. Over there. It looks like there's an underground entrance. Go. Zhao Yue decisively commanded. Liu Ruoxin's hand trembled as she hurriedly stowed the nearly empty test tube, cradling it protectively. Long Dui and Suhu supported the nearly unstable Han Dongsheng, and the 5 of them sprinted towards the dilapidated structure. The roar of engines grew louder, closer, the pressure almost suffocating. Clang. Chapter 38. The flesh and blood bridge with a resounding clang. The heavy metal door slammed against the frame, propelled by Zhao Yue's invisible telekinetic force, echoing with a deep, lingering resonance. Outside, the roar of armored vehicles and the cacophony of the world were finally shut out, leaving behind an entirely different kind of silence. Within, emergency lights struggled to emit a feeble, yellowish glow, barely illuminating a narrow staircase that spiraled downward, revealing the contours of a deeper corridor. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of stale dust and disinfectant, an acrid scent that stung the nostrils. Han Dongsheng stumbled in, collapsing against the cold wall and sliding to the ground, his hands desperately clutching at his hair, knuckles turning white, nails almost digging into his scalp. His body alternated between being taut as stone and slack as a rag, as if something within him were violently thrashing, desperate to break free. Old Han, hold on. Suhu crouched beside him, his cold mechanical hand instinctively pressing against the wall, the metallic fingertips scraping against the rough surface with a faint hiss. Do you still recognize me, buddy? Han Dongsheng laboriously lifted his face, his blue pupils flickering erratically, muscles in his face twitching unnaturally, forcing out a grimace more sorrowful than tears. Nonsense, of course I recognize you. This was indeed himself, but before he could finish, the remnants of Han Dongsheng's expression froze, his head drooping suddenly. He began to uncontrollably spew a series of nonsensical data streams. Node 4721 has gone offline. Requesting reconnection. Port 8903 data overflow warning. Main control channel imminent collapse. The tone became flat and cold, devoid of any human emotion. Purely mechanical data reporting. Liu Ruoxin felt her throat dry, her heart aching, yet she dared not step forward. Instead, she shrank back into a corner, her fingertips growing cold as she retrieved an old notebook left by her mother. The yellowed pages appeared particularly fragile in the dim light. Yet the handwriting was neat and clear. Catalyst, where is the catalyst? Her fingers trembled slightly as she anxiously flipped through the pages. Mom, the antidote is just one step away. Long Team made no sound, quietly melding into the deeper shadows below the staircase. The occasional glint of light proving that he was still there. His mutated vision allowed him to easily pierce through the darkness, capturing any faint heat sources and electrical activity. After a moment, his voice echoed back from the depths of the corridor, tinged with an eerie emptiness. No one. No traces of activity for a long time. But the equipment is in good condition. Blast door, magnetic lock, military grade. Zhao Yue gently placed the thermos she always carried at her feet. The cup slowly rotated on its own, casting a soft, hazy glow that illuminated a small patch of ground beneath her. Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the surrounding cold metal walls. Don't you think this place looks a little familiar? Suhu's mechanical eye scanned the environment, analyzing the data. The specifications are high, the defense level absurd, like a secret research facility. In the corner, Han Dongsheng, who had been steadily reporting data, suddenly halted. The data flow within him seemed to be forcibly interrupted by a more powerful command. He jerked his head up. Deep within his blue pupils, countless tiny codes rolled chaotically, emitting a faint blue glow. His voice was dry and hoarse, each word punctuated with a disconcerting staccato. This is home, Lin Xiaoyu's home. Each syllable felt as though it were being painfully extracted from rusty gears. Liu Ruoxin's grip on the notebook stiffened, the warmth in her fingertips vanishing in an instant. "What did you say?" she asked, her voice trembling without her realizing it. Almost as soon as she spoke, a crisp sound echoed from above. Then came a second, a third, a continuous cascade. One fluorescent light after another blazed to life, their harsh glare banishing all shadows, illuminating the underground space brilliantly, almost blinding. The once pitch-black operation panel and display screens on the walls flickered to life, showcasing streams of Azure data and blinking indicators. In that moment, the entire underground shelter, or rather, the research facility, was fully awakened. Simultaneously, a steady, emotionless electronic female voice reverberated throughout the space, piercing into the ears of each individual. Guardian badge signal detected, authorization confirmed, biometric scan match, Liu Ruoxin identity confirmed, Guardian candidate. These chilling words struck the five like a reflex, drawing them toward the center as their muscles tensed, weapons silently raised, entering a state of heightened alert. Suhu's mechanical arm shielded him, the low hum of hydraulic operations emanating from within. Long Team's figure blurred once more, slipping into the shadows of the equipment where the light could not reach, leaving only his ears alert to any faint sounds. The air around Zhao Yuha slightly distorted as an invisible telekinetic shield silently expanded. Dongsheng continued to howl softly, seemingly engaged in a fierce struggle with whatever lay within him, yet his body remained unresponsive. The electronic voice paused for about 2 seconds. Just as everyone's nerves were taut, anticipating an attack or the next command, the voice resumed. This time, however, the rigid coldness in its tone seemed to soften just a little, becoming somewhat indescribably gentle. "Welcome home, Xiao Xian." A surge of warmth rushed to Liu Ruoxin's head, drowning her in the booming sound of her own heartbeat. The notebook slipped from her grasp, its yellowed pages scattering. She felt a tingling numbness throughout her body, her lips trembling as she incredulously looked up at the source of the voice. "Mom." The metal wall directly opposite them silently slid open, revealing a brightly lit, expansive entrance that resembled a high-end laboratory. A sensor above the entrance scanned their 5 figures with a red light. Immediately, the air in the center of the laboratory subtly warped, light converging as a holographic projection slowly took shape. There stood Lin Xiaoyu, clad in a white lab coat, her expression serene. Even her hair was distinctly visible, almost indistinguishable from a living person. "If you are seeing this message," the holographic image began, her voice calm and imbued with an unwavering certainty, "it signifies that my plan has succeeded at least halfway. The Guardian Council has been activated, and you, my daughter, have finally found the way home." Liu Ruoxin stared at the image, her nails digging into her palm, momentarily forgetting to breathe. "Time is short, so I will be brief." Lin Xiaoyu's projection continued. Dongsheng's situation is dire. Isn't it? The antidote itself is not a one-time solution. The Guardian Council can temporarily suppress the network, but cannot eradicate the problem. The image's arm lifted, pointing deeper into the laboratory. "Follow me." 5 individuals exchanged glances, suppressing their astonishment and trepidation, cautiously following the projection into the suddenly revealed secret base belonging to Liu Ruoxin's mother. The expanse of this underground laboratory exceeded their wildest imaginations, as various unprecedented precision instruments flickered with indicator lights, quietly functioning with an advanced sophistication that likely eclipsed even the previous transformation tower. The board of directors, those imbeciles, believe they have grasped the source. Lin Xiaoyu's voice resonated with palpable coldness and mockery, but the true source has always remained under my control. Her projection halted at the very center of the laboratory, where a colossal cylindrical sealed chamber stood. The chamber, constructed from a peculiar type of glass, was filled with a viscous, semi-transparent amber liquid. Within this liquid, a vague humanoid silhouette floated, barely discernible. "This is Source Zero," Lin Xiaoyu's projection declared solemnly as she stood before the chamber, "the origin of all mutations, and also the key to ending everything." Chapter 39. The interweaving of reality and illusion. A pale blue liquid enveloped the humanoid figure within the sealed chamber, its contours distorted and indistinct. Dongsheng convulsed violently, as a torrent of data surged within him, an invisible force dragging his consciousness downward. He faltered, his knees crashing against the cold floor with a muffled thud. "Source Zero." The voice of Lin Xiaoyu's projection was devoid of inflection, yet the image froze before the sealed chamber. "The source of all mutations is also the key to ending it all." Liu Ruoxin rushed to the chamber's front, her fingertips brushing against the glass, a chill creeping along her skin. The figure within the liquid trembled slightly, its surface etched with intricate blue patterns, deeper and more ancient than those on Han Dongsheng's body. Gender and age were indiscernible. The original? Infected? Liu Ruoxin's voice tightened. Not an infected. Lin Xiaoyu's projection refuted. It is the first container. A perfect template where artificial intelligence and flesh have fused completely. The board only obtained some scraps back then. The core is with me. Han Dongsheng choked violently, warm blood splattering on the ground. Within him, two forces were tearing at each other frantically. Each heartbeat brought searing pain, as if his bones were on fire. He could not endure much longer. Lin Xiaoyu's projection pointed towards a corner metal cabinet, containing the antidote formula and the remaining badge locations. The cabinet door slid open with a sound, revealing a sealed box lying quietly inside. 2 amber vials were nestled beside a thick logbook. Just as Liu Ruoxin took a step forward, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the air. Intrusion. Surface. Multiple armed units. The urgent electronic voice echoed. Lin Xiaoyu's projection flickered uncertainly. Faster than I anticipated. We must separate. Han Dongsheng needs at least 6 hours of a stable environment to inject the antidote without interruption. Separating now? Suhu and Ahhhh's mechanical arm erupted with sparks, his voice low. The board is coming for Han Dongsheng. Lin Xiaoyu spoke rapidly. The nodes within him are the best bait and the biggest target. We must scatter the pursuers. At the same time, we need to gather the other 3 badges. 5 badges are necessary to stabilize the network and prevent them. A muffled explosion sounded overhead, debris showering down. There is no time left. Long Team growled, his ears catching the roar of armored vehicles on the ground. At least 3 platoons of soldiers. Han Dongsheng gritted his teeth and stood, the blue light in his pupils flickering. He said nothing, but directly took a vial from Liu Ruoxin's hand, plunging it into his arm. The frigid liquid surged into his veins, instantly transforming into scalding magma coursing through his body. I can feel them. Han Dongsheng's voice was hoarse. They can also locate me. I must go, divert the main force. No. Liu Ruoxin grasped his arm tightly, her grip surprisingly strong. To share the risk, it requires 2. I will go with you. Suhu looked at Zhao Yuha, who immediately understood. We'll head to the northern district. Seeking the backup laboratory in the 3rd badge mentioned by Professor Lin. I'll go to the military's lockdown zone. Long Team decided. The blue patterns beneath his skin wavering, testing if old connections still hold. Liu Ruoxin abruptly turned, fixing her gaze on Lin Xiaoyu's projection. Her knuckles turning white. You planned this all along? Everything. Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhh's projection paused. I merely prepared for the worst. To protect you. Another explosion, closer now. The ground trembling beneath them. Enough chatter. Suhu's mechanical arm suddenly extended, weapons emerging from his palm, ready for action. The city was engulfed by night. The beams of searchlights brutally swept between buildings, cast down from hovering helicopters. On the streets, checkpoints dotted the landscape, soldiers standing alongside those modified monsters known as hunters. Their weapons uniformly aimed outward. In the tallest building in the city center, Director Xiao stood with his back to a vast wall of surveillance screens. The wall displayed over 20 images, capturing every corner of the city. Reporting, Director, 5 targets identified. A soldier in military attire stood at attention, reporting, 2 mutants, 1 cyborg, along with Lin Xiaoyu's daughter and another ordinary woman. Director Zhao's fingers lightly tapped on the smooth surface of the table, producing a monotonous rhythm. Priority target, Han Dongsheng. His voice was devoid of warmth. His network node was the most complete. He must be captured alive. Authorize the use of satellite thermal imaging. All hunter squads are to mobilize. They've separated. Director. On the screen, the red dots representing the target scattered in 4 directions. The corners of Director Zhao's mouth seemed to twitch, barely noticeable. Concentrate on pursuing the 2 in the southeast. Han Dongsheng and that girl must be together. What about the others? Just hold them back. There's no need to rush for capture. The real show has only just begun. Director, the officer hesitated. New instructions have just come from the board. They want all targets captured alive, specifically naming that girl, Liu Ruoxin. Director Xiao turned away, gazing out at the star-studded night sky. The board has spotted something more intriguing. His tone remained unperturbed. Interesting. Proceed with the mission. Remember, Han Dongsheng is the primary target. But try not to harm that girl. The officer departed. Only then did Director Xiao pick up the small communicator on his desk. General Long. He spoke calmly into the device. Your opportunity has arrived. Han Dongsheng has already relinquished part of his authority. The control over the network has been diluted. Are you prepared on your end? A deep male voice responded from the communicator. The second conversion tower is almost completed. We're just waiting for you to deliver the key. Director Xiao smiled slightly, a subtle curve. Soon, General Long, very soon. In the abandoned factory district of East City. Liu Ruoxin and Han Dongsheng navigated through a labyrinth of pipes. Liu Ruoxin carried a bulging backpack, while Han Dongsheng donned a black combat suit found in the shelter, proudly displaying the Guardian badge on his chest. Suddenly, Han Dongsheng halted, raising a hand to signal Liu Ruoxin to be silent. He closed his eyes, extending his network perception outward. Northeast, approximately 800 meters away, a squad of hunters was approaching. He whispered, about 12 men, fully armed. Excellent tracking technology. Liu Ruoxin quickly flipped through her mother's notes, locating the hand-drawn map, but we have a shortcut. Below here lies the drainage system of the old city. The two discovered a concealed manhole cover and crawled inside. A cold, damp air rushed forth, enveloping them as they entered the long-abandoned tunnel, thick with sludge and algae. Stepping on it produced an unsettling squelching sound. Has the antidote taken effect? Liu Ruoxin illuminated Han Dongsheng's condition with the glow of a glow stick affixed to her backpack. Han Dongsheng spread his palm. The blue patterns that once covered him had faded significantly, yet the tips of his fingers still glimmered with a faint electronic blue light. The network node cannot be completely severed, he murmured, but at least control has returned. I can sense the connections and will not be reverse controlled. Before he could finish, he staggered, leaning against the damp wall for support. Chapter 40. Crimson Hunt. Countless streams of data surged through his mind, continuously pouring forth information from various corners of the city, areas of mutant activity, military deployments, and even the palpable panic of ordinary citizens. My condition remains unstable, he thought. Gritting his teeth, the network connection is too potent, and it could easily overload. Liu Ruoxin grasped his arm firmly, her tone resolute. Therefore, we must locate the remaining badges to share this burden. First, we should head to the abandoned hospital in the East District. My mother's notes indicate that the second badge is concealed there. The sound of water echoed from the depths of the tunnel as they quickened their pace. Rounding a bend, before them lay a vast underground reservoir, connected to a myriad of tunnels branching in different directions. Han Dongsheng suddenly froze. Liu Ruoxin, stop. His expression grew alarmingly alert, the blue light in his pupils flickering erratically. The network nodes within him trembled violently, an emotion both familiar and alien flooding his mind. There's a signal, so familiar. His voice tightened. This is impossible. What signal? Liu Ruoxin scanned their surroundings warily. My brother's. Han Dongsheng could scarcely believe his perception. Han Hu's biometric code. The sensation was indescribable. Every individual in the network leaves a unique trace. And what he had just detected was unmistakably Han Hu's. Though faint, it undeniably existed. But he is already. Before Liu Ruoxin could finish her thought, Han Dongsheng interrupted urgently. Get down. He lunged at Liu Ruoxin, and they both rolled behind a large pipe. Almost simultaneously, a blinding white light illuminated the tunnel entrance at the opposite end of the reservoir, heavy footsteps reverberating throughout the expansive underground space. 6 source hunters marched in unison from the tunnel, their bodies encased in black tactical armor, with icy blue circuit patterns flickering beneath their masks. The lead hunter raised his arm, a miniature detector springing forth from his palm, scanning the entire area. Han Dongsheng pressed his hand firmly against the badge on his chest, striving to suppress the leaking network signal. Yet, the fluctuations of the nodes within him could not be entirely concealed, only minimized. Detecting the network disturbance, the lead hunter emitted a mechanical voice. The target is nearby. Expand the search radius. Liu Ruoxin retrieved a miniature smoke grenade. Equipment she had brought from Lin Xiaoyu's base. Nodding to Han Dongsheng, she flicked her wrist, hurling the smoke grenade toward the distant tunnel entrance. With a soft thud, dense gray-white smoke billowed forth, enveloping half of the reservoir. Let us go, Liu Ruoxin urged, pulling Han Dongsheng along as they bent low and sprinted toward another tunnel. The sound of the hunters' footsteps pursued them. They were not easily deceived by the smoke and had already locked onto their escape route. In the northern industrial district, Zhao Yuha and Su Hu navigated through the ruins of an abandoned factory. Zhao Yuha's thermos floated ahead, spinning gently and emitting a faint glow to illuminate their path. Su Hu's mechanical form flickered with a ghostly blue light in the darkness, each heavy step leaving distinct imprints on the ground. According to Professor Lin's notes, the northern laboratory should be located 2 levels beneath the old chemical plant, Zhao Yuha stated. The sound of splashing water echoed clearly in the vast underground reservoir. The Source Hunter team moved swiftly, their armored boots splashing through shallow water, each step creating ripples that echoed. Han Dongsheng shielded Liu Ruoxin behind him. Pressing tightly against the cold wall, their breaths nearly suspended. The signal fluctuations diminished. The lead hunter abruptly halted, swiftly adjusting the frequency on the detection device. In the darkness, Han Dongsheng felt the network nodes within him tremble frantically. That biometric code, too familiar, Hanhu's data fingerprint, intensifying in strength. This was not an illusion, nor mere coincidence. Han Dongsheng's throat tightened. The fluid coursing through his veins felt no longer like warm blood, but rather a scalding torrent of data. To the southwest underground, approximately 700 meters away, the signal was intermittent. Another hunter's voice echoed, its morphological characteristics matching those of the K-01 subject. The hunter team immediately regrouped, stealthily advancing toward the southwest. The mingling sounds of footsteps and water gradually faded into the distance. Darkness and silence reclaimed the space. Let us move. Han Dongsheng's voice dropped to a whisper as he pulled Liu Ruoxin along, rapidly retreating in the opposite direction. Your brother, is he still alive? Liu Ruoxin's voice trembled, her fingers instinctively tightening around the strap of her backpack. Han Dongsheng shook his head. Impossible. I saw him with my own eyes. Before he could finish, a blinding flash erupted from the right tunnel. Immediately, a shadow surged forth with an unreactable speed, targeting Han Dongsheng. Get down, Han Dongsheng shouted, forcefully shoving Liu Ruoxin aside. He tumbled awkwardly to the side. Boom. The shadow collided violently with the wall, concrete debris scattering in all directions. As the dust began to settle, a tall figure emerged from the rubble, clad in white tactical armor. This armor was far more sophisticated than that of the typical Source Hunter, its surface adorned with intricate blue circuitry, each line glowing with a chilling light. The full-face helmet obscured its features, with only 2 points of eerie blue light flickering beyond the visor. The outline of that light. Han Dongsheng felt his blood run cold. Through the visor and the heavy armor, he recognized the silhouette. Han, who? The white-armored figure paused momentarily, its helmet tilting toward Han Dongsheng, its posture appearing somewhat mechanical and stiff. It slowly raised its left hand, pointing at the Guardian badge on Han Dongsheng's chest. Mission objective: recover the network node control device. A cold, synthetic voice echoed, devoid of emotion, yet the intonation vaguely echoed Hanhu's essence. Target confirmed. K-01 experimental subject, namely Han Dongsheng. Liu Ruoxin scrambled to her feet, retreating in terror behind a large metal pipe. That is not Hanhu. He has merely been implanted with fragments of Hanhu's memories. Hanhu, or rather, the entity clad in white armor, suddenly turned its head sharply toward Liu Ruoxin. Secondary target confirmed. Lin Xiaoyu's daughter, Liu Ruoxin. The armor on its left arm silently opened a seam, revealing a precision gun barrel. Mission update: capture secondary target alive. Recover primary target and Oppo's network device. The muzzle ignited with electric light. Han Dongsheng instinctively lunged toward Liu Ruoxin. Chapter 41. The singularity of consciousness. A vast web of electricity unfurled in the air, striking Han Dongsheng's right shoulder with tremendous force. The current surged through his body in an instant. Agonizing pain tore through his nerves, while a torrent of chaotic data flooded into Han Dongsheng's mind. The blue light of the emblem on his chest flickering wildly. Han Dongsheng! Liu Ruoxin screamed, attempting to rush forward, only to be tripped by the tangled cables beneath her feet. Han Dongsheng curled on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. His consciousness was rent asunder. One half was the pain receptors of humanity wailing in agony, while the other half endured the violent onslaught of data as a network node. Amidst the chaos, he heard heavy footsteps approaching. A figure clad in white armor loomed over him, its mechanical voice devoid of warmth, commencing data extraction. A gloved hand, covered in armor, pressed against the emblem on his chest. In that moment of data convergence, two consciousnesses, or rather two cores of information, collided violently. There was no light, no sound. Han Dongsheng felt himself drifting, enveloped in pure nothingness. This was neither reality nor ordinary cyberspace. It was a deeper realm, a singularity born from the intertwining and collision of two consciousnesses. Brother, a voice resonated from all directions, omnipresent. It was not the cold, synthesized voice he had just heard, but the genuine voice of Hanhu. Warm, steady, imbued with the essence of a protective elder brother. Good, G. Han Dongsheng attempted to respond, his consciousness fluctuating in this void, coalescing and dispersing, unstable. The nothingness before him began to shift, lines and colors rapidly sketching and filling in. Constructing a digital scene, his childhood home. The living room of their old apartment, cluttered with unfinished homework on the sofa and faded photographs of their parents hanging on the wall. Hanhu's figure appeared beside the sofa. No longer clad in cold white armor, he resembled the patient researcher from Han Dongsheng's memories, dressed in a lab coat. I and Appos am not entirely myself. Hanhu and Appos' image flickered uncertainly, sometimes dimming, occasionally distorting into fragmented code. My consciousness has been uploaded against my will. The board. They intercepted my neural signal patterns and reconstructed my thoughts from it. This body is merely a shell, containing a portion of Hanhu's data, but it is not wholly me. The scene abruptly shifted. A cold laboratory corridor materialized. In the frame, Hanhu was forcefully held down on an operating table by armed personnel in black uniforms. Rough data cables piercing his nape, twisting his face in agony. His thoughts, his memories, everything about him was being forcibly extracted, copied, edited, and then injected into a lifeless synthetic body. Han Dongsheng's data form also twisted momentarily, as if sharing the pain. Why? Why are they doing this? Hanhu's image floated to the virtual window, gazing out at the cascading waterfall of code. Because I know too much. I uncovered the truth about the source. Another blurred memory surfaced. Hanhu and a woman in a research suit, Lin Xiaoyu, stood before a vast sealed chamber. They gazed at the indistinct human shape suspended in viscous liquid. Source 0. That thing is not the origin of any infection. Hanhu's voice pierced through the fog of memory. It is an abomination of artificial intelligence and human genes. The first stepping stone in the board's futile quest for immortality. Fragments of memory shifted, revealing the shadowy boardroom. Hanhu hid in a corner, listening to the lofty figures plotting the future. A blurred figure in a suit spoke with metallic indifference. The flesh? Merely a decaying shell. Only consciousness can endure. Connect the minds of those ordinary people to the network. They will become our eternal batteries. A wave of nausea surged within Han Dongsheng, nearly overwhelming him. They wished to achieve immortality? More than that. Hanhu's image grew grave. They aspire to become gods. To control the network. To dominate every individual connected. The entire Earth will become their slave. The scene shattered once more, flickering with blinding static. Images of Hanhu being captured flashed intermittently, armed personnel in black, the cold laboratory. Needles piercing skin, the metallic glint of the operating table. Blood and code intertwined. The consciousness uploading device hummed ominously, his soul being forcibly stripped from his vessel. I couldn't escape, but I managed to send a warning to Lin Xiaoyu. Hanhu's image became increasingly ethereal, on the verge of disintegration. She fled with her daughter and research data, establishing safe houses and laboratories in various locations. The edges of the virtual space began to collapse, code peeling away like shattered glass. Electric noise consuming the home built from memories. I'm about to be suppressed again. Hanhu's voice grew frantic. The board installed a control program in me. I can only seize fleeting opportunities. Quickly tell me, has the Guardian Council been activated? It has, but not entirely. Han Dongsheng strained to maintain his consciousness, having only located 2 emblems. Hanhu nodded. The rest are in the backup lab, within the military's sealed zone, and a violent surge of data struck, warping Hanhu's image severely, his face contorted in pain. The control program is fighting back. I must. The 3rd transformation tower. In the northern mountains. Stop them. With a resounding crash, the virtual space shattered completely, a tremendous force yanking Han Dongsheng back into the frigid reality. Han Dongsheng, wake up. Liu Ruoxin and Appos' voice sliced through the chaos in his mind like a ray of light. He jolted his eyes open. He was still in the dark. Damp reservoir. The figure in white armor stood 3 meters away, the blue light beneath the helmet flickering erratically, as if the internal system was locked in fierce combat. Liu Ruoxin seized the moment and pulled him up. Hurry. The tunnel to the west leads to the surface. The white armor suddenly convulsed violently, then returned to its previous stillness. The blue light stabilized, and the mechanical voice echoed once more. System repair complete. Resuming mission. In the distance, the heavy footsteps of the source hunters drew near, accompanied by the sweeping beams of searchlights. Go. Han Dongsheng grasped Liu Ruoxin's hand, dashing towards the western tunnel. His brother's last, indistinct warning buzzed incessantly in his mind. In the narrow tunnel, the two stumbled forward, pushing aside obstructing pipes, splashing through the icy puddles. Behind them, the white-armored Hanhu followed at a measured pace, each step weighing heavily upon them, suffocatingly oppressive. Chapter 42. The maze of data, the third conversion tower. As Han Dongsheng sprinted, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Why had he never encountered this online? Because it had yet to be constructed. Liu Ruoxin suddenly recalled a few lines from her mother's notes, remembering that they mentioned a contingency plan from the board of directors. If the first conversion tower encountered any issues, they would activate the backup. At the tunnel's end, a rusted ladder ascended steeply, leading to a faint glow above the manhole cover. Han Dongsheng halted, gesturing for Liu Ruoxin to ascend first. Once up, we will part ways. You seek the third badge while I divert Han Hu and those hunters. Liu Ruoxin frowned tightly. No, this is too perilous. You just... Han Dongsheng pressed his hand against the badge on his chest, which emitted a soft blue light. The network nodes within me make for the perfect bait. They will undoubtedly pursue me first. More footsteps echoed ominously from the depths of the tunnel, accompanied by glaring beams of searchlights sweeping around the corner. There was no time to hesitate. Han Dongsheng almost propelled Liu Ruoxin toward the ladder, urging her to find the third badge in the hospital's third-floor equipment room, then rendezvous with Su Hu and Zhao Yuha as planned. Liu Ruoxin gritted her teeth, ceasing any further argument as she grasped the cold ladder and began her ascent. With all her might, she pushed open the heavy manhole cover, and a gust of night air, tinged with the scent of city dust, rushed in. You must return alive. She cast one last glance at Han Dongsheng before her figure vanished from the well's mouth. Han Dongsheng inhaled the frigid air, mingled with rust and mildew, and slowly turned to face the encroaching light and footsteps from the tunnel's depths. His fingertips lightly grazed the badge on his chest, sensing the network nodes activating. Beginning to accelerate, the door to the underground shelter slid open with a shrill metallic screech. The dragon team entered first, his bone armor-covered right arm propped against the wall to steady his swaying form. The blue network patterns beneath his skin flickered erratically, casting an eerie glow in the dim emergency lights. Liu Ruoxin. He first noticed the figure huddled in the corner, the metallic timbre of his voice heavier than before. The third badge, did you secure it? Liu Ruoxin emerged from the shadows, her backpack coated in dust and dried, darkened bloodstains, clutching a pristine guardian badge. The central blue crystal shimmered between her fingers, emitting a gentle radiance. Found it. Her voice strained, expressing relief tinged with unease. The airlock at the opposite end of the shelter swung open once more, and Zhao Yuha and Su Hu nearly stumbled inside. Su Hu had undergone the most transformation. Machinery had nearly entirely supplanted his original flesh, with a steel skeleton and exposed circuits composing his new form. Only a small portion of his cranium retained a human-like appearance, though metallic patterns had begun to creep across it. Damn, Su Hu's voice rasped as mechanical joints creaked with movement. At this rate, I might as well have my bits replaced with alloys. Yet, he still exuded a rugged charm. Zhao Yuha surprisingly refrained from chastising him. She placed a thermos on the central control console, which began to spin rapidly, projecting a holographic map. The northern laboratory has collapsed. We nearly got buried alive. Her tone remained flat. Where's the fourth badge? Liu Ruoxin pressed. Su Hu retrieved the fourth badge from an unseen compartment within his chest. We snagged it just before those hounds from the board arrived. He shook the badge in his hand, hidden at the bottom of the cryo chamber. Without my new gear and oppos, as thermal imaging, they would never have found it. Liu Ruoxin scanned the room, her brow furrowing. Where is Han Dongsheng? The air fell instantly silent. The dragon team turned away from them. He took a different path to draw Han Hu and most of the pursuers away. Liu Ruoxin's grip on her backpack tightened, her knuckles turning white. We must find him. The network nodes within him are too active. If the badge is damaged, that is precisely what the board desires. Zhao Yuha coldly interjected. If we control the strongest node, their plan can accelerate. No sooner had she spoken than the central control console blared to life with blinding red lights, the piercing alarm shattering the oppressive silence. Intrusion alert! Intrusion alert! The system's cold synthetic female voice echoed throughout the shelter. The four instantly shifted into battle stances. The dragon team's bone armor enveloped his entire body, while Zhao Yuha's thermos buzzed above her head, and Su Hu's mechanical arm extended and transformed, revealing weapon ports. Liu Ruoxin withdrew a syringe from her backpack, gripping it tightly in her hand. A series of violent bangs resounded against the airlock, the heavy metal door visibly caving inward. Bang. Once more. Bang. The third impact caused the bolts securing the doorframe to buckle under immense force, bursting free. The entire alloy door panel deeply concaved inward, snapping in two with a sharp crack. The swirling dust began to settle. Han Dongsheng stood at the shattered entrance, swaying unsteadily, his clothing torn and stained with blood. Most unsettling were his eyes, his eye sockets filled with a pure blue data light, devoid of pupils or whites, only a cascade of flowing code luminescence. Dongsheng. Liu Ruoxin gasped, rushing toward him. Zhao Yue seized her arm. No, she whispered, his energy fluctuations. Dongsheng stiffly stepped into the shelter, with each stride. The metal floor trembled slightly beneath him. His voice emerged from the depths of his throat, a sound not belonging to a human, but rather a cacophony of distorted voices overlapping. The conversion tower has been activated. 6 towers, operating simultaneously. The board has uploaded. Suhu and Ahhhh's weapon systems emitted a soft beeping, locking onto a target. Dude, do you even remember who you are? Dongsheng halted at the center of the shelter, slowly raising his hand. The skin on his palm began to tear, revealing the blue circuitry spreading beneath. Tiny currents dancing at his fingertips. Hu failed to capture me, but his data infiltrated me. His body convulsed violently, his knees buckling as he collapsed, his forehead striking the metal floor with a heavy thud. The entire shelter's lights began to flicker wildly, and all electronic devices emitted a cacophony of piercing noise. They intend to control me through Hu. Dongsheng screamed, his voice a terrifying rending. The board. The planned, nationwide, simultaneous activation. 6 conversion towers. Liu Ruoxin could no longer regard the danger. She rushed to Dongsheng's side and forcefully plunged the syringe into his neck. The blue liquid swiftly coursed within. Chapter 43. Reverse Purge. Dongsheng's convulsions gradually subsided. Yet the torrent of data in his eyes remained uncalmed. I have seen their scheme. His voice trembled. 90% of the population, entirely integrated into the neural network. Those old geezers on the board, as system administrators, they aspire to become the Ahhhh's, gods and Ahhhh's, who control everything. Dragon Team approached the console. His fingers, encased in bone armor, danced swiftly across the keyboard. The holographic projection in the center of the room instantly shifted, revealing a national map with 6 ominous red dots flashing. 6 conversion towers. Dragon Team's voice was grave, imbued with an unprecedented weight. Located in the 6 most densely populated metropolitan areas. Once fully activated, they could encompass over 85% of the country's populace. Suddenly, the thermos above Zhao Yue began to spin faster, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that drained the color from her face. I can sense tremendous energy fluctuations deep beneath the city. She gasped. The core members of the board, they have collectively uploaded their consciousness, awaiting the full activation of the conversion tower network. Suhu's mechanical body emitted a dull hum, his remaining semblance of humanity twisted grotesquely, muscles twitching unnaturally. I've accessed the city surveillance network, he spoke, his voice crackling with static. The streets are in chaos, there are mutants everywhere, and the military. They can't hold out much longer. Dongsheng trembled as he steadied himself against the console, the blue light in his eyes dimming, finally revealing his true pupils. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a data storage device the size of a fingernail, placing it on the console with a soft thud. During my confrontation with Hu, I extracted a segment of code from his system. His voice was hoarse, each word forced out. The Reverse Purger, a program capable of obliterating all data consciousness entities. He paused, breathing heavily, but the cost, the Guardian's Council would also perish. The network marks within us would be forcibly erased, and the consequences are uncertain. The shelter fell into a deathly silence. Only the futile whirring of cooling fans could be heard. Liu Ruoxin abruptly flipped open her mother's notebook. The aged pages fluttering under her fingertips until they settled on a previously blank page. Ink-like characters materialized, flowing across the paper as if alive. The 5th batch. She read aloud, initially hesitant, but her pace quickened with incredulous excitement, hidden within the Source Zero container. We can either awaken it to gain the strongest ally or destroy it to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. Dongsheng stepped behind Liu Ruoxin, gazing at the unfathomable notes. We must choose, he said with a parched voice. Either use the Reverse Purger or activate Source Zero. In the corner, Suhu's mechanical form let out a dry, unpleasant laugh. Look at our crew. He spread his mostly metallic palm, the few remaining patches of human skin beginning to take on a metallic sheen. A half-human, half-iron monstrosity, a former officer crippled by a data virus, a recluse on the brink of becoming mere code, a stubborn woman who can push things with her head, and a girl wielding a magically self-writing book. He flexed his metallic fingers, joints clicking. In my current state, if I stood before my mother, she'd call the police. Yet, that amalgamation of metal and flesh stood upright. We need to split up, he declared. Someone must find the 5th badge and activate Source 0. The rest of us will infiltrate the board's stronghold and implant that purger program. I and Dragon Team will search for the 5th badge. Han Dongsheng promptly made a decisive choice. Our physical conditions make us more suited to approach Source 0. Liu Ruoxin, Suhu, Zhao Yuha, you will infiltrate headquarters and implant the program. No. Liu Ruoxin began to protest. Boom. The ground suddenly shook violently. The walls of the shelter instantly cracked like spider webs. Overhead lights exploded, plunging the room into darkness. Only the emergency system activated, casting a few faint and unsettling red lights. A deep, oppressive rumble resonated from all sides, echoing throughout the city as if some colossal entity, long dormant beneath the earth, was awakening with a furious roar. Han Dongsheng staggered to the observation window, tearing down the heavy blast shield. The sight outside made his heart stop. The sky was no longer sky, marred by twisted data fractures. Blue currents flailing like frenzied vines among the clouds, bursting forth. In the city, the surfaces of skyscrapers began to reveal dense blue circuitry patterns. The entire world transitioning into some non-material form. The conversion towers have all activated? His voice trembled with pure horror. The world is being digitized. At that moment, Liu Ruoxin's notebook erupted with blinding light, nearly rendering one unable to open their eyes. The pages flipped open autonomously, casting a beam of light that coalesced into Lin Xiaoyu's image, clearer than ever, almost as if she stood there in the flesh. The final secret. Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhhh's voice resonated within the cramped shelter, clear yet imbued with the timeless weariness. Source 0. It is neither a weapon nor an antidote. It is a backup of my consciousness. She paused, her image flickering slightly. However, it has merged too deeply with the neural network. Awakening, it would utterly transform the course of this war. For it is both me and the very soul of the neural network itself. The image abruptly vanished, leaving only a trail of luminous dust in the air and 5 individuals frozen in place. Our odds, Dragon Team broke the silence. His voice, heavy enough to wring water from it, have just plummeted from 10% to 1%. Boom. Another violent tremor struck, chunks of the ceiling crashing down. Zhao Yuha shouted, and an invisible telekinetic barrier sprang forth, dull thuds resounding as debris struck it, barely shielding those below. The plan remains unchanged. Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's voice cut through the ongoing collapse. Rapid fire, Dragon Team, and I will find and Ahhhh's. Source 0 and Ahhhh's. The others will execute the original mission. Now. Time limit? Suhu inquired succinctly. 6 hours. Han Dongsheng shouted, if the reverse purger has T activated by then, do not wait for us. Activate it immediately. Liu Ruoxin grasped Han Dongsheng's arm, her fingertips icy. Are you certain you wish to confront that entity? If that truly is Mother-S consciousness, yet it has merged with the network, that would mean facing Lin Xiaoyu, who possessed the power of the entire neural network. Han Dongsheng did not shy away. He gazed at the crumbling walls ahead, determined that it was preferable to prevent the board from becoming the new and Ahhhh's gods. And Ahhhh's clang. Crash, another severe quake buried the main entrance of the shelter. The heavy alloy door and the corridor behind it collapsing, rubble and twisted metal sealing their escape. Emergency passage. Zhao Yue pointed to a nondescript maintenance hatch on the back wall. We'll exit from here. Split up. The 5 quickly gathered at the central console, placing the 4 badges they had gathered together. Buzz, 4 beams of blue light intertwined, forming a peculiar resonant field. The network nodes within Han Dongsheng were instantaneously activated, resonating in harmony with the badge. The blue lines beneath his back glowed ominously, reminiscent of a burning circuit board. He bore the tumultuous flow of data surging within him and uttered the activation phrase. Guardians Council, authorized sharing. Life, truth, freedom. Chapter 44. Soul resonance amidst the network rift. The Council of Guardians, authorized to share. Life, truth, freedom. 5 voices erupted. The blue crystal at the center of the 4 emblems blazed with an almost blinding brilliance. This was no ordinary light. It was the manifestation of data streams. Blue luminescent tendrils shot forth from the emblems, ensnaring each individual and Ahhhh's arm. Slowly, yet irresistibly, the tendrils coiled around their necks and faces, ultimately piercing their eyes. There was no pain, only a fleeting sensation of suffocation. Han Dongsheng felt his consciousness being ripped from his body, shattering into countless fragments. Simultaneously, the fragmented consciousness of the other surged into his mind. The memories of the Dragon Team flooded in. First, a military quarantine zone, fortified and impenetrable. A heavily guarded laboratory. Amidst the crowded instruments, the young dragon team was covertly copying data. In a blind spot of the surveillance cameras, Lin Xiaoyu hurriedly handed him a micro-storage device. This is the biological code of Source Zero. You may need it one day. Su Hu's memories played out like film snippets. The excruciating agony on the operating table, steel gradually replacing flesh. In a blurred vision, a female doctor, clad in white, stealthily implanted something while he lay unconscious. Another flashback revealed board members installing a black surveillance chip within his chest cavity. He was awake but immobile. Zhao Yue and Ahhhh's vision revolved around a thermos. This was no ordinary cup but a container Lin Xiaoyu had entrusted to her. Inside lay a portion of the early experiments of Source Zero, a controllable telekinetic substance, which could only be activated by her DNA. Liu Ruoxin's memories were the most piercing. At 6 years old, she stood outside the laboratory, secretly observing her mother injecting her own blood into a device. Her mother murmured, "A backup key connected by blood, just in case." All 5 individuals simultaneously witnessed the agony of Han Dongsheng being stripped and reassembled. Network nodes took root within him, like vines infiltrating veins and nerves. The 5 recoiled simultaneously. The blue light faded, severing their connection. The emblems continued to emit a faint glow, more stable and harmonious than before, akin to 5 hearts finding a shared rhythm. What the hell? Su Hu's chest resonated with a low, metallic sound, mingled with flesh. What was that just now? Han Dongsheng's forehead glistened with cold sweat. The burden of the network nodes within him had been distributed. Yet the shock of the sharing process far surpassed his imagination. Lin Xiaoyu had meticulously orchestrated everything. Each individual, each only knew a fragment of the puzzle. The dragon team spoke gravely. "I will keep the biological code of Source Zero. It is the key to access its core system." In the distance, another explosion resounded. The ceiling of the refuge continued to collapse. Zhao Yue's telekinetic barrier was weakening, its energy depleting. "We must leave." Liu Ruoxin distributed the emblems to everyone, urging them to remember the time. 6 hours from now, no matter what, activate the Ahhhhs. Reverse purger and Ahhhhs. The 5 quickly dove into the maintenance passage. At the last fork in the path, they paused for one final glance at one another. The odds were slim, yet retreat was not an option. "We will return together." Liu Ruoxin gazed at Han Dongsheng, her throat taut. "Stay alive." The emblem on Han Dongsheng's chest flickered momentarily. "Trust Lin Xiaoyu. She has anticipated several steps ahead of the board." They parted ways without further words. Han Dongsheng and the dragon team chose the left passage leading to the easternmost storage base of the city. Liu Ruoxin, Zhao Yue, and Su took the right passage, heading straight for the headquarters of the board in the city center. Emerging from a drainage pipe, Han Dongsheng and the dragon team were frozen in place by the scene before them. This was no longer the city they knew. The surfaces of buildings were cloaked in blue circuitry, writhing, splitting, and intertwining like living entities. The sky was fragmented into geometric shapes, with unstable electronic blue light flickering at the edges. Countless citizens wandered the streets, their movements mechanical and synchronized. Faint blue lines surfaced beneath their skin, their eyes vacant and fixed ahead. Strangely, all these individuals moved towards the same destination, the transformation tower in the city center. "The digitization process is advancing at an alarming rate," murmured the dragon team. The blue lines beneath their exoskeletons pulsed in sync with the city's rhythm. "We need to take side streets to avoid the main thoroughfares." Han Dongsheng nodded, leading the dragon team into a narrow alley between 2 buildings. The emblem on his chest suppressed the activity of the network nodes within him. Yet he could still sense the environmental changes. With each step, the city's level of digitization deepened. This path, Han Dongsheng pointed to a partially collapsed overpass. Crossing it would allow them to bypass the crowd below. But before he could finish his thought, a squad of fully armed source hunters burst around the corner. Both sides froze momentarily before the hunters raised their weapons, aiming at the 2. "Run." In an instant, the dragon team entered combat mode, his exoskeleton fully enveloping him. He lunged at the nearest hunter. The collision of their enhanced bodies produced a thunderous metallic clatter. Han Dongsheng leapt onto the crumbling staircase, feeling the steel reinforcements wobble beneath him. "I'll cover you. You go first." The dragon team roared, simultaneously tearing off a hunter's helmet. Han Dongsheng dared not hesitate, climbing with all his might. The sounds of metal tearing and the buzzing of energy weapons filled his ears. Reaching the top of the overpass, he looked back. The dragon team was drenched in blood, yet all the hunters lay defeated. The situation was dire. The dragon team barely steadied himself at the edge of the overpass. His voice hoarse. The mutation within me has spiraled out of control. It is beginning to resonate with this city. Only then did Dongsheng notice something amiss with the dragon team's exoskeleton. The blue circuitry crawled over its surface like a living organism, mirroring the digitized buildings. And it was spreading at an accelerated rate. Hold on. The base of Source Zero is just ahead, 4 blocks away. They quickened their pace. Weaving through the ruins of the digitized city, patrols appeared in succession. Thanks to the dragon team and Ahhh's mutated exoskeleton, their peculiar appearance became the perfect disguise in this broken reality. Finally, they arrived at their destination, a seemingly ordinary abandoned warehouse. Yet, the emblem on Dongsheng's chest trembled violently, resonating strongly with some hidden force within the depths of the warehouse. Where and amp, Ahhh's the entrance, Dongsheng whispered, surveying the surroundings. The dragon team staggered to the center of the warehouse, squatting down, his palm, covered in exoskeleton, pressed against the unremarkable concrete floor. Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhh's style, always hidden in plain sight. Suddenly, he exerted force, and with a crack, the floor shattered, revealing a dark, bottomless shaft below, a concealed elevator shaft. Chapter 45. Resonance of souls. Simultaneously, at the opposite end of the city, within the sewer system, Liu Ruoxin, Zhao Yuhe, and Suhu hurriedly traversed the murky passage. This area had yet to be fully digitized. However, the damp walls were already adorned with speckles of blue light, slowly expanding. Zhao Yuhe's thermos floated ahead, casting a faint green glow that outlined their route. According to the map, the entrance to the headquarters lay just beyond 2 more intersections. Suhu lagged behind, the mechanical joints of his body emitting an irregular click-clack sound. Liu Ruoxin's ears twitched as she paused. Suhu, are you all right? Don't mind me. Suhu's voice was low and raspy, tinged with a metallic rasp. His mechanical arm twitched unexpectedly. There is something I need to tell you. He halted, his metallic components trembling unnaturally. In the dim light, his semi-mechanical face contorted in what seemed like immense pain. The board implanted a tracking chip in me. I've been their informant, and I didn't even know it myself. Zhao Yuhe spun around abruptly. When did this happen? A long time ago. Suhu pointed to his chest. Each time I was gravely injured and unconscious during their repairs, they would upgrade this thing. After we left the shelter, it activated automatically. Now, they must know our location. A chill crept up Liu Ruoxin's spine. We must change our course. It's too late. Suhu shook his head, the red light in his mechanical eye flickering urgently. The VE sent a big one after us. I can feel the signal. It's getting closer. From deep within the passage, heavy footsteps echoed. Thud, thud. Each step sent tremors through the filthy water and ground beneath them. Zhao Yuhe's thermos spun rapidly, the light unstable. It's Ahhh's white armor. Suddenly, Suhu made a decision. He grasped Liu Ruoxin's arm and pulled out a syringe filled with a luminous blue liquid from a hidden compartment in his chest. I'm sorry. There is no time to explain. Before Liu Ruoxin could react, the cold needle pierced her neck, and the liquid was forcefully injected into her bloodstream. She felt an icy chill racing through her veins. This is the emergency serum Lin Xiaoyu left for me. Suhu spoke rapidly. The modified source virus will allow you to temporarily control a small network of nodes. Liu Ruoxin had yet to fully comprehend when Suhu forcefully pushed her and Zhao Yuhe towards a side passage. Keep going. I'll distract him. No. Liu Ruoxin attempted to grab him, but a sudden pain coursed through her body, sapping her strength. She distinctly felt the stinging at her neck, as blue veins rapidly spread throughout her body. The mechanical parts of Suhu's body began to deform and reorganize. With a series of clicks, they shifted into a more aggressive combat form. I've long been a waste. At least let me die with some worth. He abruptly turned to face the dark passage from which the footsteps emerged. All weapon systems on his mechanical arm deployed, emitting a high-frequency hum. Come on, Tin Can. Let us see who is tougher. Zhao Yuhe gritted her teeth, supporting the nearly incapacitated Liu Ruoxin as they stumbled into the side passage. Behind them, the deafening sounds of metal clashing and energy weapons detonating erupted. The corridor began to collapse amidst the fierce gunfire, debris falling and completely sealing off their escape route. In the chaos, Liu Ruoxin caught a final glimpse of Suhu, his body crackling with electric sparks, bravely confronting the massive, menacing white armor. The remaining part of his human face bore a strange smile of relief. Go, Zhao Yuhe urged, her voice laced with tears. Don't let his sacrifice be in vain. The serum within Liu Ruoxin's body completed its initial transformation. Her senses underwent a dramatic alteration. The once blurred blue data streams on the surrounding walls became strikingly clear. To her eyes, they transformed from mere light spots into a flowing, tangible digital galaxy. More astonishingly, she discovered that she seemed capable of using her consciousness to touch and manipulate these data streams, causing them to momentarily halt or even alter their flow. I see. The data network, she murmured weakly. The descent of the elevator shaft appeared endless. Han Dongsheng and Long Team stood on a narrow platform, engulfed in darkness. The blue glow of their badges served as the sole light source, casting flickering shadows on the cold metallic walls. With each meter they descended, the air grew thinner and colder, the scent of disinfectant invading their nostrils, relentless. Suddenly, the badge's light flared, its frequency increasing, threatening to saturate the entire elevator shaft in a trembling blue. Han Dongsheng felt the network nodes within his veins buzzing, and the circuit patterns beneath his skin illuminated, resonating strangely with the surrounding metal. This place is more than just a defense system, Han Dongsheng spoke in a hushed tone, the entire facility. It's alive. The armor of Long Team shifted, the blue circuits on its surface glowing intensely. He remained silent, his breathing heavy and ominous. The elevator abruptly slowed, halting in a vast circular space. The surrounding walls were composed of countless translucent LCD screens, each displaying different streams of data, blue light weaving through the darkness. Source Zero should be just ahead, Han Dongsheng thought, but was halted by Long Team. Wait. Long Team raised his head, his face obscured by the armor. Listen. Initially a faint hum, it quickly intensified into the clear sound of hundreds, perhaps thousands, of footsteps, cold, synchronized, resonating with a metallic scrape. Instantly, all screens on the data wall synchronized, switching to external surveillance footage. Dozens of armed source hunters were closing in from all directions. They're coming for us. Han Dongsheng retreated into the elevator. We must hurry. We need to find Source Zero. A crack formed in the wall, expanding into a passageway. On the ground, blue light points lit up in succession, outlining a path deeper into the facility. Han Dongsheng stepped forward, with Long Team closely behind. In this desolate underground world, only their heartbeats and breaths echoed in the empty corridor. Meanwhile, in the city's central sewer, Liu Ruoxin and Zhao Yuhe navigated the filthy, damp pipes towards the headquarters of the board. The time Suhu had bought with his life weighed heavily on their hearts. Within Liu Ruoxin, the network serum was taking effect. Chapter 46, Abyss of Consciousness beneath her skin, faint blue lines spread relentlessly. And she could hear the data of her surroundings flowing, the whispers of the wall's pipelines, the vibrations emanating from the ground, the static electric field permeating the air, all transforming into a tangible stream of information. How is it? Can you connect to the system? Zhao Yuhe's thermos floated ahead, its halo dispelling some of the darkness. Liu Ruoxin extended her finger, lightly resting it against the damp, cold wall. A surge of code erupted from her fingertips, swiftly crawling across the entire surface. Control was still out of reach. She retracted her hand, her voice tinged with a slight electronic quality, more akin to dialogue. The range was limited. No more than 10 meters. The thermos suddenly halted, suspended in midair. Zhao Yue instantly became alert. We're here. Ahead loomed a nondescript concrete wall. Yet within Liu Ruoxin's perception, the wall was layered with intricate electronic locks and complex security protocols, the secret entrance to the underground headquarters of the board. Let me handle this. Liu Ruoxin pressed her palm against the wall, closing her eyes. The cold sensation of concrete vanished as she sank directly into the electronic system within the wall. Each security protocol manifested as a distinct lock. The new abilities granted by the serum allowed her to sense the shape of the keys and replicate them. In 10 seconds, a faint mechanical click resonated from the center of the wall. A flawlessly concealed door slowly slid open inward. Let and amp, oppos, esco. Liu Ruoxin opened her eyes. A flicker of data flowing through her pupils. The two moved silently, infiltrating the board's secret passage. It was far cleaner than they had anticipated, almost pristine. Bright white light illuminated the metallic walls and floor. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy airlock door, emblazoned with the board's emblem. Zhao Yue's thermos spun rapidly before the door, emitting a piercing hum. The energy response inside is substantial. This is certainly not ordinary equipment. Liu Ruoxin reached out again, attempting to connect to the access control system, only to be met with a violent recoil. Electricity coursed through her body in an instant, the lines beneath her skin erupting into a vivid crimson. The excruciating pain nearly brought her to her knees. The defense is too strong. She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. Just then, the badge on her chest burst forth with a blinding light, resonating with the door. A dull unlocking sound echoed, and the airlock door slowly creaked open. They held their breath, cautiously stepping inside. In the next moment, both froze, their eyes wide in shock. The sight before them exceeded their wildest imaginations. This was not a conference room. The entire space was semicircular, dominated by a massive circular apparatus, adorned with dozens of transparent liquid chambers. Each chamber housed a naked human body, the members of the board. Their skin was pallid and devoid of life. Countless thin tubes connecting their bodies and heads, a pale blue liquid mingling with blood, slowly coursing through transparent pipelines. Even more chillingly, those bodies twitched faintly, as if trapped in an endless nightmare, their muscle fibers quivering involuntarily. Yet their facial expressions were blank, their eyes wide open but hollow. My heavens! Zhao Yue murmured, her throat dry. Is this the truth of uploading? They have turned themselves into a battery, Liu Ruoxin interjected, her voice cold. A biological battery that sustains consciousness. Opposite the liquid chambers, a massive display wall was divided into several screens. Each screen showcased a well-dressed virtual avatar, the embodiments of the board members in the data realm, seated upright in a virtual conference room, smiling and seemingly never having left their thrones of power. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhhh's gaze fell upon the central control console. There was a slot, perfectly compatible with the reverse eradicator and Ahhhh's implant. We must act swiftly. She strode toward the console, retrieving a small data storage device from her backpack. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Zhao Yue's thermos spun wildly, unleashing a wave of imperceptible energy that distorted the air. Watch out. Before the warning could fully escape her lips, a panel on the side wall slid open silently. A white figure surged forth. It was Han Hu. No, it was the white armor controlled by Han Hu and Ahhh's consciousness. Mission target confirmed. The mechanical synthesized voice reverberated in the space, chilling to the bone. Prevent the implantation of the eradication program. Liu Ruoxin felt an icy dread wash over her. The time they had gained at the cost of Suhu's life had still not been enough to stop him. On the other side, Han Dongsheng and Team Long traversed the intricately structured corridors, ultimately halting before a massive circular hatch. The hatch was covered in complex locking mechanisms, far beyond ordinary means to unlock. It required biometric recognition and high-level authorization. Han Dongsheng observed the hatch closely, realizing they might have to wait for Lin Xiaoyu. Suddenly, Team Long stepped forward. The bone armor covering his right hand silently transformed, revealing his palm. He pressed it against the hatch's recognition panel. Let us try this. Team Long's voice remained deep and steady. The panel instantly illuminated with a gentle green glow. A crisp confirmation sound echoed. The heavy hatch slid open to the sides. Han Dongsheng looked at Team Long in astonishment. You. Team Long offered no explanation, merely gesturing for him to enter. The hatch fully opened, revealing an expansive circular laboratory. At the center stood a giant sealed chamber, identical to the one in the sanctuary, filled with a translucent amber liquid. This time, Han Dongsheng could clearly see the figure suspended within the liquid. A woman. Her petite form appeared somewhat blurred in the liquid. Yet the network of blue lines covering her skin was denser and deeper than those within Han Dongsheng, emanating an ancient aura. Source 0. The badge on Han Dongsheng's chest shone brightly as he unconsciously moved closer to the sealed chamber, the light intensifying as if resonating with the entity within. Team Long followed closely behind, his hand gently brushing against the bone armor on his right arm. There, concealed beneath, lay a hidden control interface. Aren't you curious why Lin Xiaoyu chose you as a test subject? Team Long suddenly spoke. His tone had shifted. No longer the familiar rasp, but a chilling smoothness that sent shivers down Han Dongsheng's spine. Han Dongsheng abruptly halted, turning around, every muscle in his body tensing. What do you mean by that? Because your nervous system is quite extraordinary, Team Long continued. His fingers moving silently over the hidden control panel, you can endure a network load far exceeding that of an average person, maintaining your self-awareness amidst the overwhelming data flow. Such a trait is exceedingly rare. An intense unease gripped Han Dongsheng. How do you know all this? Team Long smiled, a sound that scraped against the eardrums, imbued with a chilling metallic resonance. Because, before your success, we have dealt with hundreds of failed samples. Chapter 47. Twin Flames. He lifted his head. The bone armor mask sealing shut, leaving only two icy blue lights. Did you think you were the first fortunate one? No, Han Dongsheng. You were merely the only one who survived. The change occurred in an instant. Long's team pressed the final command. The bone armor responded with a sudden movement. Sharp bone spikes erupted from the armor on his arms, tearing through the air, aimed directly at Han Dongsheng's heart. In this life and death moment, the extraordinary reflexes granted by the network nodes saved him. Dongsheng leaned back to avoid the fatal strike. Yet a sharp pain surged through his shoulder as the bone spike sliced through his combat suit, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone, blood spurting forth immediately. You. Dongsheng clutched his wound, staggering backward, his voice trembling with shock and pain. You have always been with the board? Not entirely, Long's team replied. Turning away from the source of zero, the bone armor continued to extend, completely enveloping his face, leaving only those two ghostly blue lights visible. I am with the military. However, the military has been a part of the board's plan from the very beginning. He paused, his voice tinged with fervor. Do you understand why she is called Source Zero? Because she is the first generation, a prototype, a version tamed by Lin Xiaoyu. And we need her to achieve true evolution. Dongsheng gritted his teeth against the pain, steadying himself, every muscle coiled and ready. What evolution? Turning everyone into batteries in a jar, into data slaves? No. Long's voice rose sharply, a condescending denial. It is to transcend the limitations of this decaying flesh. The walls of the board's headquarters came alive. It was not an illusion. It was a tangible distortion of reality. The concrete walls softened, becoming slick to the touch, as blue circuitry spread wildly beneath, bulging ominously. The walls would occasionally cave in or bulge out, twisting into grotesque geometric shapes. The entire building was beginning to be reshaped from within. Get down. Zhao Yuhe reacted swiftly, pushing Liu Ruoxin down. Just above them, the ceiling split open, and several slick data tendrils hung down, brushing perilously close to their backs. Han Huchu, clad in white combat armor, remained stationary, his helmet mechanically rotating, first scanning the control console and then fixing on their earlier position. For a brief moment, his movement stuttered, as if internal commands were clashing. This fleeting hesitation granted Liu Ruoxin a chance. She slammed her palm down onto the ground. Blue light surged from her fingertips. Racing across the floor, an invisible wave of interference sweeping through. Crack. The ground responded with a violent fracture, and Zhao Yuhe and Liu Ruoxin felt the solid ground give way beneath them, plummeting down with the crumbling concrete. Hold on to me, Zhao Yuhe shouted, her stainless steel thermos suddenly spinning faster, humming loudly, creating a faint psychic field that slightly slowed their descent. Above, at the edge of the crack, Hanhu extended his armored hand, his metallic fingertips nearly brushing against the hem of Liu Ruoxin's garment, but he was too late. He stood at the edge of the fissure, motionless, only synthetic sounds intermittently breaking through. Mission parameters, conflict. Primary objective, protection protocol. Capture directive, contradictory. What protection protocol? Liu Ruoxin shouted back against the rush of wind as they fell. The only response was the rapidly shrinking light above and the encroaching darkness that would swallow everything. Deep within the building, the original orderly structure of floors had vanished. It had transformed into an unimaginable colossal hive. Thousands of processing units proliferating in a manner akin to biological tissue, interconnected. The walls were no longer walls, but chambers laden with living circuit boards, every corner sprouting prism-like data nodes, flickering with a temperatureless blue light. My God! The entire building has been transformed into a living supercomputer. Zhao Yuhe leaned against the wall, barely helping Liu Ruoxin to stand. Her voice tinged with an uncontrollable horror. The board intends to turn the real world into their data nest. Before she could finish speaking, countless slick tendrils erupted from the surrounding walls, slithering toward the two like venomous snakes. Split up, Liu Ruoxin shouted, forcefully pushing Zhao Yuhe away. You head to the core. Find the server. I'll draw them away. Zhao Yuhe swallowed hard, ceasing to argue. The stainless steel thermos above her accelerated dramatically, emitting a sharper hum. The sound transformed into a tangible force, pulling her forward with great urgency. She struggled to maintain her footing, nearly being dragged deeper into the building by that unseen power. In the blink of an eye, she vanished around a twisted corner. Left behind was Liu Ruoxin. The slick data tendrils writhed silently, converging from all directions, filling the air with a damp, clammy sensation. She remained still. Instead, she took a small step forward, extending her hand and pressing it against the nearest living wall. The surface felt icy, slick, impossible to grasp. The wall itself pulsed slightly, transmitting a rhythm akin to a heartbeat. Her fingertips could even sense the frantically surging blue circuitry beneath the skin, sending waves of chilling tremors through her. The power of the serum surged through her veins, granting her the ability to directly interface with the building's internal systems. Closing her eyes, her consciousness was instantly drawn into an immense gravitational pull. Before her, The twisted interior of the building transformed into an endless torrent of rushing blue code. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, chaotic, and disordered. The core system of the board resembled a haphazardly constructed digital monstrosity, each pathway lined with sharp firewalls and cold hunting algorithms prowling through the data streams, delivering a prickling sense of threat. Yet, deep within this frigid digital ocean, she sensed something unusual. A faint fluctuation, but strikingly clear, distinct from all other data. That sensation was warm enough to make her dizzy, evoking memories of many years ago when her mother gently placed her hand on her shoulder. Source: 0? This thought silently spread amidst the cacophony of data. In an instant, the frenzied data tendrils halted midair. Seconds later, they began to hesitantly and slowly retract back into the walls. The system seemed to have temporarily lifted its hostility toward her. Why? Liu Ruoxin spread her hands, gazing at the blue lines beneath her skin pulsing in time with her heartbeat, filled with confusion. In the distance, a heavy mechanical sound approached, growing nearer. She shook her head, suppressing her doubts. She had to press on. Simultaneously, at the source base, within the core laboratory. Chapter 48. Data Imprint. Han Dongsheng leaned against the cold wall of the zero-source container, slumped on the ground. His right hand pressed firmly against the wound on his left shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers and saturating half of his clothing. A few paces away stood the figure clad in bone armor, Dragon Team. Incredibly, Han Dongsheng had evaded what could have been a fatal strike. "I could have easily snapped your neck," Dragon Team's voice, muffled by the armor, resonated with a metallic timbre devoid of emotion. "But I did not. Have you ever wondered why?" Every muscle in Han Dongsheng's body tensed at once, the excruciating pain causing his scalp to prickle. Yet he forced himself to remain alert for the next attack. "Because the board needs me alive to connect to Zero Source?" Dragon Team emitted a short, dry sound that resembled a laugh. "You are partially correct. The board indeed requires you alive. But I refrained from killing you because..." The armor on him trembled, the surface patterns flickering erratically. "Because I promised someone." Han Dongsheng abruptly raised his head, momentarily numbed by the sharp pain of his wound. "Who?" "Your brother, Han Hu." Without warning, the lights in the laboratory flickered violently, and the liquid within the zero-source container began to boil and churn, emitting a deep, oppressive hum, as if something was about to awaken. He had once been the military's top cyber specter. Dragon Team raised a hand covered in bone armor to his chest. "And I was the one who brought him. They took my daughter." The electronic quality in Dragon Team and Ahhhh's voice diminished, revealing a weary and genuine anguish. "She is only 12. Just started middle school. Those brutes implanted a controller and neurotoxins in her body, capable of taking her life at any moment. I had no choice." Han Dongsheng leaned against the container wall, trembling slightly from blood loss and shock. He struggled to comprehend, rationally telling himself not to trust this. It could be a trap, but the almost overflowing despair in the other's words made it impossible to dismiss entirely. "Why? Are you telling me this now?" "Because plans have changed." Dragon Team lifted his head, gazing at the violently churning container. Lin Xiaoyu's deductions are closer to the truth than any of us realized. She calculated that the board is not satisfied with merely controlling the network. They wish to bring the network into reality, reconstructing the physical world with data. Now, every computer, every screen, even every chip-laden device in this city has become part of a conversion tower. Han Dongsheng closed his eyes, feeling his modified nerves faintly touch the external network. He sensed it. The city was being eroded and consumed by an invisible force, a chilling data torrent inundating familiar streets and buildings. The material world was being rewritten. This process could not be halted. "We must awaken Zero Source." Dragon Team and Ahhh's bone armor began to slowly retract, revealing a human face, drenched in sweat and fatigue beneath the helmet. Not for those madmen at the board, but to stop them. But Han Dongsheng opened his eyes wide, the blood loss causing his vision to darken. But what? The significance of Zero Source extends beyond Lin Xiaoyu's consciousness backup. Dragon Team approached the control console. It is the core that pulsates within the network itself. Awakening it equates to forcibly rebooting the entire city's data system. The consequences are unpredictable. He swiftly inputted a sequence of commands and placed his palm on the identification panel. The hydraulic mechanisms surrounding the container emitted a dull sound as the locking mechanisms sprang open, one after another. "You must enter." Dragon Team turned, pointing toward the massive container. "Stabilize the loading process of Zero Source through direct neural connection. Do not let it spiral out of control." Han Dongsheng braced himself against the wall, standing up. His blood-soaked combat suit clung to his skin, the sharp pain of his wound temporarily dulled by a surge of adrenaline. How can you ensure this isn't another trap set by the board? Dragon Team hesitated briefly, then removed a metallic badge from his chest and handed it to Han Dongsheng. There's no time for guessing games. Take this. Collect 5 badges to gain the highest authority over the network core. This one is for you, as my repayment. Han Dongsheng stared at the badge, hesitating for a few seconds before ultimately reaching out to accept it. The moment his fingertips touched the badge, an unusually familiar data stream surged into his personal network node. It's real. Atop the zero source container, the heavy metal lid began to slide open silently. Amber-hued viscous liquid released a faint blue mist, carrying the scent of disinfectant mixed with some unknown spice, quickly filling the entire laboratory. Inside the liquid, a human silhouette flickered amidst the roiling bubbles. Guard your consciousness. Dragon Team's voice took on unprecedented seriousness. No matter what you see, hear, or feel inside, remember who you are. Han Dongsheng closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already stepped onto the metallic platform connecting to the container. As his fingertips brushed against the cold, viscous surface of the liquid, an irresistible force abruptly yanked him into its depths. Gulp. The liquid enveloped him instantly. The world fell silent. All sounds, all light. Even the sensations of his body became indistinct. In the boundless darkness, the badge on his chest emitted a faint blue light, suspended in the void, marking a coordinate. Then, his consciousness began to be pulled in all directions, extending, expanding. And then, crack! On the other side, Zhao Yue followed the vibrations of the thermal cup, navigating through the depths of the building. This place, once a spacious and bright office area, had transformed completely. The walls, ceiling, and floor were covered with a constantly writhing, translucent biological structure, countless blue data streams weaving through it, thick data veins bulging from the walls, pulsing slightly. An odd amalgamation of oil and ozone filled the air. She held her breath, crouching low, carefully avoiding the scanning probes that hung from the ceiling. What had once been mere surveillance cameras had now transformed into eyes extending from the board's consciousness, glowing with a cold red light. Suddenly, the thermal cup in her hand vibrated with increasing frequency, buzzing loudly. Zhao Yue reacted swiftly, darting behind the thickest data conduit, pressing her body against the cold, slick pipe wall. Around the corner of the corridor, a massive metallic figure slowly turned, its heavy footsteps echoing ominously. Creak, creak. Chapter 49. The flesh and blood lie the ground beneath trembled with an increasing intensity, sending vibrations through her very core. A blinding beam of crimson light shattered the darkness, radiating a searing heat that inexorably swept over the desolate ruins. Zhao Yue's heart thundered wildly behind her ribs, her throat constricted, as if the air trapped within her chest was about to explode. The figure. No, it was that transparent chamber embedded within a metallic torso housing, a human head suspended in a cerulean liquid. That face. She recognized it. Su. Who? The voice that escaped her lips was parched and frail, tinged with a chilling absurdity. The Suhu in her memories bore no resemblance to this grotesque apparition. A weapon, devoid of warmth, lethal, within the life-sustaining vessel. Suhu's face remained barely discernible, pallid and swollen, utterly devoid of vitality, marred by hideous, twisted seams. It stirred. Was it in response to her voice? Or the breeze she had conjured upon entering? It halted, the heavy metallic form turning towards her hiding place. The ground let out a mournful cry, fissures opening beneath her feet. The right arm lifted, brandishing a fearsome energy cannon, its muzzle igniting with a perilous glow, locking onto her with unwavering precision. He no longer recognized her? Or had the last remnants of his humanity vanished entirely? Zhao Yue and Appo's throat tightened, her nostrils flared with a mix of anguish and desperation, as the world before her blurred. Yet, the discomfort lodged in her throat was suddenly dislodged by an impulse. She clutched the stainless steel thermos with all her might. The vessel spun rapidly in her palm, emitting a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate the very air around her. An inexplicable wave pulsed rhythmically from the cup's opening. This was not an invitation to battle, but rather an urgent summons. Do you remember how you used to boast? She fixed her gaze on that frigid metallic mass, her voice soft yet piercing, trembling with suppressed emotion. You said, if only this wretched psychic energy could charge our phones, we could save on electricity and open a little convenience store. The mechanical weapon and Appo's charging sound stuttered. The raised cannon paused, a palpable awkwardness in its motion. Within the transparent chamber, Suhu's tightly shut eyelids seemed to flicker ever so slightly. You also mentioned. Zhao Yue inhaled sharply, staving off tears as she continued to cry out, her voice hoarse yet resolute. When you have money, you and Ahhhh, LL buy a robot to work for you. You could lie at home, collecting money. Later, you added that if you became a robot, the first thing you'd do is find a bank ATM and pour several liters of machine oil into the cash dispenser as a drink. You rascal, you actually followed through on that. The energy cannon's glow flickered uncertainly before finally extinguishing. The mechanical arm, once raised, stiffly descended. The red scanning light that had marked a state of alert and aggression blinked erratically before shifting to a yellow hue, denoting a search, ultimately settling on a reassuring green. In the chamber, Suhu's eyes burst open. His gaze pierced through the murky blue liquid, locking onto Zhao Yue. A voice, distorted and electronically altered, yet vaguely recognizable as Suhu's, emerged from the external speakers, fragmented. It's me. You ungrateful hunk of scrap. Zhao Yue could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face, yet a disfigured smile creased her lips. They captured me and transformed. Suhu and Ahhhh's voice remained stilted, filled with static, yet they haven't completely erased my mind. The core server of the board is right ahead. I am the guardian here. Zhao Yue hastily wiped her face with her sleeve, rushing to confront the cold metallic entity. Hurry. Do you have any ports on you? I need to install a reverse purge program to rid you of this garbage, she shouted, her voice cracking with emotion. Follow me. The electronic voice stumbled, each word painfully extracted from the creaking gears. The mechanical entity emitted a jarring metallic screech as it awkwardly reoriented itself. It led the way, each step resonating through the ground, saturating the air with the acrid scent of oil and overheated metal. Zhao Yue sensed Suhu and Ahhhh's desperate struggle against the controlling commands within his body. Each heavy footfall was a silent act of defiance. Heavy metal gates slid open soundlessly as they approached, revealing a deeper, colder passageway. Finally, they halted before a vast circular expanse. This place was eerily cavernous, resembling a colossal egg that had been hollowed out. At its center, a gargantuan pillar soared upward, composed of a crystalline yet metallic substance. Piercing the shadows of the towering dome above, streams of data cascaded down its surface, intertwining and flashing with a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the very marrow of her bones. Surrounding the pillar floated several massive translucent interfaces, displaying rapidly scrolling code and graphs, their brilliance leaving only dazzling afterimages. Here lay the core server of the board. Suhu, or rather, this war machine begrudgingly steered by Suhu's will, was its sentinel. The server and Ahhhh's core rhythmically pulsed with light, casting a stark white glow upon Suhu, where remnants of flesh flickered beneath his metallic exterior. The thermos in Zhao Yue's hands trembled uncontrollably, the scorching energy patterns almost searing her palms. The entrance is on the third level, behind the firewall. Suhu's voice sputtered, crackling with static. His head within the chest cavity strained to turn towards his cold, mechanical arm. Zhao Yue's stomach churned. The sight was grotesque. I will clear the way, for a maximum of 15 seconds. Zhao Yue gripped the data storage device tightly, her knuckles paling. Her throat tightened. And then? What will you do? Her voice was parched. Heavy metallic footsteps thundered towards the mainframe. Run. Suhu and Ahhhh's voice was devoid of emotion. A pure command. Run. Don't look back. The board members, their cleansing protocols, will raise this place to the ground, taking my broken form with it. I won't leave. Zhao Yue shouted defiantly. Fool. The mechanical joints emitted a sound akin to scraping glass, sending shivers down her spine. I should have died long ago. Now, I am merely a hard drive, one that can still function when plugged in. Suhu's mechanical body convulsed violently, the flesh within his chest writhing. Hurry. They have discovered. The system is being compromised. Chapter 50. The consciousness ice see an infinite expanse of blue engulfed him. This was not water. It was a torrent of flowing data, a confluence of billions of codes. Dongsheng and Ahhhh's consciousness was scattered and shattered. Memories, emotions, thoughts. Everything was dismantled into its most fundamental units, adrift in the colossal wave of information. The sensations of his body faded away, leaving only a disordered feeling of being pulled, torn apart, and remolded. The merciless tide ceaselessly eroded the concept of self until it became indistinct. Who am I? This thought flickered in the void, unanswered. He sought to grasp his name, but it transformed into a string of cold digits, sinking into the unfathomable sea of data. A vast emptiness remained. Only a faint blue light flickered in his chest. The badge. Like a drowning person clutching the sole piece of driftwood, Han Dongsheng's lingering consciousness instinctively gravitated towards that glow. The halo spread, barely outlining a vague human silhouette amidst the chaotic currents of data. At last, I see you, Han Dongsheng. A voice resonated. It was Lin Xiaoyu's voice, not a mere recollection, but imbued with an indescribable essence of life. The data rippled, coalescing into the form of a woman where her voice emanated. Clad in a white lab coat, with cascading black hair and a serene visage, she resembled yet was not entirely the same as in his memories. Deep within her countenance, countless blue codes flowed silently, exuding an otherworldly, eerie tranquility. And Lin? Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's consciousness struggled to coalesce, his voice trembling within the data stream. The figure before him nodded, then shook her head. Beneath the visage formed of data, the blue code surged silently. It was once. Her voice, imbued with an unearthly calm, echoed in the expansive data space. This was merely a fragment of her consciousness left behind. The network has altered me. I am no longer her. Why me? Why was I chosen? This question lingered in Han Dongsheng's consciousness for far too long, instinctively erupting. Lin Xiaoyu's data form quivered slightly. She raised her hand, fingertips flowing with blue light, reaching towards Han Dongsheng. The tips did not truly touch, yet countless images, sounds, and sensations forcibly surged into Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's fragmented consciousness, the laboratory. A younger Lin Xiaoyu and brother Han Hu. This child's genetic sequence. Lin Xiaoyu's voice pierced the barriers of time. Han Hu. Observe his neuronal connection patterns. They seem designed for symbiosis with data. In the images, Han Hu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing a document. Dongsheng's test results? You intend to involve him? Not to involve him. Lin Xiaoyu closed the file. It is to grant him a chance to survive. The board's network conversion tower plan, we both know, has already been secretly deployed across various cities. It is only a matter of time. No one can evade it. The images abruptly shattered. Amidst the chaotic data flow, a new scene coalesced. Still the laboratory, but darker. Lin Xiaoyu stood alone. A massive incubation chamber loomed in the shadows, within which a vague organic mass floated, connected by countless electrodes. Source 0, Stage 1. She murmured to the chamber, her voice tinged with exhaustion and a near-manic obstinacy. It is not merely my backup. It is my created data immune system. Once the board initiates full conversion, it will reactivate, constructing a firewall within the network to safeguard human consciousness. The torrent of information suddenly receded. Only a humming and vast emptiness remained in Han Dongsheng's consciousness. You anticipated the board long ago. Indeed. The code surrounding Lin Xiaoyu's data form surged violently, emitting a jarring low-frequency noise. They preach immortality, liberation from the shackles of flesh. Nonsense. They merely wish to package everyone's consciousness into data canisters, transforming them into sustenance for their virtual empire. The surrounding sea of data erupted in a frenzy, unleashing unimaginable chaos. Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhhh's image twisted violently, flickering, on the verge of complete dissolution. Time was running out. Her voice grew alarmingly sharp, mingled with the cacophony of fragmented data. The board and Ahhhh's conversion has spiraled out of control. They opened a door that should never have been opened. What door? Han Dongsheng felt his consciousness being torn apart by the storm, anxiously inquiring. Lin Xiaoyu's visage was wholly consumed by the violent data stream, leaving only a pure, heart-stopping blue. A higher dimensional entity. It has crawled in through the network. It is exploiting the board's foolishness to accelerate the world's datafication, not for control, but to consume. Han Dongsheng's consciousness abruptly contracted, a chilling sensation penetrating him. In the depths of this ocean of data, an indescribably vast entity stirred slowly, extending its formless tendrils. It did not belong here, yet craved this entire world. Your brother. Lin Xiaoyu's voice dipped. He uncovered the secret of this entity, seeking to expose it, only to be captured by the board. They extracted his consciousness, inserting a control module, transforming him into that cold white armor. But he did not die entirely. His core consciousness remains. The data tide suddenly parted, revealing a new consciousness. It was Han Hu. Not that cold armor, but the brother from Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's memories. The one who would ruffle his hair. Dongsheng. Han Hu's data image flickered intermittently, his voice like a transmission through a shattered current. I am trapped. At the lowest layer of the network. I can only transmit bits of information through node gaps. Han Dongsheng instinctively reached out, yearning to grasp that vague silhouette. Yet his fingertips passed through emptiness, stirring a flurry of disordered data light. Han Hu and Ahhhh's phantom swayed, emitting a dry sound intermingled with data noise, as if laughing, yet laden with unspoken bitterness. He shook his head. We must stop that entity. His image pointed deeper into the data ocean. There, a viscous, slowly rotating darkness loomed, devouring the surrounding light, emanating a heart-stopping chill. It has hollowed out the board and Ahhhh's, S core network, Ahhhh and Ahhhh's, S voice strained. Those fools are now its puppets. Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhhh's, S data forms silently drifted closer. There is only one way left. Activate the 5th badge, initiate the complete source plan. She extended her hand, palm upward. An indescribably complex structure of code emerged in her palm, spinning, reorganizing, emitting a faint hum. She slowly pressed this mass of code against Han Dongsheng's badge. Buzz. The badge suddenly illuminated, its brilliance piercing the surrounding darkness, resonating with the entire ocean of data. Waves of invisible ripples radiated outward from the badge, stirring the data flow. The cost is. Lin Xiaoyu's voice softened, the data-formed visage seemingly dimmed slightly, revealing an inorganic sorrow. All who hold the badge will forever be bound to the network nodes. You will become the new source. Trapped between humanity and data entities. Chapter 51. Duality of Truth, the nexus between a human and a data entity? What could it signify? Han Dongsheng's consciousness convulsed, beset by a maelstrom of chaotic thoughts. Was this evolution or utter annihilation? This is the sole path to survival. Han, whose spectral form momentarily solidified, his voice resolute, imbued with animosity. Those imbeciles on the board, presuming to control all, what has become of their machinations? They've invited the wolf into the fold, breached the very firmament. Before his words could fully dissipate, the data sea surged violently. An indescribable, formidable force emanated from the depths of that abyssal vortex. An implacable will intent on crushing and devouring all, ferociously wrenching at Han Dongsheng's consciousness. It felt as though his very being was being forcibly excised from this realm. It has detected us. Lin Xiaoyu's wraith emitted a piercing shriek, her image flickering erratically, verging on dissolution. There is no time. You must embrace the transformation now. Transformation. Han Dongsheng hesitated no longer. He reached out, his grip vice-like on the incandescent emblem at his chest, and resolutely welcomed the onrushing torrent of complex code from Lin Xiaoyu's palm, code that seemed to harbor the very secrets of the cosmos. In that instant, an inexhaustible deluge of information breached his conscious defenses. An excruciating pain, akin to molten iron, seared every recess of his awareness. Each virtual synapse screamed, combusted, and liquefied. His consciousness howled, disintegrated, and yet was being reforged. Han, whose voice, now hollow and ethereal, was drawn into the distance by an unseen force. Remember, reverse purger, the ultimate failsafe. Eradicate the board's preposterous control and you might, for a time, seal that accursed gate. Seek out Liu Ruoxin. She possesses the other key, left by your mother. The voice frayed into nothingness. With a resonating hum, Han Dongsheng and Ahhh's consciousness was violently wrenched back. He opened his eyes. He remained suspended within the confines of Origin Zero's glass cylinder, yet the surrounding environment had undergone a profound metamorphosis. He perceived it, not as a metaphor or illusion, but as a tangible reality, an incessant torrent of information, ubiquitous, permeating every fissure of the physical world, like an all-encompassing atmosphere. Reality bifurcated in his perception. One layer the crude facade of matter, the other the underlying code, surging ceaselessly, constructing all things. A wholly novel form of perception. Simultaneously, he could palpate his own corporeal form. The network nodes once implanted now fully activated, ignited, and undergoing a rapid recombination, far exceeding the complexity of the origin virus. Interweaving and linking to form an unprecedentedly intricate network. Beneath his skin, the azure tracery was no longer a dormant pattern. It pulsed with heat, throbbed with life, a vibrant, ceaseless flow of data. He was no longer merely human, but something other. Concurrently, deep within the board's headquarters, in the innermost sanctum of the core server facility. Just 5 more seconds. 5 seconds is all I require. Zhao Yuha's voice was utterly hoarse, her grip vice-like on a thermos, its exterior alarmingly hot, the vessel vibrating intensely. The emanated psionic field had attenuated to a diaphanous veil, on the verge of shattering. I'm almost there. At the heart of the facility. The colossal server core crystal column convulsed violently, its cerulean luminescence flickering madly, casting the space into an erratic chiaroscuro, the very air resonating with an acute, high-frequency whine. Suhu's gargantuan steel frame braced against the slithering data tendrils that erupted from the breached wall, his metallic joints grinding and compressing, emitting an agonizing groan, pushed to the brink of collapse. Hurry, now! His voice, utterly distorted, had devolved into a frigid, staccato electronic synthesis, punctuated by searing static. Firewall cannot withstand, is about to fail. Zhao Yue's fingers danced across the holographic display with blinding velocity. Lines of reverse purger code being forced into the server's access ports with near brutality. Beads of perspiration cascaded from her brow, tracing the taut contours of her face, and shattered against the frigid console with a faint patter. The final segment. Her fingers trembled uncontrollably, her jaw clenched. Damn it! Who did they think they were protecting this convoluted system encryption from? Just 2 seconds. Suhu's voice grew increasingly fragmented, punctuated by metallic grinding. I cannot endure. A thick data tendril lashed out, whistling through the air, and slammed into his mechanical arm with brutal force, rending the heavy alloy plating, exposing the twisted wiring and hydraulic lines that wept black oil, sparking erratically. More tendrils surged from the ceiling and wall fissures, coiling around his metallic frame like serpents, azure arcs of electricity coursing across his surface. The air thick with the acrid stench of burning. Done. Zhao Yue, summoning the last vestiges of her strength, slammed the confirmation key on the display. The system has taken it. It's in. With a resonating hum, the light emanating from the core crystal column erupted, blinding in its intensity. And the entire server facility convulsed violently, dust cascading from the ceiling. A web of hairline fractures appeared on the walls and floor, expanding rapidly. The very structural integrity of the space emitting a death knell. Run! Suhu roared, expending his last reserves of strength. He strained, forcibly disentangling himself from the majority of the tendrils, his massive frame pivoting, lunging towards Zhao Yue, his heavy mechanical arm shoving her towards the sole exit passage. Now, flee. Zhao Yue staggered, nearly collapsing, and instinctively turned, reaching out to grasp Suhu. But his steel carapace was failing, armor plating peeling away, revealing the twisted metallic skeleton beneath. The life support pod within his chest vibrated wildly, fissures spreading rapidly from its base. You bastard! Zhao Yue's scream tore at her throat, tears welling. You promised me. You said you would leave with me. Suhu and Ahhh's voice, emanating from the speakers, was a cacophony of static that nearly drowned out his words. I have never been a man of my word. Run, run, you fool. Zhao Yue spun, abandoning all else, and sprinted towards the passage with every ounce of strength she possessed. Behind her, the server facility detonated, the cataclysmic roar nearly rupturing her eardrums, followed by the deeper, more ominous rumble of collapsing walls. A searing wave of heat, laced with dust and debris, slammed into her from behind. She was hurled forward, crashing to the ground. Her mind reeling, the world spinning, deafened. Her nasal passages and throat burned with the acrid taste of charred matter. She scrambled to her feet, refusing to look back. Biting her lip raw, her face streaked with tears and grime. Zhao Yue stumbled forward, desperate, running for her life. Simultaneously, deep within the board and Ahhh's headquarters, amidst the warped and contorted structure, Liu Ruoxin advanced, stepping across the ever-spreading azure veins. The walls within her grasp were no longer frigid alloy, but heaved and writhed with a docile undulation, parting willingly as she approached, granting her passage. Advance, Ruoxin. A voice resonated directly within her mind. Chapter 52. I cannot fail warmth. Familiarity. It is Mother. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's footsteps halted, her breath caught for a moment. Impossible. Mother has clearly already. Yet the voice existed palpably, mingling with the surrounding low hum of data, yet clear enough to make her heart tremble. It seemed to emanate from the very walls that writhed around her. Mom? She ventured, her voice barely a whisper, laced with incredulity. The blue patterns on the wall suddenly illuminated, rhythmically flickering as if responding to her call. My consciousness, shattered, scattered everywhere. Lin Xiaoyu's voice was intermittent, echoing with an ethereal resonance. Those fools on the board. They have no idea. The signal towers they built. The converters are, in truth, my eyes, my ears. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's hand involuntarily rose, touching the undulating wall before her. Beneath her fingertips was a piercing chill, yet deeper within, something pulsed regularly, heavy and powerful. Dongsheng has found source zero. Mother and Ahhh's voice echoed hollowly within her consciousness. The final step requires you. The wall before her silently parted, as if pushed by an invisible hand, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for a single person. Deep within the crevice, a sphere of blue light floated, flickering intermittently. The light was not blinding, rather. It exuded a strange warmth, a familiar comfort unlike any cold data she had encountered before. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Ruoxin stepped inside. The closer she approached, the more distinct the pulsation of the blue light became, resonating with her own heartbeat. The light and shadow swirled, gradually coalescing into a blurred outline, transparent, pure, in the shape of a badge. The fifth badge. Indeed, it is. Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhh's voice became clearer. I hid it at the very bottom of the network. Only your bloodline can awaken it. What must I do? Liu Ruoxin gazed at the ethereal badge, holding her breath. Use your blood. Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhh's voice carried an ineffable weariness. When you were very young, I left a backup of your genes. Within it lies the key. No longer hesitating. Liu Ruoxin raised her hand and bit down hard on the tip of her index finger. A drop of crimson blood emerged, hovering momentarily in the air before being drawn away by an unseen force, slowly merging into the sphere of light. Buzz! The blinding radiance erupted instantaneously, flooding the narrow space with such brilliance that it was almost unbearable. The ethereal outline rapidly solidified, revealing a true guardian badge before her, radiating a deep blue aura. Its surface inscribed with flickering runes. Almost simultaneously, a torrent of fragmented information surged into Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's mind, each bite chilling her to the bone, rendering her body rigid. Initiating Source 0, the cost. All connectors will become the new and Ahhh's, Source and Ahhh's, neither human nor data. It is protection. And also, a bridge. The next piece of information plunged her into an icy abyss. Behind the board lies another dimension. It seeps through the network, seeking to consume everything. Then, do we still have a chance? Liu Ruoxin's voice trembled dryly. To her surprise, Lin Xiaoyu's voice carried a faint hint of laughter. Of course. I have prepared for so many years. The and Ahhh's, reverse eraser and Ahhh's, can not only erase the board and Ahhh's authority but can also temporarily seal that rift. You will become the new guardians. Before her words faded, the ground beneath her suddenly sank. The entire space shook violently. Liu Ruoxin, run. This cursed place is collapsing. A heart-wrenching cry from Zhao Yuhua echoed from afar. Laden with tears and despair, Liu Ruoxin instinctively reached out, gripping the warm badge tightly, and turned to flee toward the source of the voice. Behind her, the walls were rapidly peeling away, disintegrating into a cascade of blue data streams. From deeper within came a muffled yet thunderous explosion, as if some core element had shattered completely. Following that was an unending roar of structural collapse. The board's headquarters, a towering skyscraper, was beginning to crumble from within. Inside the laboratory, the immense container of Source 0 trembled violently, emitting a shrill metallic scraping sound, while the surface of the thick special glass cracked like a spider and Ahhh's web, spreading rapidly. The amber culture fluid churned violently, countless bubbles surging upward. Within the container, Dongsheng and Ahhh's body floated. The blue network beneath his skin shone brighter than ever, each line appearing to come alive, growing wildly, pulsating, extending outward. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Within those eyes flowed vibrant blue code. Outside the laboratory, Long Team stood by the entrance. A panicked report crackled through the communicator. Commander, the city and Ahhh's conversion towers have lost control. We have lost all authority. Long Team and Ahhh's voice remained unflinching. Retreat. All personnel, immediate withdrawal. He switched off the communicator, gazing at the container. Inside, Dongsheng appeared transformed, a stark contrast to when he had entered. A fundamental change was occurring. His skin exhibited a strange translucent state, revealing the tumultuous blue data flow beneath. Fine strands of light extended from his fingertips, probing the air, connecting with an invisible data field. Bang! Crash! The special glass of the container could no longer withstand the pressure, erupting with a deafening shatter. Amber liquid burst forth, instantly filling the laboratory with a sweet, pungent mist. Dongsheng and Ahhh's body was propelled out by the liquid, crashing onto the cold floor. The moisture evaporated rapidly from his form, rising in white steam. He shook himself, bracing against the ground to stand. The blue patterns on his skin raced chaotically, shifting, ultimately settling into a complex, symmetrical, and peculiar totem. Dongsheng? Long Team and Ahhh's voice was tinged with uncertainty. Dongsheng turned his head. The flowing code within his pupils gradually receded, revealing their original hue, now rimmed with a faint blue halo. It is I. His voice was hoarse, accompanied by a strange electric undertone, yet not entirely so. He raised his hand. Buzz, the data streams in the air responded, converging above his palm, intertwining rapidly to sketch a network map covering the entire city. At the center of the map, representing the board and Ahhh's headquarters, data fluctuations were extraordinarily intense, blue light points erupting and exploding wildly. Liu Ruoxin, Han Dongsheng exclaimed, "She has obtained it." A rare flicker of unease crossed Long Team's otherwise impassive face. Then that means the reverse eraser has been activated. Han Dongsheng strode toward the exit, urgency in his voice. But that is not enough. We must obtain the 5th batch. He raised his hand toward the heavy alloy wall of the laboratory. Blue light flashed from his fingertips. The surface of the wall rippled like water, then silently cracked open a gap wide enough for two to pass through. I can now directly interfere with the data structure. He glanced back at Long Team, including these materials that have been permeated by data. Long Team paused, quickly realizing the city's datafication has reached this extent. Han Dongsheng nodded, a shadow of worry crossing his face. There is no time. That dimensional rift continues to widen. It seeks to swallow the entire network. Chapter 53. Dimensional fracture. Han Dongsheng traversed the fissures in the wall and halted, taken aback by the scene before him. The city had transformed into a shadow of its former self. Streets twisted into grotesque geometric shapes, while the surfaces of buildings pulsated with blue veins like arteries. Telephone poles melted into liquid data columns, writhing as they consumed everything around. The sky tore open, shards spinning like saw teeth, arcs of electricity flickering ominously. Even more unsettling were the figures on the streets. Beneath their skin, blue patterns writhed, the light flickering in a disconcerting rhythm. Their joints emitted faint, discordant sounds. Each step labored and jerky. Their faces bore a complete blankness, mere shells being pulled forward by an unseen force. A high-frequency tremor coursed through his body, sharpening Han Dongsheng's perception of the surrounding chaos. The transformation was accelerating. He opened his mouth, his voice unstable, crackling with static. A chill engulfed him. In the city, the electric hum in his voice grew louder, morphing into data, being entirely consumed. Longwei followed him unsteadily, visibly weakened, his back soaked in sweat, leaning against a twisted rebar. He rasped, "Old Han, how much longer can we hold out in this damned place?" 3 hours at most, Han Dongsheng replied heavily. In 3 hours, the boundary between reality and data would vanish entirely, merging into one. This omniscient perspective granted him a clearer premonition of the impending collapse. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the city and Ahhh's veins, flowing with the data, navigating through the distorted reality. Countless fragments of information flooded his mind. As he plunged deeper, he felt the city's pulse beneath his fingertips. Frigid surveillance feeds, the warm flow of energy, sharp communication signals, torrents of data crashed over him, nearly overwhelming him. He forced himself to steady amidst the chaos. Suddenly, he found it. That thought exploded like thunder, cleaving through the tumultuous sea of data. Han Dongsheng froze, abruptly retracting his consciousness, a wave of suffocation gripping his chest. Liu Ruoxin, Zhao Yuha. His voice rasped, crackling with electric sparks. The board of directors and Ahhh's building. Underground. Southeast corner. 4th floor. They are running. Being pursued. Before he could finish his last word, a sharp chill enveloped him, accompanied by a piercing noise that violently severed the fragile link he had just established. Malice, pure malice, scorched along the data lines toward him. This malice carried a nauseating coldness and distortion. Han Dongsheng and Ahhh's face turned pale. It was Han Hu and Ahhh's armor. The board of directors was using it to hunt them down. At the collapsed side of the board of directors and Ahhh's building, the dust choked the air. Liu Ruoxin maneuvered through the twisted rebar, her fingers gripping her badge tightly against her chest. The suffocating scent of rust and dust filled her nostrils. Without warning, the ground beneath her feet gave way, and she instinctively leaped sideways just in time to roll away. The badge in her palm pulsed with warmth, a sensation almost melding with her heartbeat. Not far ahead, Zhao Yuha ascended a broken staircase, a stainless steel thermos spinning rapidly above her head. An invisible force field twisted the air around her, barely deflecting falling debris. "Catch up." Zhao Yuha's voice was hoarse, not even glancing back. "That white monstrosity is closing in." In a moment of distraction, Liu Ruoxin felt a sudden tightness in her right ankle. Losing her balance and tumbling forward, her elbow struck the debris hard, a dull thud accompanying the sharp pain. Looking down, she saw a slick, cold blue data tendril tightly wrapped around her ankle, swiftly creeping up her calf. "Get off." She slammed her left hand against the ground. Boom. A burst of blue energy exploded, shattering the encroaching tendrils. With a roaring crash, another section of the wall collapsed behind her. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive white silhouette broke through the debris, forcing its way out. The metallic joints screeched, creating a piercing wail. It was Han-Hu and Appo's armor. Inside the transparent chamber of the armor, Han-Hu and Appo's head floated. No longer lifeless, his facial muscles twitched, lips moving as if silently screaming, struggling against something. Run. He hasn't fully controlled it yet. Zhao Yuha yanked Liu Ruoxin's arm, pulling her up and dragging her toward the marked emergency exit. Suhu should be holding off the main force of the board of directors, but the control module of Han-Hu and Appo's armor was still operational. The white armor stepped forward, its movements unsettlingly awkward and jerky. As it advanced, the hydraulic leg twitched violently, straining under the pressure. It lunged forward again, only to be halted by an unseen force. Freezing in place. Inside the cockpit, two wills clashed fiercely, manifesting as this eerie stutter in movement. The lips of the floating head opened and closed unnaturally. Intermittent electronic sounds, mingled with sharp static, escaped from the speakers. Run. Fast. He wants, a brief, agonized scream. Distorted by mechanical interference. Above Zhao Yuha, the stainless steel thermos buzzed, its rotation reaching a fever pitch, emitting a high-frequency noise that threatened to pierce eardrums. The air in front of her twisted and compressed, forming an invisible barrier. The white armor collided with it. Bang! The barrier instantly cracked, then shattered. The shockwave propelled both women forward. In that fleeting moment of obstruction, Zhao Yuha tugged Liu Ruoxin, rolling and scrambling into the adjacent corner. Huff, huff. Liu Ruoxin felt fire raging in her lungs, her heart pounding against her chest. The burning sensation from the drugs coursed through her veins, heightening her sensitivity to the surrounding data streams. Ahead, it was close. The unique, relatively stable data signal of the emergency exit lay just before them. Hurry. We and Appo's, almost there. She shouted, her voice raspy from oxygen deprivation. Almost simultaneously, on the other side, within Han Dongsheng and Appo's perceptual network, the node representing Longwei erupted in a chaotic surge of data. His heart raced, and he quickly turned. Thud. Longwei collapsed to his knees, a muffled groan escaping his throat. The bone armor enveloping him was visibly expanding at an alarming rate. The blue data patterns on its surface came alive, writhing and intertwining in a chaotic display. Crack. The skin where the bone armor connected burst, revealing not crimson blood beneath, but a viscous, cold blue gel-like liquid dripping onto the ground. Muscle fibers lay exposed, tainted with that eerie blue hue. Han Dongsheng and Appo's pupils constricted. Data erosion. Had it reached this extent? This was not merely loss of control, it was a complete, irreversible assimilation. Longwei was becoming part of the city, transforming into one of those data zombies wandering the streets. Han Dongsheng instinctively reached out to help, but as his hand brushed against the bone armor, a chilling sensation pierced through to his marrow. Your modification is reacting to the city and Appo's data? Chapter 54. The bone armor monster dragon team tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if attempting to smile, yet from the fissures in his lips oozed a viscous, luminous blue liquid. It mattered little now. His voice was hoarse. Here, take this. With great effort, Dragon Team raised his hand and fumbled through the gaps in his chest armor, retrieving a storage chip smaller than a fingernail. The surface of the chip was also tainted with a trace of blue liquid. Lin Xiaoyu and Appo's final research findings, all contained within. Han Dongsheng grasped the icy chip tightly, its texture hard against his skin. Dragon Team gasped, speaking in broken phrases. Her daughter, the control signal. It's gone. Those beasts killed her. Only 12 years old. Damn it, 12 years old. He abruptly lifted his head, his face distorted by the encroaching bone armor. Yet within the depths of his remaining eye sockets flickered a chilling resolve that sent shivers down one's spine. Go find Liu Ruoxin. I can still assist you one last time. No sooner had he spoken than the blue data patterns on his surface flared to life, merging into a blinding radiance that nearly blinded Han Dongsheng. The horrifying transformation unfolded before his eyes. The grotesquely elongated bone armor voraciously consumed his torso, limbs, and finally, his head. Skin and flesh were entirely merged and assimilated. In an instant, only a twisted humanoid figure, composed entirely of ghastly white bone armor, remained. A walking bone monster. Within the depths of its eye sockets glimmered an inhuman cold light, exuding an irrevocable decision to abandon the past. Go. The voice had shifted, deep and raspy, akin to metal scraping across the throat. The board's extermination protocol had been activated, hunting down all those bearing a badge. I can hold them off for a while. Han Dongsheng instinctively reached out. Let us go together. Dragon Team shook his head. Newly formed, sharp bone spikes erupted violently from his back, tearing through the air. I am no longer human. The voice was again transformed, deep and raspy, reminiscent of metal scraping against the throat. Remember Lin Xiaoyu and Appo's last words, look at your blood. The answer lies within. Han Dongsheng's throat tightened, desperate to speak. Yet Dragon Team had already turned, rushing toward a squad of source hunters scouring the ruins. The bone monster's speed was such that it left behind only a pale afterimage. With a few leaps, it crashed into the enemy ranks. Its spiked bone arms flailed, each swing painting the scene with a gruesome tapestry of flesh and blood, limbs flying in every direction. It was akin to an uncontrollable, efficient harvesting machine, shredding everything in its path. Amidst the chaos and smoke, a peculiar data wave penetrated the battlefield, resonating coldly yet liberatingly in Han Dongsheng and Appo's mind. Go. Find them. And thank you for not giving up on that kid, Han Hu. Han Dongsheng forced himself to turn away, a heavy weight pressing on his chest. He raised his hand, trying to connect to the city's traffic system to summon nearby vehicles. In his augmented perception, every network device became a node ready for connection, with a gentle push. He could buzz. A sharp pain suddenly pierced through his brain. It was not a physical pain, but rather a torrent of chaotic, corrupted data surging violently into his consciousness. He staggered back a step, the once clear stream of information before him twisted and shattered. Every machine connected to the network, every data node exuded a nauseating aura, belonging to that interdimensional presence. The entire city's network was infected. Damn it. This city's network, utterly ruined. The moment his thoughts grazed those once familiar nodes, his mind erupted in chaos. The tumultuous, frenzied, and filthy data streamed back at him, forcing its way into his consciousness, causing his vision to darken. There was no semblance of orderly code, only writhing and distorted anomalies that made one dizzy and nauseous. This sensation was akin to thrusting one's head into a meat grinder. Control them? Not a chance. Damn it. I can only rely on my hands. Cursing under his breath, Han Dongsheng dashed toward the roadside. A vehicle lay there, half of its body draped in tendrils of data, still twitching. He grasped the door handle. Blue light flaring at his fingertips, bypassing the tainted intelligence system and directly interfacing with the vehicle's computer. Click. The door sprang open. He leaped into the driver's seat. Moving swiftly, his consciousness dove deep, rapidly erecting a temporary data barrier in his mind, isolating him from the maddening pollution outside. The engine emitted a sputtering roar, and the car jolted forward. Target, the board building. Yet the surrounding space grew increasingly bizarre. The outlines of towering buildings trembled and warped, forcing Han Dongsheng to grip the steering wheel tightly, repeatedly jerking it to evade those sudden spatial folds and fractures. The city before him was disintegrating. The ground rose inexplicably, cracking apart, transforming into floating islands. The exteriors of buildings peeled away, dissolving into fragmented data light points that scattered into the air. Some pedestrians collapsed on the street, convulsing, their bodies disintegrating into a mosaic of data, gradually fading into nothingness. Others, who had been running just a moment ago, abruptly vanished as if erased by an eraser. This cursed place was beyond salvation. Suddenly, ahead, the former location of the board building erupted into a vast black pit. Pure, light-absorbing darkness. A colossal vortex, its diameter surely exceeding 100 meters. The edges of the vortex twisted grotesquely, lines folding erratically, defying all physical laws, voraciously pulling everything within its grasp, people, vehicles, the remnants of buildings. Anything caught in its grasp was instantly dismantled into the most fundamental blue data grid, then exploded into a myriad of luminous particles. Utterly erased. Han Dongsheng felt a chill surge from his tailbone to the back of his skull. The badge on his chest flickered violently. That cursed entity, that interdimensional existence, had dropped its facade and was now devouring everything. It was consuming this world, transforming matter into its nutritional data. The ground beneath him trembled violently. Massive fissures spiderwebbing outward, devouring swathes of the city. Han Dongsheng abruptly wrenched the steering wheel, the tires emitting a teeth-grinding screech. The front of the car narrowly grazed the edge of a newly formed chasm. Ahead, amidst the rubble, two figures stumbled forward. It was Liu Ruoxin and Zhao Yuha. His eyes narrowed, the accelerator pressed to the floor. The engine let out a dying roar, and the car surged forward like an arrow, racing toward the two figures. Chapter 55. Memory retrieval not far away, the white Han tiger armor staggered forward, relentlessly pursuing the two disheveled figures. Han Dongsheng could almost taste the bitterness of the fierce clash between two wills deep within the armor. A faint fragment of consciousness belonging to Han Tiger was desperately struggling against the control commands forcibly injected by the board. It was a madness close to extinguishment, a frenzied backlash. Screech. The tires shrieked as they skidded against the ground. The vehicle carved a rough arc, kicking up clouds of dust, abruptly positioning itself between the two girls and the white armor. Creak. The brakes were slammed. The car door burst open. Han Dongsheng leaned out halfway, shouting, "Get in." Quickly. Liu Ruoxin's running motion suddenly froze. She gazed at the hand extending from the vehicle, looking at the face that was both familiar and unsettling. Beneath the skin, faint blue network patterns undulated as if alive. Deep within those eyes flickered an incomprehensible flow of intricate data. Was this really Han Dongsheng? A grotesque sensation arose from the jarring blend of flesh and cold data, overwhelming her. The familiar presence lingered, yet it was entwined with an unsettling inhumanity. "Get in." Han Dongsheng's voice crackled with discernible static, laced with impatience. What was the delay? This damn place would soon be devoured by that thing. His words struck Liu Ruoxin like a cold splash of water. She shivered, halting her thoughts, and seized Zhao Yue's hand. The two of them tumbled into the back seat. Zhao Yue collapsed in the seat, her face smeared with dried blood and dirt, her demeanor vacant. The stainless steel thermos in her hand spun mindlessly. Its once bright runes now silent. "Suhu," she began, her voice hoarse and barely coherent. "He didn't, and Oppos, make it. He blew up the entire control room to buy us time." Han Dongsheng did not probe further. He fell silent, restarted the engine, and sharply turned the steering wheel, the vehicle roaring away from the collapsing core. In the rearview mirror, the white armor stood solitary and still. The internal conflict raged on. The machine remained rigid, as immovable as a statue, yet its head twisted uncontrollably, swaying violently as if straining against invisible shackles. Ahead, the ground continued to sink, new fissures erupting without warning. The dark vortex expanded, consuming more of reality with each passing second. Buildings, streets, pedestrians, any matter that grazed its edge disintegrated. Cracks spread across the surface, fracturing into torrents of data, all being drawn into an abyss that did not belong here. The air inside the vehicle was oppressively hot. Han Dongsheng's fingers dug into the steering wheel, etching deep grooves. The blue network nodes beneath his skin vibrated violently, resonating with the car's systems, a cacophony of metal twisting beneath the hood. What in the world was that? Zhao Yue's throat felt parched, her thermos trembling in her grasp. Its walls radiating an alarming heat, exuding a dangerous warmth. Han Dongsheng remained silent. There was no need for words. A chilling answer seeped into the shared consciousness of the three. This was not merely a thing. It was a being, a ravenous, interdimensional existence. It treated the network as a platter and this material world as a pathway to its feast. The car careened recklessly down the semi-digitalized street, tires crunching over the asphalt that had been rewritten by new rules, producing a sticky sound that made one's teeth ache. Liu Ruoxin glanced at the fifth badge nestled in her palm. It felt utterly distinct from the others, devoid of metallic chill, instead pulsating with warmth, as if something alive throbbed within. There was no road ahead. Han Dongsheng slammed the brakes to the floor. At the end of the headlights, a massive chasm, 100 meters wide, cleaved the street in half. It was bottomless, only the swirling blue data flowed at its depths, a digital wound torn open in the earth. On the other side of the chasm, the remnants of the real world dissolved at an accelerating pace, the tops of skyscrapers silently melting into data fragments that rained down. "Turn around. Quickly, turn around." Zhao Yue screamed, her voice cracking. There was no time. Liu Ruoxin pointed to the rearview mirror. In the reflection, the white armor approached at an awkward speed. Its movements were jerky and distorted. Every step sent its body into violent spasms. Two wills engaged in a fierce tug of war within. Inside the transparent liquid chamber of the armor's chest, a head thrashed in agony, desperately shaking from side to side. Despite the thick wall separating them, the palpable despair of its struggle resonated. "Think of something, brother." Zhao Yue's thermos spun faster, producing a piercing metallic screech, nearing combustion. Han Dongsheng closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling rapidly. The blue network beneath his skin flared to life, complex geometric patterns enveloping him, all light converging at his fingertips. Liu Ruoxin, the badge. He extended his hand, pointing at the one she gripped tightly. It was not just a key, but a connector. Lin Xiaoyu had left a contingency, a temporary network firewall that required the 3 badge bearers to activate together. Liu Ruoxin hesitated for half a second, but resolved to lay the badge in her palm. Han Dongsheng's hand covered hers, boom. In an instant, their perceptions elongated, torn apart. Then magnified. Liu Ruoxin felt the network nodes within her being forcibly activated by an overwhelming force, the molecules of the drug hidden in her blood igniting and burning. The faint blue data patterns slithering across her skin, vaguely revealing ancient runes. Zhao Yuha's thermos vibrated violently. The runes on its surface synchronizing with the patterns emerging on her arm, emitting a deep, resonant hum. A brilliant blue light erupted from the badges, precisely connecting to the corresponding points on their chests, forming a stable triangular energy circuit. Reality was pressed on pause. The 3 were yanked out of their bodies by an irresistible force and hurled into a shared data space. Here, there were no physical boundaries. No concepts of up or down, only pure information flowing, colliding, and intersecting. Liu Ruoxin tasted Han Dongsheng's thoughts, not as words, but as a torrent of concepts and emotions directly infused into her. She also brushed against fragments of Zhao Yuha's memories, the lingering mustiness of the shelter, the searing pain in her throat during arguments with Su Hu, and the subtle, almost imperceptible tremors of fear hidden beneath the hard shell. Chapter 56. The gateway of dimensions. What tightened her heart the most was witnessing the entire process of Han Dongsheng merging with Source Zero. It was not merely a transformation. It resembled a fundamental reshaping of existence. Human consciousness intertwined with cold data at the most basic level, merging to give birth to a novel, symbiotic form. Han Dongsheng's consciousness was similarly bombarded by a torrent of information. He received Liu Ruoxin's memories, the acrid scent of disinfectant in Lin Xiaoyu's laboratory, whispers in the dead of night, and a mother's heavy entreaty, laden with cryptic codes, left for her daughter. More importantly, he directly felt the true power of the 5th badge. It was not just a credential for access, but a vessel containing the meticulously crafted blueprint of the ultimate firewall designed by Lin Xiaoyu. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon his consciousness, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Zhao Yuha was on the verge of suffocation in this ocean of shared consciousness. Her brain, unaltered, was inundated with an overwhelming influx of information, far beyond her capacity to bear, threatening to tear her thoughts apart at any moment. The only anchor allowing her to tenuously maintain her sense of self was the scalding stainless steel thermos cup in her hand. It had unknowingly become the focal point of her extraordinary abilities. A tangible coordinate amidst the tempest of data, imbued with familiar physical sensations. As consciousness sank deeper, penetrating layer upon layer of data barriers, they ultimately perceived the terrifying truth, a vast, unmatched gaze. It was not a specific eye, but rather an omnipresent, cold, indifferent perception, saturated with insatiable hunger. It lurked in the depths of the network, residing in the crevices between codes, silently observing human civilization for decades. The transformation plan implemented by the board was merely its outstretched tentacle. It gradually coaxed humanity into digitizing the material world, not for some ethereal evolution or immortality, but solely to convert the entire planet, along with everything upon it, into a feast of data it could consume and absorb. Lin Xiaoyu's final plan pierced their shared consciousness like a cold needle. It was not a sound, but rather a hard, unyielding block of data. Forcibly assembling meaning, with my body as the foundation, reconstruct the network's base. The price was steep, heavy enough to make consciousness tremble, forever bidding farewell to pure human identity. The new form of existence, straddling the line between human and data, served as both a bridge and a cage. Consciousness was abruptly thrust back into its corporeal shell, accompanied by tinnitus and dizziness. The air in the vehicle was so oppressive it felt as though one could wring water from it. The badge's light dimmed, yet an invisible thread still connected them. Han Dongsheng's heartbeat, Zhao Yuha's tension, Liu Ruoxin's resolve, all faintly resonating with one another. Han Dongsheng whispered, the blue light on his skin flickering with his breath. The board, they are merely puppets. He sensed Liu Ruoxin's agreement, a resonance that required no words. Liu Ruoxin nodded, the network nodes within her synchronizing with Han Dongsheng's vibrations. Source Zero is not the end, it is merely the beginning. The thermos cup in Zhao Yuha's hand was scalding, and she blurted out, the mother of Source. Lin Xiaoyu. Is she still alive? Boom. The rear of the vehicle suddenly lurched. A deafening noise shattered the back window. Zhao Yuha screamed, raising the thermos cup, its body spinning and producing a jarring noise. A layer of energy film barely shielding them from the residual shockwave. The interior was still permeated with the scent of shattered glass and gunpowder, her heart racing as if it would burst from her chest, tightly clutching the still warm thermos. Outside, the colossal machine, once perhaps a guardian's mech, was now grotesquely distorted, moving with stiff, violent motions, metal grinding and emitting a sound that grated on the nerves, each movement carrying an aura of destruction. It's gone mad. Zhao Yue's voice trembled, laced with the terror of survival. Yet Liu Ruoxin shook her head vehemently. Her perception reached through the vibrating air, penetrating the cold metal shell, touching something different. No, that is not pure madness. It is struggle. He is inside. Hanhu is still there. She nearly flung open the car door, recklessly charging towards the unsteady mech, which seemed on the verge of complete chaos. The wind whipped across her cheeks, carrying the acrid scent of burning metal. The badge in her palm, an emblem of Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhh's legacy, was now searing, pulsating as if it were a living entity. The cold, transparent cabin wall loomed before her, marred by cracks from the impact. She reached out, her scalding palm pressed against it. Hanhu. Her voice was not loud, yet it possessed an uncanny penetrating power, transcending the weighty armor and chaotic electrical sounds. The mech's movements abruptly halted. The joints groaned under the strain, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Through the hazy cabin wall, she could faintly see his eyes widening, lips moving silently, yet no sound emerged. A faint but distinctly clear data stream seeped into Liu Ruoxin's perception from where the badge met the wall. She tasted that flavor, complete chaos within the system, countless cold, rigid protocols, carrying a metallic tang, binding a faint yet tenacious core of consciousness. Like the final struggles of a drowning person. Hanhu. He was trapped in his iron tomb, battling for control of his body with the remnants of his will against the cold, killing programs. He was still alive. Liu Ruoxin suddenly turned, shouting towards the vehicle, her voice imbued with urgent despair. But I can and Ahhh's. Untangle these damned things. Han Dongsheng stumbled out of the car, blood seeping from his shoulder, tracing a path along the blue lines. He too reached out, covering the cold armor, closing his eyes. The torrent of data surged even more violently, sweeping through his consciousness like a flood. The energies of Liu Ruoxin and himself converged at a point. Together, they forcefully pried open the mech's control protocols like two scorching irons. Red lights flashed wildly, akin to a dying beast emitting its final cries. Ultimately, the brilliance faded, and the sensors turned a dim blue. Dongsheng. The crackling of electrical noise echoed, a hoarse voice fragmenting, yet imbued with a familiar tremor. It was a human voice. You did it. These words seemed to be squeezed from rusty gears, each syllable tinged with the grating sensation of metal friction. Han Dongsheng's throat tightened. The word brother almost escaped his lips but was stifled. There is no time. The voice of Hanhu grew weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. It is coming. The mother of source is not there. It's a bait. Chapter 57. Core collapsed. The mecha suddenly recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, halting abruptly. Its metallic skeleton emitted a painful groan as internal conflicts reached a fever pitch. Mother, fragments, not just one. Fine. Flesh and blood, machinery, boundary. The shattered words lay scattered like shards of glass, piercing the heart with their sorrow. Suddenly, the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. At the center of the inky vortex, a stark white beam of light surged forth, carrying an aura of annihilation, crashing violently into the distant buildings. The structures disintegrated silently, instantly reduced to data dust. Where the beam passed, the fabric of reality was forcefully rewritten, leaving only a distorted framework of data. From the heart of the dark vortex, a colossal structure gradually took form, adorned with pulsating blue veins and data nodes. If one were to describe it, it resembled an eye or some other sensory organ. It rotated, ultimately directing its gaze towards the three individuals. A chilling pressure enveloped them, and the data nodes within their veins cried out under the strain. Run. The armor emitted a shrill synthetic voice, the control slipping once more. Yet it lunged forward, not in attack, but to shield against the impending beam. Go, find the boundary. Han, whose final words dissipated in the wind, imbued with a sense of resolve. There, hidden, truly. The last syllables faded into the tempest. The beam descended, silently consuming all. Vision was engulfed by pure white, accompanied by a searing heat that scorched the skin. The precarious white armor, along with its occupant, vaporized in an instant, leaving not even a trace of data behind. In a daze, Han Dongsheng caught a fleeting glimpse of the person in the cockpit before their disappearance, their head turning slightly, mouth curving into a twisted arc, a visage of either agony or liberation. A sharp pain pierced his chest as the badge burned through his clothing, causing him to stagger. A chaotic torrent of fragmented data surged forcefully into his mind, not complete memories, but rather an intense fixation intertwined with his brother and Ahhh's unfinished words. The firewall. The city core is collapsing. Zhao Yue's voice pierced through sharply, tinged with a sob. She rushed over, attempting to support the nearly collapsing Han Dongsheng. We must run, or it will be too late. Around them, the buildings were silently disintegrating into scattering data streams, the ominous black whirlpool in the sky expanding, radiating a chilling pressure that sent shivers down their spines. No. Han Dongsheng shook off her hand, his voice hoarse. First, find mother. Brother mentioned the boundary. His thoughts were a chaotic jumble, fragments of his brother's last moments intertwining with the earlier disjointed phrases of flesh, machinery, boundary, vaguely pointing towards a possible truth. Liu Ruoxin closed her eyes, the badge in her palm radiating an astonishing heat. The tumultuous storm of data nearly tore apart her senses. The badge was her only anchor, guiding her through the piercing alarms and the collapsing city protocols. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, pointing in a direction, east of the city. There's a place. The signal is weak, but it's entirely different from here. Flesh. Machinery. Han Dongsheng's body jolted violently, the word colliding with his brother's lingering fixation in his mind. It was Mother's old laboratory. The very first one. The abandoned machinery factory in the east. Get in. Zhao Yue wasted no time, yanking open the car door and forcefully pushing Han Dongsheng into the back seat. Liu Ruoxin turned sharply. The space where the armor had vanished was now devoid of life, only the air lingering with a peculiar scent. The acrid smell of burning metal mingled with an indescribable essence left behind by the disintegration of data, choking their throats. Thank you, Ahhhh, she murmured softly, her voice lost in the wind. The badge in her palm was scorching, akin to holding a red-hot branding iron. That warmth bore the last remnants of Ahhh's essence, heavy and suffocating. The engine roared, vibrating their eardrums. The vehicle darted forward like an arrow, racing down the crumbling streets. The pavement was uneven and jarring. The buildings on either side silently crumbled to ashes, fragile as sandcastles. They sped against the tide of the city's collapse, desperately accelerating. Behind them, the black vortex loomed larger, resembling a frigid beast with a gaping maw, ready to swallow everything. The vortex continued to swell, threatening to consume all in its path. A heavy white armor stood defiantly before Han Dongsheng and Liu Ruoxin. The armored shell trembled violently, sparks of blue electricity erupting from its joints. Within the armor, Hanhu's head jerked violently, his neck nearly twisting off as he fought against the damned control protocol with all his might. Go. Hurry. Hanhu's final voice strained from the armor, hoarse and fragmented, entangled with the crackling of electricity. Then, the white armor abruptly twisted. It turned towards the encroaching darkness, charging into the surging torrent of data. The mechanical arm lifted, its fingertips glowing ominously, emitting a blue light that nearly pierced the retina. The beams collided, the explosive shockwave solidifying the air, a sharp hum penetrating deep into their bones. Han Dongsheng lunged forward in a frenzy, but a hand tightly grasped his arm. It was Liu Ruoxin. Don't go. He's buying us time with his life. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's fingers clenched, devoid of color, her nails digging into her flesh, blood droplets falling onto the badge on her chest, staining it red. That was my brother. It's my brother. Han Dongsheng shouted, his voice breaking, as the blue patterns on his skin pulsated wildly, threatening to burst forth. This is what he wanted. Liu Ruoxin applied more pressure, forcefully turning Han Dongsheng to face her. If his sacrifice were in vain, it would truly mean death. Her voice was laced with tears, yet resolute. In the distance, the silhouette of the white armor dwindled. Dozens of thick, writhing tendrils, akin to those emerging from the pit of data, ensnared it, dragging it towards the vortex and Ahhh's center. The armor and Ahhh's movements grew sluggish. Just as it was about to be fully engulfed, the metallic arm lifted, aimed distantly towards Han Dongsheng. 5 metallic fingers spread wide. Then, one by one, they slowly closed, forming a fist. Finally, it vanished entirely into the swirling darkness. That fist. Brother and Ahhh's fist. At the age of 7, with a broken leg, lying on a stark white hospital bed, the scent of antiseptic overwhelming. His brother had squatted beside him, similarly clenching his fist against his forehead. He said, "Little Sheng, hold on, a man must not cry." Han Dongsheng froze. A heavy blockage filled his chest, making it hard to breathe. as the blue patterns beneath his skin gradually ceased their frantic dance, calming down. In the distance, darkness consumed the last remnants of white. A chilling shriek erupted from the vortex and Ahhh's center, as more fissures appeared in the sky, dense beams crashing down, hastening the city and Ahhh's disintegration. Go. We must leave. Zhao Yua's voice intruded, her half-body leaning out of the car door, swaying slightly before regaining her balance. Her face was alarmingly pale, a line of blood trickling from her nostril, a sight that was horrifying. The source is at the base. Chapter 58. The source base. The thermos in her hand trembled violently, its surface etched with runes that flickered erratically, emitting urgent beeping sounds as if it might explode at any moment. What is this? Dongsheng turned his head, the lingering image of his brother still vivid in his mind. He shook his head, forcing himself to regain clarity. Zhao Yua coughed violently, blood appearing at the corner of her mouth. Lin Xiaoyu. The thing she left behind. She extended the thermos forward, her wrist shaking uncontrollably. Inside. It is not merely a medium. She spoke in fragmented sentences. It is another kind of reverse clearance protocol carrier. When did you obtain it? What carrier? Liu Ruoxin had already jumped into the car, the badge pressed tightly against her chest. The safe haven was given to me by Su Hu. Zhao Yuha curled up in pain, gasping against the seat. He said, it was stolen from Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhh's laboratory, to be handed over to you when necessary. Her voice dwindled. I always thought it was just a telekinetic amplifier. Before she could finish, Zhao Yua's body suddenly convulsed violently. The thermos slipped from her grasp, crashing onto the car floor and rolling a few times. The lid was jarred open. A viscous, bizarrely blue liquid slowly poured from the opening, hovering in midair and coalescing into an irregular sphere. The blue orb emitted a faint glow, pulsating rhythmically. Zhao Yua. Liu Ruoxin quickly reached out to support her. The touch was searingly hot. Zhao Yua and Ahhh's pupils were dilating, yet she strained to fixate on the floating blue liquid. Take me back to the source base. The contents of the thermos must merge with source zero. Dongsheng floored the accelerator, the engine emitting a dying roar. The car jolted violently across the crumbling streets, tires grinding over the liquefied asphalt, which was spewing blue data bubbles. Outside the window, the entire city was collapsing at an accelerated pace. The surfaces of skyscrapers were overrun with blue veins, streetlights and billboards distorted, the sky shattered into fragments, with cold streams of data pouring through the gaps. Up ahead, the road is broken. Liu Ruoxin pointed forward. The street before them was disintegrating, fracturing into a grid of debris, plunging into the dark abyss below. Dongsheng remained silent, the badge on his chest suddenly radiating a blinding light, the blue patterns beneath his skin flashing violently. He extended his right hand, fingers spread wide, and thrust his palm forward with force. A deep vibration filled the cabin. In front of them, the collapsing road twisted the air, solidifying as a translucent blue light beam was conjured from thin air, bridging the fractured chasm. Go. His voice became flat, cold, devoid of any emotion. The car surged onto the light beam. The intense vibrations beneath the tires vanished, replaced by an unnaturally smooth gliding sensation. As physical laws were temporarily suspended, the scene of the city's collapse slowed around them. In the driver's seat, Dongsheng's skin took on a translucent quality, the flowing blue code visible beneath. He stared intently ahead, his hands gripping the steering wheel with chilling precision, each movement executed with unnerving accuracy, devoid of unnecessary fluctuations. Dongsheng. Liu Ruoxin tentatively called out, placing her hand on his arm. It felt cold, hard, and unfamiliar. He showed no reaction, mechanically driving, maintaining the data channel. Liu Ruoxin gritted her teeth, pressing her scorching badge firmly against the skin of his arm, right where the blue lines converged. At the moment of contact, it emitted a gentle halo of warmth, intertwining with the blue light beneath his skin, resonating together. Moments later, Dongsheng inhaled sharply, his body trembling slightly. The blue glow in his eyes rapidly faded, his rigid expression softening. He turned to Liu Ruoxin, his voice hoarse with the relief of survival. Thank you. Just now, I almost. Using this power brings you one step closer to that side. Liu Ruoxin did not release her grip, the badge continuing to emit a faint pulse, capable of temporarily pulling him back. Dongsheng nodded, freeing one hand to cover Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's hand, gripping it tightly. When I use my power, do not let go. A stifled groan emanated from the back seat, where Zhao Yuha curled up like a shrimp, her body shaking uncontrollably, cold sweat quickly soaking her clothes. Even more alarming, data patterns began to emerge beneath her exposed skin, but unlike Han Dongsheng and Ahhhh's pure blue, they radiated an eerie greenish glow. She is not well. Liu Ruoxin reached out to check Zhao Yue's forehead, but as her fingertip made contact, she was repelled by a sharp pain, her hand going numb. The ghastly substance in the thermos is transforming her. The blue liquid hovering in the cabin quivered violently, countless tiny bubbles rising to the surface, emitting a hissing sound. Strands of ethereal blue light extended from the liquid mass, wrapping around Zhao Yue and Ahhh's arm. Where the light touched, the green patterns beneath her skin deepened and brightened. She is being transformed, but not in the same manner as you. Han Dongsheng's voice remained flat, the blue lines beneath his skin subtly pulsating. Within that liquid lies another protocol designed by Lin Xiaoyu. Hurry. Faster. Liu Ruoxin clutched her badge tightly, her other hand pressed firmly against Han Dongsheng and Ahhh's arm. Zhao Yue can barely hold on. Han Dongsheng remained silent, yet the blue light beam ahead suddenly elongated, nearly piercing through the darkness ahead. The car was propelled forward as if by an invisible hand, accelerating rapidly, the tires nearly lifting off the surface of the light beam, racing through the data-constructed corridor. The outside world blurred into a swirling mass of light and shadow. Time lost meaning, perhaps 10 minutes, perhaps 20. On the horizon, a massive, foreboding silhouette finally broke free from the backdrop of the collapsing city, standing defiantly. The source base. The situation was worse than anticipated. The entire base had been thoroughly rewritten by data. The outer walls were no longer cold concrete. Instead, they bore a warm, somewhat viscous texture, subtly undulating. Covered with pulsating blue veins, immense as if it were the neural center of some unknown organism. In front of the entrance, countless data fragments danced wildly, converging and weaving into a constantly shifting, complex barrier. Han Dongsheng slammed on the brakes. The three of them supported each other, stumbling towards the base entrance. Zhao Yue was nearly hanging on the two of them, entirely reliant on Han Dongsheng and Liu Ruoxin for support. The green patterns on her skin had spread across her cheeks, creeping up her neck along the blood vessels, a sight both shocking and terrifying. The blue liquid from the thermos hovered in front of her, emanating a ghostly glow, vaguely shielding her. As they approached, the data barrier at the entrance silently slid open, creating a passageway. The motion was fluid, carrying an undeniable significance. Chapter 59, The Mystery of the Twins. Is it letting us in? Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's voice trembled slightly. Han Dongsheng shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. It recognizes the badge. As they passed through the barrier, they entered a realm entirely distinct from their own. The corridor was not a straight line. The tunnel itself writhed and contorted. The ground beneath their feet felt oddly soft. The walls rose and fell, adorned with intricate, searing circuit patterns. Countless tendrils of light hung from above, swaying gently with their movement, casting dappled shadows that barely illuminated the path ahead. What unnerved them most was the pervasive sound in the air, a dull throbbing, omnipresent and pressing in from all directions, penetrating their very bones. The entire base felt like a living computational core. The central laboratory, Zhao Yue suddenly spoke. Her voice had transformed, interspersed with a crackling electrical sound, flat and cold. No longer her own. Source Zero, is there? Han Dongsheng and Liu Ruoxin exchanged a glance, both feeling a weight settle in their hearts. Zhao Yue and Ahhh's condition was increasingly alarming. Her sclera glowed with a fluorescent green, and codes surged rapidly within her pupils. As they advanced through the ever-twisting biological tunnel, the trio finally reached the central laboratory. They pushed open the heavy, distorted metal door. The sight before them rendered the air almost solid. The immense container that had housed Source Zero lay shattered, debris strewn everywhere. Amber-colored culture fluid pooled on the ground, long-dried and blackened, leaving large stains. A thin layer of blue frost covered the fragments of the container. The entire room had been utterly transformed. Walls, floors, and ceilings were enveloped in pulsating circuitry, countless glowing data nodes flickering, forming intricate geometric patterns. The container was empty. Empty? Source Zero. Liu Ruoxin staggered forward a few steps, her badge searing against her chest. But Zhao Yue laughed. Her laughter was sharp, mingled with the harsh sound of electricity. It's certainly isn't here. This is merely a decoy. She abruptly broke free from Han Dongsheng and Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's support, striding boldly towards the center of the room. Standing before the shattered container, she extended her hands, palms up. The blue liquid hovering before her responded instantly, splitting into dozens of delicate, fluid tendrils that writhed chaotically in the air, emitting a ghostly blue light. Telekinesis. I never understood before, Zhao Yue's voice faltered. interspersed with the crackle of electricity, completely devoid of human timbre. I thought it was some mutation, radiation. She paused, her hollow green eyes shifting towards Han Dongsheng and Liu Ruoxin. Now, I feel it. I am the vessel. She whirled around to face them, her green gaze blazing like stars, resembling two spectral flames. Lin Xiaoyu chose me, implanted another network node. Telekinesis is the medium. I can control the boundaries between the physical and data worlds. No sooner had she spoken than the entire room began to tremble violently. The organic circuits on the walls flickered as if alive, all the light converging upon a single point. With a thunderous roar, the ground cracked open, slowly parting. This entire base is resonating with me. Zhao Yuhua marveled, gazing at her hands in disbelief. Green patterns flowed across her skin like living entities. I can feel the entire system responding to me. The crack in the ground widened, revealing a hidden platform that began to rise. On this platform stood a cylindrical container sealed in heavy metal. Its surface was adorned with a multitude of intricate locks and security mechanisms, each component glimmering with a frigid blue light. Han Dongsheng furrowed his brow and stepped forward. What is this? The true Source Zero. Zhao Yue whispered reverently, her voice tinged with an almost fanatic fervor. Lin Xiaoyu, the final backup. As the three watched, the locks on the container began to disengage autonomously. The metal shell separated, revealing the interior, a glass chamber filled with a transparent liquid. Within, a figure floated, perfectly resembling Lin Xiaoyu, flawless as a slumbering goddess. Beneath her skin, a more intricate and purer blue network of patterns flowed, forming an unprecedented data structure. Han Dongsheng felt his throat go dry, instinctively retreating as his heel struck a fragment of the shattered container, producing a faint sound. This is, he murmured in disbelief. Is the one above an illusion? Liu Ruoxin stepped forward, the heat from her badge nearly searing through her clothing, radiating a blinding aura. Mother. Her voice tightened, tinged with tears. She had already planned this. A mere bait for the board. The true backup has always been here. Zhao Yuhua raised her hands high, the mass of blue liquid before her dissolving into an invisible yet pervasive green force field that enveloped the newly revealed container. Her voice was intermittent, the electrical interference more pronounced. The three of us. Han Dongsheng directly linked to the nerves. I control the boundaries. Ruoxin, the genetic key. It's all part of the plan. Inside the container, the perfect body's fingers twitched imperceptibly. She's awakened. Liu Ruoxin gasped, stepping forward quickly to press the searing badge against the glass surface of the container. Buzz. The badge's radiance erupted, pure blue, resonating intensely with the patterns beneath the skin of the body within the container. The light flowed and spread, illuminating the organic circuitry across the walls, floor, and ceiling of the central laboratory, coalescing into a massive cocoon of light that enveloped the three of them entirely. Inside the container, the body opened its eyes. There was no sound. Yet a clear thought resonated deep within the minds of Han Dongsheng, Liu Ruoxin, and Zhao Yuhua. Carrying a familiar warmth and undeniable wisdom, the transformation has begun, and it cannot be stopped. But who leads it? We still have the opportunity to choose. The intangible consciousness swept over the three, lingering momentarily on Liu Ruoxin. Daughter, I never intended for you to come to this point. Liu Ruoxin trembled slightly, struggling to suppress her emotions. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Why make it so complicated? A faint sigh, reminiscent of data streams overloading, echoed in their minds. Chapter 60, Source of Destiny, because and Ahhhh, it and Ahhhh has permeated too deeply. The board and Ahhhh's experiment has opened a passage between the material and data worlds for and Ahhhh, it and Ahhhh. Without stirring the waters, I have no time to prepare a genuine counterattack. She turned to Han Dongsheng. The network nodes within you have been fully activated, reconstructing your DNA. Soon, you shall become the first true human data hybrid. She then glanced at Zhao Yuhua. And you, through the bridge of telekinesis, can establish a conduit between the physical laws and data principles. This is the key to sealing that dimensional invader. The liquid within the container began to boil. Countless tiny bubbles rose from Lin Xiaoyu's body, reflecting a complex stream of data on the glass interior. Time is running out. Lin Xiaoyu's voice grew urgent. The dimensional vortex is expanding. That entity is about to fully descend. I need the three of you to activate the ultimate firewall with your respective abilities. Before her words could fully settle, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the base. The entire structure shook violently, organic circuits on the walls flickering erratically. And the piercing alarm blared instantaneously. Lin Xiaoyu's data consciousness grew increasingly restless. It has found us. We must act immediately. Han Dongsheng grasped Liu Ruoxin's hand tightly, the blue patterns beneath his skin resonating with the emblem on her chest. What should we do? What is required of us? Lin Xiaoyu raised her hand, pointing through the glass towards an exceedingly complex machine in the corner of the room. That is the connector, linking the three of your transformation systems to form a unified defense network. This is our only opportunity to create a sufficiently powerful data barrier to push that dimensional entity back and seal the rift. Zhao Yuha had already approached the machine, green data patterns dancing across her skin. I can control the physical connection, but Han Dongsheng must establish the data link, while Liu Ruoxin needs to activate the startup sequence with her emblem. Another wave of violent tremors shook the ground. The soles of their feet tingled. The walls appeared as if they might explode. With a crack, they began to fracture. Black data tendrils, alive and writhing, surged forth from the crevice, spreading wildly along the wall. As the blue organic circuits encountered the black tendrils, their hue shifted, as if infected by a plague, rapidly turning black. It is here. Lin Xiaoyu's voice erupted within their minds, imbued with unprecedented urgency. Quickly, the connector, while it has yet to completely breach our defenses. Han Dongsheng abruptly closed his eyes. The blue patterns across his body illuminated with brilliance, forming a complex web of light beneath his skin. Liu Ruoxin raised the emblem high above her head. The emblem erupted in radiance. Its blinding light illuminated the entire laboratory. Zhao Yuha released her telekinetic field, green energy rippling outward in concentric circles, resonating with the surrounding organic circuits. The three of them formed a triangle around the connector. Now, immediately, Lin Xiaoyu's voice rang out once more. The black tendrils had reached the ceiling, closing in on them. The tips of those tendrils split into numerous finer branches, resembling grotesque roots, intent on ensnaring the connector. The laboratory door was struck repeatedly by an invisible force. The metallic surface buckled and deformed, nearing the brink of collapse. Han Dongsheng extended his hand, palm facing upward. Data link. Ready. The key activated. Liu Ruoxin pressed the emblem against her palm. Zhao Yuha closed her eyes, green light swirling around her. Physical interface connection. The three extended their arms, intertwining three distinct energies at the center: blue, the color of data; gold, a symbol of authority; green, the bridge connecting matter. The energies converged, swirling and merging. Ultimately, a complex sphere suspended between them, its patterns as profound as the cosmos, layers upon layers resembling a miniature universe. Within the container, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with an unprecedented luminescence. Ultimate firewall, activate. The energy sphere erupted instantaneously. An invisible shockwave radiated outward with overwhelming force, dispersing in all directions. As the black tendrils encountered the shockwave, they melted away like ice, disintegrating into data fragments. Following this, walls, ceilings, and floors. The entire structure of the laboratory was re-encoded by the shockwave's cleansing, shifting from murky black to pristine blue. The shockwave did not cease. It continued to expand, penetrating the base, engulfing the city, ultimately merging into the data network, forming a colossal hemispherical shield that completely enveloped the dimensional vortex. The edges of the shield trembled violently, emitting a nauseating shriek as it struggled against its confines. Yet the shield offered it no respite, constricting tighter, compressing the vortex into a continually diminishing black dot. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the black dot vanished completely. The crisis averted, the three collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. The blue light beneath Han Dongsheng's skin extinguished, leaving only faint traces. Liu Ruoxin looked down at her palm, where the emblem now bore a glaring crack. Zhao Yuha swayed, leaning against the wall, her stainless steel thermos clattering to the ground, rolling away. Only Lin Xiaoyu within the container appeared more solidified, her data stream glowing brilliantly, emanating a soft yet powerful blue light. We succeeded. Her voice resonated clearly within the laboratory, echoing with a hint of ethereal resonance. The rift is temporarily sealed. She slowly ascended, approaching the inner wall of the container. But that entity has already caught a whiff of our world. It will not relent. It will surely find a new way to tear open the passage. Then, what shall we do? Liu Ruoxin steadied herself against the wall, struggling to remain upright. The crack in the emblem causing a tightness in her chest, leaving her feeling unwell. A resolute expression emerged on Lin Xiaoyu's data-formed face. Mere defense is futile. We must take the initiative and decisively eliminate it. Take the initiative? Han Dongsheng furrowed his brow, not quite comprehending. Lin Xiaoyu's hand gently pressed against the inner wall of the container, her expression reflecting the resolution to pay a significant price. What it means is, we must go there. No sooner had she spoken, a sharp click resounded. The metallic locks surrounding the container snapped shut, the outer shell swiftly closing, completely sealing Lin Xiaoyu inside once more. No. Liu Ruoxin dashed forward, stumbling as she threw herself against the container, pounding on the cold metal exterior with all her might. Mom, are you leaving again? Don't abandon me. But the container had already sealed completely. The sound of metal locking echoed coldly and resolutely in the silent laboratory. It sank into the crevice of the floor, the surface seamlessly closing, leaving no trace behind. It was as if the vessel that contained Lin Xiaoyu had never existed. Chapter 61. Interwoven Splits. Why? Liu Ruoxin collapsed onto the cold floor, her knees aching against its unforgiving surface. She clutched the damaged badge tightly, its jagged edges piercing her palm. Why must it be this way? Her voice was hoarse, tinged with tears, more so infused with bewilderment and a haunting sense of abandonment. Dongsheng gasped for air as he struggled to rise from the ground. He approached Liu Ruoxin, hesitating momentarily before gently resting his hand on her trembling shoulder. She is safeguarding the vessel, he spoke dryly. That entity, the dimensional intruder, may still harbor remnants of consciousness, wandering within our network. This reassurance felt feeble. Even he found it hard to believe. Zhao Yuha also propped herself against the wall, bending down to retrieve the thermos that had rolled into the corner. It felt icy to the touch, the once luminous runes upon its surface now utterly dimmed, leaving only the cold metallic sensation. What shall we do now? She glanced towards Dongsheng, then swept her gaze over the kneeling Liu Ruoxin. The city is still being digitized. This process cannot be halted. Dongsheng fell silent, his eyes drifting out the window. The laboratory was situated on a high floor, offering a view over much of the city. In the distance, the familiar skyline had vanished, replaced by geometrical structures that defied the laws of physics, continuously twisting and reconstructing, flickering with ethereal blue data streams. The entire city was ensnared within a vast blue net of light, permeating and transforming it. A strange hum saturated the air, deep and incessant, burrowing into their ears, causing their teeth to ache. This is not the end. It may merely be the beginning. Dongsheng leaned against the wall, his chest heaving violently, each breath laced with a burning pain. He stared at the newly closed fissure in the ground, the place where Lin Xiaoyu had disappeared, leaving no trace behind. She said we must go there, he whispered, his voice hoarse. That is not a dead end. It is the next step, she pointed out to us. Before he could finish, a sharp intake of breath interrupted from beside him. Liu Ruoxin abruptly lifted her head, tears still staining her face. In her open palm, the damaged badge began to exude a faint blue light from the depths of its cracks. The glow was dim and flickering, yet it radiated an odd warmth, silently spreading along her fingertips. It is Mother. Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's voice trembled, mingled with disbelief and a peculiar thrill of rediscovery. She left us her final instruction. Zhao Yuha immediately leaned closer, her gaze fixated on the flickering blue light. Instinctively, she rotated the cold thermos in her hand. The completely dimmed runes on its surface seemed to resonate with subtle ripples due to this faint illumination. What instruction? Liu Ruoxin closed her eyes, her fingertips gently tracing the rough cracks of the badge. She tilted her head, as if straining to listen to a sound only she could perceive. The Source Project. There is still one last step. We must find all those who possess the badges. Her voice grew clearer, more resolute. To form a complete network node matrix. And then, Dongsheng pressed, suppressing his fatigue, seizing this glimmer of hope. Liu Ruoxin's breathing finally steadied, but her words were as piercing as ice. We have to go there. To pass through. Silence enveloped them. Only the minimally functioning system emitted a dull roar, mingling with the heavy, stifled breaths of the three. Dongsheng abruptly raised his head, his voice dry. Pass? Where to? That hellish place across? He nearly shouted. That is simply courting death. Liu Ruoxin ignored his agitation, her fingertips gliding over the badge's fissures. Strands of blue liquid seeped from the damaged area, leaving a winding glow on her cool skin, accompanied by an unsettling chill. My mother said, all 5 badges must be illuminated to form a complete gate, not to block them, but to shield us, allowing us to safely traverse their domain. Dongsheng swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. We only have 3. The dragon team. His sentence trailed off, yet the image of the figure consumed by bone armor, charging resolutely into the black tide, weighed heavily on everyone's heart. The very air seemed to stagnate. Zhao Yuha steadied herself against the nearby control panel. the thermos in her hand clattering against her palm, producing a faint, urgent tapping sound. We still need 2 vessels. Her voice trembled before she could finish. The metal floor beneath them trembled violently, sending a jarring sensation through their teeth. The embedded circuitry within the walls erupted in blinding red light, the alarm shrieking sharply. Tearing through the air, the temporarily subdued black vortex stirred in the shadows, seeking new vulnerabilities, poised to pounce once more. No, we only lack one. Han Dongsheng's voice sliced through the oppressive atmosphere, tinged with a near-cruel calm. He suddenly turned to Liu Ruoxin, or rather, to the badge in her hand. Oozing blue liquid. The 5th badge has already been assigned a vessel. The tremors persisted, the metal floor groaning under the strain, the wall circuitry flashing red in a frenzied rhythm, casting his profile in flickering light. It is meant for the true and Ahhhh's, source and Ahhhh's. Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhhh's, S clone, the 0. Liu Ruoxin clenched the badge tightly, her fingers whitening from the pressure. The cold metal felt as though it were embedding itself into her palm. My mother, from the very start. Her voice faltered. Each word a struggle. She created 2 sources. One is a consciousness backup. Han Dongsheng raised his hand, pressing it against the frigid metal wall. Closing his eyes as if feeling the intangible data currents coursing through the network, drawing fire, serving as bait. Within the wall, the flashing frequency of the circuitry quickened. The alarm growing increasingly shrill, piercing their eardrums. The other, he opened his eyes, his tone resolute, is a physical backup, containing the most crucial genetic key. That is the true 0. Wait. Zhao Yuha's voice interjected suddenly, laced with overwhelming horror. Her complexion drained instantly, the thermos in her hand spinning rapidly. No longer producing the previous clattering sound, but emitting a high-pitched, teeth-grinding hum. The runes on the thermos lit up one by one, culminating in a blinding green light, forcefully bursting forth from the cracks of the vessel. The source project is far more complex than we imagined, she murmured, nearly losing her balance. Lin Xiaoyu did not merely serve as a backup. She designed the entire architecture of the counterattack systems network. The green light intensified, nearly overshadowing the alarm's red glow. I see it. Zhao Yue suddenly lifted her head, her voice rising sharply, infused with a blend of disbelief, elation, and fear. The city's network. It has awakened. In response to our activated defense system, Lin Xiaoyu's algorithm is reconstructing the data model of the real world. Chapter 62. Activating the badge. The green light on the thermos erupted suddenly, unleashing an indescribable torrent of information that seemed poised to shatter the confines of their cramped surroundings. Just as Zhao Yue finished speaking, the ground trembled violently once more. Crack. This time, the floor succumbed entirely. A fissure, broader and more densely packed than any before, spiraled outwards like a spider's web, tearing through the metallic floor beneath them. Not good. Han Dongsheng growled, grabbing Liu Ruoxin, who was on the verge of falling. The metal twisted and contorted, emitting a piercing shriek that grated on their nerves. In their horrified gaze, the floor caved in, revealing a chilling sight below, undulating blue organic structures resembling the veins of some colossal creature, pulsating and emitting an otherworldly glow. Beneath this, Zhao Yue and Ahhhh's complexion paled, her hand trembling as it clutched the control panel. Boom. Accompanied by a deep mechanical rumble, a vast container platform slowly ascended. Unlike the cold metallic vessels they had encountered previously, this one was composed entirely of translucent biological material, resembling a gigantic heart, rhythmically beating. Inside, it was filled with a viscous blue liquid, thick enough to appear on the verge of solidifying. A humanoid figure floated quietly within. That face. Lin Xiaoyu. Liu Ruoxin's voice trembled uncontrollably. Identical to Lin Xiaoyu. A perfect copy. Yet, entirely different. Her skin was adorned with an intricate network of blue patterns, far more complex than the armor Han Dongsheng wore, resembling countless tiny currents racing chaotically, fast enough to form a halo of blue light. More astonishingly, her chest was translucent. It was clear that where a heart should be, there was a spherical structure, akin to an artificial sun, pulsating and emitting steady, powerful pulses of blue light. The true 0. Liu Ruoxin murmured, feeling the badge in her palm burning as if it might sear her skin. Suddenly, the blue liquid in the container began to boil. Countless bubbles surged from Lin Xiaoyu's form, gurgling as they ascended, as if attempting to awaken her from slumber. Her eyes snapped open. In those eyes, there was not a trace of human emotion. Only pure streams of code flowed, cold, merciless, yet tinged with a familiar warmth that pierced Liu Ruoxin's heart. She has awakened. Zhao Yue's voice quivered with fear. This thing is no longer a clone. Han Dongsheng's throat tightened, his body instinctively retreating a step. The network nodes within him buzzed as an invisible force stirred them, syncing uncomfortably with the frequency of the entity within the container. She has created for herself a body between two worlds. The Lin Xiaoyu within the container raised her hand, her fingertip touching the translucent inner wall. There was no sound, but the cold words pierced the consciousness of the three. Time is of the essence. 5 badges correspond to 5 vessels. They must be activated simultaneously. This is the only path to survival. We must construct coordinates to anchor a safe zone before the dimensional collapse. But we are only 4. Zhao Yuha exclaimed. The green light in her thermos flaring erratically, the data streams weaving beneath her skin at a terrifying speed. Dragon Team. He has completely transformed into a monster. The humanoid light source within the container pulsed steadily with blue light, representing the core. Dragon Team is not the 4th vessel. The cold thought resonated again. The air seemed to freeze. Liu Ruoxin and Zhao Yue turned to Han Dongsheng, whose face had turned ashen. The 4th vessel is Hanhu. The thought was calm, yet carried a disquieting sense of data distortion, as if invoking this name triggered some underlying conflict. The board has severed his consciousness, attempting to format him, but failed. The fragments of his core consciousness are trapped at the very bottom of the main network. Connected to that, white armor. The white armor was devoured by that vortex. Han Dongsheng's voice tightened, the last gesture of his brother lingering in his mind. He sacrificed himself to save us. The icy intent of Zero, Lin Xiaoyu, interjected. Before she could finish, Zhao Yuha's thermos emitted a shrill scream. The cracks on the cup's surface suddenly widened, the internal green light flickering wildly, on the verge of exploding. Let me try, Zhao Yuha exclaimed. Her face illuminated by an unnatural green glow, the light coursing beneath her skin. My telekinetic power can bridge reality and data. Perhaps I can delve into the depths of the network to find Han, whose consciousness fragment. That's too risky. Liu Ruoxin panicked, grabbing her arm. That cursed vortex consumes not only objects but consciousness as well. You would completely vanish. Yet Zhao Yue laughed, a sound both ethereal and elusive, tinged with an inexplicable blend of release and madness. The time Han who fought for us must not be squandered. She broke free from Liu Ruoxin's grasp. Raising the nearly shattered thermos, its body spinning faster, cracks multiplying. Besides, in my current state, I can hardly be considered purely human. This body is on the brink of collapse, yet my consciousness can still temporarily depart. Using the telekinetic field, I can directly enter the network. It requires blood. The icy thought of Lin Xiaoyu within the container severed the dispute between Liu Ruoxin and Zhao Yue. The ritual activation needs 3 essential components: a stable network node, badge resonance, and a blood key. The thoughts swept over the 3, devoid of warmth, merely a pure stream of information. Han Dongsheng, your blood carries the most stable node structure. Liu Ruoxin, within your body lies the genetic marker I left behind. Zhao Yue, your telekinetic substance serves as the bridge between reality and data. Before the thought concluded, the entire room plunged into a sudden stillness. Boom. Chunks of the ceiling came crashing down, dust swirling about. Han Dongsheng let out a muffled grunt as the blue network beneath his skin pulsed violently. He could feel the outside world, the city's data structure, being violently torn apart and shredded by some unseen force. It is fighting back. The city network is collapsing. His voice strained. There is no time for explanation. The data entity within the container writhed anxiously, urging immediate action. Liu Ruoxin hesitated no longer. She bit down hard on her fingertip. The sting brought forth warm droplets of blood that dripped onto the cracks of the badge resting on her chest. Sizzle, the badge seemed to come alive, the blue light within the cracks flaring intensely, burning her skin. Without hesitation, Han Dongsheng slashed his wrist. The blue network beneath his skin ignited, blood flowing forth not merely red, but infused with blue light, coalescing. It gathered in his palm, a single drop of blood trembling restlessly, radiating a searing heat of data. Meanwhile, Zhao Yue lifted her thermos high. Crack, boom. The cup exploded in a whirl, shards scattering. A dense green energy surged forth, hovering in the air, twisting and morphing, gradually drifting towards her forehead. I'm going in. Her voice sounded hollow, as if echoing from a distant place, seeking Hanhu. Chapter 63, Sequence Activation. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a surge of green light struck her forehead. Zhao Yue arched backward violently, her neck taut with visible veins, her body convulsing intensely before becoming utterly rigid. An indescribable wave swept through the room, distorting the very air for a fleeting moment. Her consciousness was forcibly severed, plunging into an unseen abyss of data. Go. Liu Ruoxin grasped Han Dongsheng's arm, propelling him toward the container. It's our turn. Activate 0. The two hurried to the massive biological vessel, extending their hands to press against the cold surface. The drop of blood, imbued with blue light from Han Dongsheng, mingled with the vivid red that dripped from Liu Ruoxin and Ahhh's fingertips. Upon touching the container and Ahhh's exterior, it instantly seeped inside, vanishing without a trace. The liquid within the container surged violently, the blue hue rapidly consumed by a rich, deep purple. Countless fine bubbles erupted from Lin Xiaoyu's body, hissing as they burst. The blue core within her chest pulsated with alarming speed, the rhythm quickening to a terrifying degree. The entire container began to hum and vibrate, the sound intensifying, transmitting a tingling sensation through the floor beneath them. The genetic lock has been released. Lin Xiaoyu's voice penetrated Han Dongsheng and Liu Ruoxin's minds. Clearer than before, yet accompanied by a mechanical static. The blood had merged, the sequence had been initiated. But one final node remained. Zhao Yuha. She needed to find what Han Hu had left behind. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuha felt herself floating. No, it was her consciousness. She had completely detached from the heavy, crumbling shell of her body. For the first time, she existed purely as thought. There was no up or down, no left or right. Only an infinite expanse of data swirling around her. They were light, electricity, fragments of racing thoughts, and the cold torrent of logic. Grand, terrifying. The psychic field was her sole sensory organ and her only shield. She could taste the flavor of information, some sharp, some sweet, others tinged with metallic acidity. She could hear the distinct hums emitted by different programs operating, some deep and rhythmic, others sharp and jarring. Was this the lowest layer of the network? Han Hu? Was he lurking somewhere within this chaotic abyss? Time lost its meaning here. Perhaps only seconds had passed. Perhaps hours. Zhao Yuha and Ahhh's consciousness continued to descend, drifting deeper into the torrent of data. She sought any trace left by Han Hu. Gradually, the surrounding data flow became murky, imbued with an indescribable chill. The velocity of information slowed. Dark particles proliferated, as if some filth had seeped in. Zhao Yuha sharpened her senses, realizing she was approaching the center of a vortex. Suddenly, she saw it. Countless points of light, dense and numerous. Each flickered with a faint glow, helplessly floating in the murky data stream. At first, she assumed they were some sort of program nodes or data packets. But as she drew closer to those points of light, a wave of coldness surged from the depths of her consciousness. A terrifying truth emerged in her mind. Those were human consciousnesses. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. Extracted human minds. Like dust unmoored from gravity, suspended at the edge of the data abyss. Black data tendrils clung to them, dragging, devouring, transforming, and reassembling. They were brutally disassembled and violently stitched back together. Was this the immortality spoken of by the board? Merely a fade. Human consciousness, herded like livestock. Digitized and sacrificed to higher-dimensional entities in exchange for a meager existence and fleeting power. Zhao Yuha's consciousness quivered. The sight nearly shattered her resolve. Yet, she did not retreat a single step. Instead, she propelled herself forward with greater determination. She had to find Han Hu's traces, even amidst this graveyard of consciousness. The psychic field silently expanded, sweeping across each point of light, searching for fragments of information that might relate to Han Hu. Suddenly, an unusual disturbance tugged at her perception. In the deepest reaches of the data stream, a faint light struggled against the black tendrils that ensnared it, resisting with all its might. Refusing to yield, unlike the other consciousnesses, which were docilely consumed. It erupted with fierce defiance. Each time it was pulled toward the abyss, it released a blinding flash, momentarily repelling the tendrils. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuha surged toward that light. The distance closed rapidly as she began to discern the core essence of the light. It was indeed human consciousness, yet distinctly different from the others. It was enveloped in a precise mechanical protocol structure, forming a robust defense. She had seen this structure only once before. White armor, a core computation unit. It was Han Hu. In an instant, Zhao Yuha's psychic field connected with the light. At the moment of contact, a fragmented memory violently collided with her consciousness. Laboratory. Blinding white light. Lin Xiaoyu's visage. The cold operating table. Glimmering syringes. An unbearable agony. Fleeting data streams. The insignia's pattern. Then came the frigid confines of a cell. The board and Ahhh's interrogation. The anguish of a mind torn asunder. The confinement of white armor. Endless darkness. Finally, Han Dongsheng and Ahhh's face, marked by surprise, fury, and a glimmer of hope. This was indeed the core of Ahhh's consciousness. He was still resisting, even at the brink of exhaustion. Ahhh, Zhao Yue called deep within her consciousness. I have come to assist you. Dongsheng is waiting for you outside. The light trembled violently as if it had heard her voice. Instantly, a torrent of chaotic data surged toward Zhao Yue, initially disordered but quickly organizing into coherent information. Danger, vortex, devour, flee, insignia. Fourth, take me back. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yue extended her psychic field, attempting to envelop Ahhh's consciousness core. At that instant, the data stream erupted into a tempest. Chapter 64. System activation. Countless black tendrils surged chaotically from the depths of the abyss, striking the surrounding space like a torrential downpour, obstructing Zhao Yue's movements. The dimensional entity had detected their presence. With every ounce of her strength, Zhao Yue intensified her psychic field, desperately shielding Ahhh's consciousness core. Yet, the black tendrils proliferated, growing thicker and more robust, swiftly forming an impenetrable network that pressed in from all directions. Cracks began to appear in her psychic field, minute fissures manifesting on the protective barrier. To make matters worse, she sensed her consciousness being tugged downwards by a formidable force, the connection to the physical realm growing increasingly tenuous. Having lingered too long in the data world, the bond between her consciousness and physical form was fraying. I can't hold on much longer. Zhao Yue conveyed her urgent message to Ahhh. They must return at once. Can you come with me? Ahhh's consciousness core shuddered slightly before erupting in a brilliant blue light. That radiance instantly shattered the constraints of the mechanical protocol, voluntarily merging with Zhao Yue's psychic field. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Yue felt an overwhelming surge of energy flooding into the depths of her consciousness. It was not merely consciousness, it was also a program. A specific protocol preordained by Lin Xiaoyu. It rapidly fused with the psychic field, forming an even more unassailable layer of protection. Go. Ahhh's voice echoed through the data stream. They are coming. At the abyss's bottom, a mass of shadows writhed, and a gigantic eye suddenly opened. This was no metaphor, but a genuine biological organ, composed entirely of pure data, exuding an ancient and malevolent aura. It slowly rotated, fixating its gaze firmly upon the consciousness of Zhao Yue and Ahhh. Zhao Yue summoned all her conscious power and frantically fled along the path she had taken. The black tendrils pursued relentlessly, like maggots gnawing at her, incessantly battering the precarious psychic field. She could feel her consciousness shattering, fragments of memory scattering through the fissures in her protective barrier. Just when her consciousness was on the brink of complete collapse, a familiar blue light suddenly pierced through the torrent of data, illuminating the path of return. It was the source base. Lin Xiaoyu's defense system had activated. Zhao Yue's consciousness surged along the passageway forged by the blue light, dragging Ahhh's consciousness core with her, bursting forth from the data abyss and racing toward the anchor point of the physical world. Inside the source space, Lin Xiaoyu's container had fully activated. The biological exterior of the container transformed into a flowing blue liquid, slowly climbing up Han Dongsheng and Liu Ruoxin's arms, merging with their skin. Liu Ruoxin felt a chill as the liquid permeated her skin, spreading through her veins, accompanied by an unusual numbness. Simultaneously, the blue markings beneath Han Dongsheng's skin illuminated entirely, resonating with the patterns on Lin Xiaoyu's body within the container, constructing a precise and symmetrical structure. The defense network was partially activated. Lin Xiaoyu's voice resonated in their minds. But without a fourth node, a complete protective barrier could not be constructed. Han Dongsheng immediately turned toward Zhao Yue. She remained rigidly rooted in place, her eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites, enveloped in a dim green light. Fragments of a thermos floated around her, forming a small vortex that spun helplessly, colliding with one another. She hasn't returned yet. Liu Ruoxin's anxious gaze fixed on Zhao Yue. It had been too long. At that moment, the room's lights abruptly extinguished, only to reignite in the next second with greater intensity. All the organic circuits on the walls began to flicker in unison, creating a disquieting pulsating pattern. Lin Xiaoyu's expression shifted dramatically. It has noticed us. What has noticed us? Han Dongsheng fixated warily on the suddenly illuminated circuits. This synchronized flickering was certainly not indicative of normal system function. The entity deep within the network, Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhh's voice remained calm, yet suppressed a barely perceptible tremor of alarm. It has discovered our defense system and is attempting to infiltrate the core server of the source space. The organic circuits on the walls began to change color, the original blue rapidly being eroded by black, akin to ink diffusing into clear water. The circuits began to twist and deform, growing in defiance of physical laws, intertwining into grotesque geometric patterns. The air was thick with a nauseating high-frequency vibration. Our defense is collapsing. Lin Xiaoyu and Ahhhh's voice conveyed an unprecedented urgency. The connection must be completed immediately. Zhao Yuha, you must return at once. Han Dongsheng abruptly turned from the container and strode purposefully toward Zhao Yuha, where his blue markings made contact with the black circuits. Tiny electric sparks erupted, scorching his skin. Yet he did not falter, resolutely advancing to grasp Zhao Yuha's shoulders. Wake up, Zhao Yuha. He shook her forcefully. You must come back. Now. There was no response. Zhao Yuha's body remained stiff, her gaze hollowly fixed on the ceiling. The green light dimming further. Worse still, Han Dongsheng noticed slight cracks appearing on her skin, resembling the parched, fissured earth, the tiny gaps rapidly expanding. She cannot find her way back. Liu Ruoxin's voice was sharp, tinged with sobs. Her consciousness had lingered in the network too long. Her physical form was on the verge of disintegration. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu's container erupted in blinding blue light, illuminating the entire room. Her voice emanated from within the container. No longer a mere thought in their minds, but a clearly audible sound wave. There is another way, using the badge. Liu Ruoxin instantly grasped her mother's intent. She immediately relinquished her connection with the container, rushing toward Zhao Yuha, raising the badge and pressing it against her forehead. The crack in the badge widened dramatically, more blue liquid surging forth in abundance. The liquid cascaded down Zhao Yuha's cheeks, leaving luminous trails on her parched skin. It swiftly seeped into the fine cracks, visibly healing her skin. The connection is being reestablished. Liu Ruoxin fixed her gaze on the badge, the bond between body and consciousness. Before she could finish her thought, Zhao Yuha's eyes suddenly regained their vitality, no longer staring vacantly upwards. She gasped, her chest heaving, the green light around her surging. Instantly, the fragments of the thermos that floated around her were drawn into her body, vanishing without a trace. I found him. Her voice was hoarse yet brimming with an incredible vitality. Han Hu? I have brought back his consciousness core. Zhao Yuha raised her right hand high. Above her palm floated a sphere of light the size of a fist, its surface crackling with blue arcs of electricity, within which a hazy humanoid silhouette could be discerned, an image of Han Hu's consciousness. Brother. Han Dongsheng instinctively reached out to touch the sphere of light. At that moment, the black contamination on the walls surged forward with alarming speed. More organic circuits were eroded, transformed, and twisted into grotesque black geometric patterns. A chilling cracking sound echoed from the ceiling as several pitch-black tendrils emerged from the crevices, slithering down towards the floor. There is no time left. Lin Xiaoyu's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable sense of urgency. The complete defense network must be activated now. Han Hu's consciousness requires a vessel. What can serve as a vessel? Zhao Yuha frantically scanned her surroundings. There were no suitable mediums here. The container of Lin Xiaoyu began to shake violently. The cerulean liquid on the surface churns wildly as a rapidly spinning vortex forms at its core.